Chapter 1067. So, are you ready to fuse? I can't do anything about Xiong Nan and Luo Shong because they didn't destroy Spirit Lord Yu Meng's consciousness before fusing. Although their strength has reached the Great Ascension stage, they have become somewhat extreme. You haven't fused completely yet. I can help you. Nothing will go wrong with me around, Chengyang said. Gomang began to panic in Mu Yu's body. If the fusion technique was real, with Mu Yu's current cultivation and Chengyan's help, he would undoubtedly die. The five Spirit Lord Yu Meng reincarnated in Mu Yu and the others. In fact, they were equivalent to one. It was just that their consciousnesses existed separately, and Mu Yu and the others held the initiative. You want to obliterate me? Gomang's voice sounded somewhat angry. You've always wanted to take over my body, haven't you? Mu Yu calmly responded. Gomang looked very angry, but he couldn't refute. Mu Yu felt Gomang's panic. He smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. Gomang was stunned. Forget it. Chengyang frowned. He saved Tian Rant's life and helped me a little, Mu Yu said. Gomang was stunned. He didn't expect Mu Yu to choose to give up at this time. If Chengyang really helped Mu Yu fuse, Gomang would no longer exist. Mu Yu would also have Gomang's strength and become a Great Ascension stage cultivator. He would also have the domain ability to decide life and death in the blink of an eye. But Mu Yu chose to forget it at this time. Chengyang thoughtfully asked, Will Spirit Lord Yu Meng in your body help you? Mu Yu looked at Gomang with interest in his consciousness and said, You can be considered half a good thing. Gomang snorted angrily. Mu Yu gave a brief account of what had happened between him and Gomang, but omitted the part about his deal with Gomang. Chengyang smiled and said, Spirit Lord Yu Meng has been threatening to take over my body, so I don't feel guilty at all when I erased his consciousness. Since the Gomang in your body is half a good thing, it's fine if you don't want to erase his consciousness. Senior brother, I thought you were going to persuade me to fuse, Mu Yu said with some surprise. At present, only by the fusion could Mu Yu, like his three senior brothers, break through to the Darching stage as soon as possible, and he would be more confident in dealing with the three-layered palace. Chengyang shook his head. Fusion means that the domain ability you comprehend will be the same as Spirit Lord Yu Meng's. If you rely on your own domain ability to step into the Grand Ascension stage, with our talent, we may be able to comprehend a more powerful domain ability. There are pros and cons to this matter. The domain ability of the five Spirit Lords Yu Meng is already very powerful, but it's not yours. If Mu Yu wanted to use the life and death blink ability now, he still needed to get Gomang's consent. After all, this domain ability was not his. Moreover, using this domain ability with the cultivation of the Crossing Calamity stage would consume a lot of his spiritual power, and it was very unstable. Once it did not hit the opponent, his spiritual power would be empty. Therefore, Mu Yu had not used it when dealing with Ghost Cold and the Palace Envoy. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and said, Does this mean that if I step into the Grand Ascension stage on my own, I will comprehend my own domain ability, and with Spirit Lord Yu Meng, I will have two domains? Chengyang nodded. Yes, this is why I don't intend to force you to fuse. Since you can coexist peacefully with Gomang, there is no need to erase his consciousness. Comprehending your own domain ability is more important than seizing someone else's domain ability. Mu Yu thought of Qiao Shui. The mysterious underworld in Qiao Shui's body had always been tempting Qiao Shui. Back in the Nine Heavens sealing demon formation, it had interfered with everyone and almost caused the formation to fail. If Mu Yu did not choose to cultivate the Shadowless clans and Shadowless clans cultivation techniques now, he could give this cultivation technique to Qiao Shui. Then, senior brother, what is your domain ability? Mu Yu asked curiously. Chengyang smiled and said, Universe Origin Pursuit. What ability is that? I didn't see you use this domain envoy to deal with him, Mu Yu said. Chengyang stretched out his hand and moved his fingertips slightly. A few rustling sounds suddenly came from the ground, and a few bright spheres condensed from metal revolved around his hand. These hard spheres were constantly changing shape. He was silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, I don't like this domain ability. It's very strong, but in the end, it's not mine. Whoosh. All the soil, stone slabs, fallen leaves, flower pots, and other things in the surroundings all rushed toward the metal in Chengyan's hand. It was as if they were attracted by the metal in his hand, and with the metal as the center, they swayed and rotated. Mu Yu looked at the weeping willow in the courtyard in surprise. All the willow branches that were originally hanging down were also attracted to Chengyang. "You can attract everything?" Mu Yu said in surprise. Chengyang said, "Within the range of my domain ability, the movement of all things will be affected by the universe origin pursuit. Not only can it attract things, but it can also repel them. This includes the opponent's spells and even the cultivator themselves. They will all be affected and controlled by me." Chengyang waved his hand again, and the things that were attracted to him were all repelled by a powerful force and scattered back to their original positions. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully and said, "This domain ability is really powerful. It can almost control all things." For example, Mu Yu could control trees, Luo Shong could control flames, Xiong Nan could control sand and stones, and Xiao Shui could control water tides and ice cones. If they attacked Chengyang, the trees, flames, sand and stones, water tides, ice cones, and other things would all be controlled by Chengyang within Chengyan's domain ability. Although Chengyang couldn't change the shape of the trees and flames, he could control their attack trajectory. If a weak cultivator entered Chengyan's domain ability, their body would be restricted. Just this point alone was very powerful, not to mention when facing other cultivators. The cultivator's spells and flying swords would be controlled by Chengyang in the process of flying toward Chengyang. They couldn't hurt Chengyang at all. "Wow, then aren't you more powerful than a magnet?" Little Shui made a fuss at the side. Chengyang shook his head. "No matter how powerful the domain ability is, it doesn't belong to me. I prefer to use the sky sword that Master gave us because the sky sword is our foundation. Moreover, there is no absolute powerful spell in this world, so my domain ability can also be broken. Even the sky sword has restrictions. I think Mu Yu should be clear about this." Mu Yu had used the sky sword to fight enemies more than once or twice. Once there was a powerful array that isolated the sky sword's aura from the sky sword couldn't communicate with the heaven and earth and unleash its power. Therefore, for Mu Yu and the others, if they wanted to use the sky sword, they had to do it in an open area. They couldn't use it in the ghost array of the Gate of Hell or in the dark and narrow underground. Entering the city was also a very dangerous move. Mu Yu had been trapped by the people of the Threefold Palace more than once. Last time, when he was in Chun'an City, he and Tian Ran almost died. Therefore, he understood the flaws of the Sky Sword. Mu Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From another perspective, life and death in the blink of an eye was also very powerful. However, just as Chengyang said, Mu Yu was more inclined to comprehend the domain ability on his own, rather than relying on Spirit Lord Yu Meng's domain ability. "The difference between you and the three of us is that you have learned Master's array techniques. Master's array techniques are extremely powerful. If you can grasp the essence of it, you can completely inherit Master's legacy. Since Spirit Lord Yu Meng in your body is more obedient, I hope that you can rely on yourself to comprehend your own domain ability," Chengyang said in a deep voice. Whether it was Chengyang, Luo Shong, or Xiong Nan, they had only learned Master's sword techniques, but not his array techniques. Mu Yu, on the other hand, was the opposite. He was now the leader of the array glyph sect. His array techniques were extremely exquisite, almost catching up to his master's. Mu Yu nodded and said, "I know. I will comprehend the domain ability on my own." Now, he didn't just possess the life and death in the blink of an eye ability. He also had the chaotic yin and yang of the array hall. There was a powerful array technique domain ability in the array hall. He could control all the array techniques and talisman techniques in the domain ability. This also meant that in the future, if he were to fight with Bai Jie, who was powerful in array techniques, Mu Yu would have the advantage. Chengyang smiled and said, "It's good that you understand." After Chengyang left, Mu Yu was still sitting in the courtyard. He had already obtained the fusion technique that Chengyang had risked his life to obtain from the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan. This fusion technique was called Forbidden Shadow by the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan. The technique that the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan cultivated was called Upper Shadow Art. The upper shadow art had a total of 9 levels. When cultivating to the 3rd level, it would cause the shadow and the body to separate. Resuscitation of the shadow's consciousness was called shadow opening. The 9th level was called shadow fusion. It required the shadow to have its consciousness fused back into the body. The person who created the upper shadow art originally planned to separate the shadow and the body, forming 2 consciousnesses and cultivating them separately. Then, when they cultivated to the 9th level, they would perform shadow fusion. They would combine the cultivation of the shadow and the body into one body. With the 2 added together, the cultivation time would be shortened and the cultivation would rise to another level. However, after the later generations cultivated the upper shadow art and allowed the shadow to have its consciousness, it wouldn't be willing to return to the body. This was because the shadow also believed that it had the right to live and refused to fuse with the body. If the body and the shadow had different opinions and wanted to complete the final step of shadow fusion, they would have to kill the shadow's consciousness. This was very difficult to do. Sometimes, if the shadow's cultivation was too strong, the body would be killed. Therefore, whether it was the Shadowless clan or the Shadowless clan, they didn't dare to try shadow fusion. Since ancient times, no one had cultivated the upper shadow art to the 9th level perfectly. Therefore, the 9th level of shadow fusion was also called Forbidden Shadow. At this time, the chant for this fusion technique was recorded in a piece of black metal. Mu Yu was carefully studying this chant. As the eldest senior brother, Chengyan's methods were very powerful. He actually obtained the chant for the 1st to 9th level of the upper shadow art. No wonder the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan hated Chengyang so much. The upper shadow art was the cultivation method of the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan. Now that it was stolen by Chengyang, it would be strange if the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan weren't angry. The cultivation methods of the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan are truly strange. Mu Yu carefully looked at the chant of the upper shadow art. If the upper shadow art was cultivated normally from shadow opening to shadow fusion, it was equivalent to splitting one person into 2 to cultivate. In the end, the 2 people would reunite and become one person. At this time, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. After shadow fusion, the cultivator would experience a qualitative leap, far surpassing the cultivation of the shadow and the body combined. Chapter 1068. Mu Yu, why don't you practice shadow art? Maybe your shadow will be more obedient, Xiao Shuai suggested. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If my shadow was that obedient, there probably wouldn't be a mysterious race like the silhouette being. Xiao Shuai said with some regret, I wanted to see if your shadow would be more handsome. Mu Yu couldn't help but look at the shadow under his feet. It looked so dumb. Then he knocked Xiao Shuai's head and said, Stop fooling around, I'm more handsome than my shadow. The 9th level of shadow art actually had little to do with the first 8 levels, because the main problem of shadow fusion was to solve was the shadow. Killing the consciousness of the shadow was enough. It was just like the difference between Mu Yu and the other 4 and Spirit Lord Yu Meng. Spirit Lord Yu Meng and the 5 of them were one. It was just that one body had 2 consciousnesses. Then we can only let Xiao Shuai cultivate the 9th level of shadow art and kill Spirit Lord Yu Meng. Xiao Shuai said. Mu Yu shook his head and said, there are still requirements to cultivate the 9th level. It's not that simple. But I will help Xiao Shuai use shadow fusion on her. After a long silence, Gomang suddenly said, You really won't kill me? Mu Yu said indifferently, I'm not a treacherous person. At that time, in order to save Tian Ran, Mu Yu made an agreement with Gomang. In fact, this agreement didn't bind Mu Yu at all. If Mu Yu wanted to go back on his word, Gomang wouldn't be able to stop him. But Mu Yu didn't want to do that. Gomang said with a strange tone, I always thought that the human race was a race that was afraid of death. But you are very special, different from what I imagined. I thought you had realized this long ago. Mu Yu put away the metal stone that Chengyang gave him. He didn't need it, but he could give it to Xiao Shuai in the future. But you have to kill Xian Ming, Gomang continued. Mu Yu replied coldly, I have only made a deal with you. I have never made a deal with Xian Ming. There was a strange connection between Mu Yu and Shui Yumeng. Mu Yu was very familiar with this because his relationship with Qiao Shui originated from Shui Yumeng. Gomang shook his head and said, "You have misunderstood. Mu Yumeng and Shui Yumeng have always complemented each other. Cultivating together would result in twice the result with half the effort. However, it does not mean that I like Xian Ming. We are only in a cooperative relationship. However, if she dies, I will indeed feel some regret. Do you think I'll believe you?" Mu Yu replied indifferently. Gomang pondered for a moment and said, "I only want to tell you one thing. Back then, you always thought that you liked Qiao Shui because of my relationship with Xian Ming. But in reality, whether you like her or not has nothing to do with us. Qiao Shui liking you is her own choice. The same goes for you." Mu Yu frowned. His relationship with Qiao Shui was not caused by Gomang and Xian Ming. "So you two are in love with each other?" Little Shui leaned on Mu Yu's shoulder and eavesdropped on their conversation. Mu Yu took a deep breath and asked, "What are you trying to say? If you die in the future to revive Withered Tree Evergreen, I will help you secretly protect Qiao Shui and Tian Ran. Consider it my gratitude for not killing you," Gomang said unwillingly. "Many thanks." Mu Yu sighed in his heart. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that he would let down Qiao Shui and Tian Ran. If Gomang could survive with the help of Red Lotus, then with Gomang's help, Tian Ran and Qiao Shui's safety would be guaranteed. "No need. I should be the one thanking you," Gomang said and didn't say anything else. The despicable actions of the Threefold Palace's people in the gambling city had been spread through the mouths of the gamblers. The prestige of the Threefold Palace in the cultivation world had begun to collapse. 3 of the 8 gates had been destroyed. All kinds of negative news kept spreading. At this moment, the cultivators didn't know who to believe. The Threefold Palace that was shrouded in a divine white light emitted a chilling aura at this moment. "Palace emissary is dead." Bai Jie's tone was calm, but it contained a monstrous anger. The soul race people that were prostrating at his feet trembled and didn't dare to speak loudly. Incapable of accomplishing anything, a bunch of trash. Bai Jie sat on the high throne and coldly looked at the people below. The palace guard with the severed arm was prostrating on the ground and trembling. He was supposed to save the palace emissary, but he didn't expect that not only did he not complete his mission, he also almost lost his life. His arm could no longer grow back, even if he had more soul power. It was useless because it was cut off by Cheng Yang, who was at the darching stage. The vitality of the wound had been completely destroyed by Cheng Yang, and his strength had been greatly damaged. "Master, the cultivation world has begun to have doubts about the Threefold Palace and the 8 gates. All of this is Mu Yu's doing. Please let me personally go and capture Mu Yu." A mighty and tall figure stood out. This person was like a war god. The aura on his body was much stronger than the palace emissary. Anyone who saw such a person would feel reverence. However, with Bai Jie sitting there, even this war god had to lower his head. Bai Jie coldly laughed. "Capturing Mu Yu is a must. Not only Mu Yu, but all 5 of them must die. In the past, we needed to ensure that the cultivators lived in our faith, but now, it doesn't matter if the cultivators believe in us or not. The plan has already reached its final stage. I want to see how big of a wave Mu Yu and the others can cause." The entire Golden Palace was solemn and sacred, waiting for Bai Jie's words. Bai Jie's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the throne, making a light sound. This light sound echoed in the palace and was very clear. After a while, Bai Jie opened his mouth. "I will leave for a while. The Threefold Palace has been protected by Sword Shadow and Chen Feng for so long, and we have finally found a weakness. I will destroy the final defense. In the time that I am gone, no matter what you do, remember that a place with a lot of people is fatal to us. The palace emissary died because of his own stupidity and arrogance. Now that Mu Yu knows how to use the emotions of the cultivators to fight against us, I don't want to see any more stupid things happen." "Yes." All the kneeling soul race people replied respectfully. "The opening of the Extreme Immortal Monument cannot be delayed. Before I return, everything here will be under the command of Hun Kuei. Remember, at least one of the 9 mystic immortals of the Extreme Immortal Monument must be under our control," Bai Jie said. The war god like Hun Kuei respectfully said, "This subordinate will not disappoint Master." Another soul race person below said, "Master, why don't we just kill all the cultivators? With our current strength, it is more than enough to slaughter the entire threefold palace." Idiot. Do you think this world is so simple? If the threefold palace could be so easily slaughtered by us, then it would have ceased to exist 5,000 years ago. How can you look down on Jian Ying and Chen Feng's methods? Bai Jie coldly said. This subordinate knows his mistake. The soul race person who made the suggestion trembled on the ground and did not dare to say anything else. In short, all of you remember, before I completely break through Jian Ying and Chen Feng's defenses, you can't go and slaughter the cities. Otherwise, all of your previous efforts will be wasted. Their lives will be taken by us sooner or later. There is no need to rush. However, Hun Kuei, you should know what to do next. Hun Kuei said, "This subordinate understands." Bai Jie stood up and took a step into the void. A sacred white light flashed and he disappeared from the palace. The threefold palace's landscape was very unique. Overlooking the earth from the sky, it was very pleasing to the eyes. Currently, the Array faction was one of the safest places in the cultivation world. As the sect master, Zhuge Xiaoxing, and village chief Old Bu had been discussing how to deal with the current situation. The threefold palace seems to have disappeared. Now, even Yumen has stopped invading the major cities. This is really strange. Zhuge Xiaoxing looked at the map in the Array Palace and analyzed the information gathered from the other cities. He was a bit confused. Village chief Old Bu stroked his beard and pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I think the threefold palace is preparing to carry out some plans. They must have had a special purpose when they had human fight with the human race. Now that they have achieved their goal, they don't need to rely on war to create soul power." What do you mean? What other purpose does the threefold palace have? Zhuge Xiaoxing asked. Village chief Old Bu shook his head, "I don't know for now, but I feel that the real war is about to begin." Then the chaos in the cultivation world is just a cover for the threefold palace? Zhuge Xiaoxing was shocked. Village chief Old Bu nodded with a serious expression. Now that human has disappeared, the cultivation world has temporarily returned to peace. However, I think this is just the calm before the storm. The threefold palace values the 9 Xian immortals. I think they don't necessarily need to control all 9 Xian immortals. They only need to control 1 or 2. The situation isn't optimistic. If I'm not wrong, the top 5 on the extreme immortal ranking are at least Great Ascension Stage. Zhuge Xiaoxing was shocked. Great Ascension Stage? Doesn't that mean we have no chance at all? Right now, Mu Yu was only at 6th Sky of Tribulation Passing Stage. Even if Mu Yu was at 9th Sky of Tribulation Passing Stage, he had no chance of winning against a Great Ascension Stage cultivator. If village chief Old Bu's guess was right, the threefold palace only needed to control 1 Xian immortal spot. The situation is like this right now. The 9 Xian immortals can work together to control the heavenly Hung power, but if one of them doesn't work together, then they won't be able to control the heavenly Hung power. The heavenly Hung power is the strongest power in the threefold palace. The only threat to the threefold palace's plan should be the heavenly Hung power. Therefore, they only need to control 1 Xian immortal spot and make the heavenly Hung power useless. What we need to consider now is what the threefold palace's real plan is. Village chief Old Bu said. Village chief Old Bu faintly felt uneasy. He was guessing the threefold palace's intentions based on their actions. This was a tactical game. Village chief Old Bu never underestimated his opponents. But at least Mu Yu told us how to deal with the threefold palace's soul power. Right now, we've spread this news to all the cities. If those self-cultivators are smart, they'll know that unity is the best weapon against the threefold palace. Village chief Old Bu said. Chapter 1069. Inside the Array sect, there were mountains of all sizes. The terrain was very complicated. 2 exquisite huts stood on the hillside, surrounded by simple facilities. A graceful figure sat on a rock on the hillside, staring at the river at the foot of the mountain in a daze. Qingmai, are you thinking about him again? The Chingsong Taoist walked over and sat beside his daughter. Father. Ching Mai looked lost. The Chingsong Taoist sighed slightly. Chengyang had left for a long time. In order not to be a burden to Chengyang, Ching Mai had been working hard on her cultivation. However, when she was not cultivating, she would always stare at a certain place in a daze. Her mind was filled with that man's figure. Chengyang has a special ability. He should be fine. The Chingsong Taoist comforted her. In fact, from the beginning, the Chingsong Taoist knew that they were trying to climb up the social ladder with Chengyang. Chengyang was a dragon among men. When they were at the Moyun mountain range, he had been hiding his strength. When Chengyang was rumored to be Spirit Lord Jin Yumeng, the Chingsong Taoist finally understood how terrifying his son-in-law's identity was. The Chingsong Taoist had always been worried about his daughter. After all, they were not on the same level as Chengyang. In front of Chengyang, their cultivation was not worth mentioning. Father, does he not want me anymore? Ching Mai lowered her head and asked while biting her lips. The Chingsong Taoist sighed secretly. If Chengyang abandoned Ching Mai, he could not blame Chengyang. His son-in-law was too powerful. The Chingsong Taoist did not dare to speak loudly in front of his son-in-law. Father doesn't know. His world is different from ours. But no matter what, Father will protect you well. The Chingsong Taoist did not dare to promise his daughter anything. Perhaps it was a mistake to agree to this marriage from the beginning. At that time, although he knew that Chengyang was a young man with great potential, the Chingsong Taoist never thought that Chengyan's potential was so great that he could stand at the top of the cultivation world and be an enemy of the entire cultivation world. The higher a person stood, the further they could see, and their thoughts would change accordingly. If Chengyang had a change of heart, there was nothing the Chingsong Taoist could do, because the father and daughter had no ability to change it. He told me that he would treat me well for the rest of his life, but he chose to leave quietly and hasn't returned in all these years. I don't know what I've done wrong. I've tried my best to catch up with him. If he doesn't want me, I only hope that he can make things clear. But he didn't say anything. Ching Mai's tears had already rolled down and dripped onto the stone, blooming into tears. The Chingsong Taoist put his arm around his daughter's shoulder and said, although I'm not his opponent, if Chengyang is a heartless man, I'll ask him for an explanation even if I have to risk my life. In the past, the Chingsong Taoist gave up everything for his daughter and compromised with Luo Shong. His daughter was irreplaceable in his heart. Father, I want to be alone for a while, Ching Mai said. Okay, then father will go back first. The Chingsong Taoist touched Ching Mai's shoulder and stood up. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Ching Mai, father-in-law, Chengyang said softly. Ching Mai's body shook violently. She raised her head in disbelief and saw the man who had been in her dreams. She was stunned. She had imagined countless times in her mind the scene of her meeting with Chengyang. She wanted to throw herself into his arms, hug him tightly, and never let go. She wanted to tell him how much she worried about him. She had too many things she wanted to tell this young man in front of her. She had missed him day and night. Now, they could finally meet. But the moment they met, Ching Mai suddenly shrank back. She felt a trace of panic in her heart. What if he was no longer the same man? What if he had a change of heart? Could she bear all of this? Ching Mai suddenly turned around and left. She had been thinking about that person all this time, but she didn't dare to think about whether the person she loved had changed. She would rather keep a trace of hope than hear those words that would break her heart. Just like that time in the Moyun Mountains, Chengyang had gritted his teeth and said those irresponsible words to her for her master. Ching Mai was afraid to hear it a second time. Ching Mai, wait, Chengyang shouted urgently. But the Chingsong Taoist at the side suddenly had courage from who knew where. He walked forward and grabbed Chengyan's collar. In a low voice, he said, Chengyang, I'm warning you. If you don't like my daughter, you'd better make things clear. Don't let my daughter wash her face with tears all day. I know our status is low and we can't reach your level, but don't play with Ching Mai's feelings. Chengyang was grabbed by the Chingsong Taoist's collar, but he didn't resist. Even though he could take the Chingsong Taoist's life with just a thought, he lowered his attitude and said apologetically, Father-in-law, The promise I made back then will never change. It's just that there are many things I have to do. I beg you to let me see Chiang Mai. Is that so? You've already abandoned my daughter once. How can I trust you again? The Chingsong Taoist said angrily. I won't abandon her again because she's my wife. She's a part of my Luo Chen mountain. I won't abandon any family, Cheng Yang said seriously. Back then, Cheng Yang had chosen to leave Chiang Mai because of the misunderstanding caused by Luo Shong. Cheng Yang had left Chiang Mai for his master's sake. At that time, their relationship was very inexperienced. They had just met and didn't make any promises of eternal love. They only had a simple good impression of each other. Although Cheng Yang was very sad about breaking up without a promise, he felt that he had done the right thing. He had broken up decisively so that he wouldn't drag down his master or delay Chiang Mai's future. But now, Cheng Yang had already married Chiang Mai. He wouldn't do anything irresponsible. Chiang Mai was already his family. He had been fighting to protect his family all these years. He wanted to turn back his junior brothers who had gone astray. He wanted to find his master. He wanted to reunite his family. Abandoning his family was the last thing he would do. You only remember now that you're Chiang Mai's husband. Then why haven't you come back to see her for so many years? You have your own things to do, but does my daughter have to worry about you all the time? The Chingsong Taoist said angrily. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not a good husband. But I won't do anything to let Chiang Mai down. I'll only love her in my life. I promise. Cheng Yang clenched his fists. The Chingsong Taoist's chest heaved up and down because of anger. Although he was only an out-of-body cultivator, as a father, he didn't want to see his daughter sad. If Chiang Mai didn't want to see Cheng Yang, he would stand on his daughter's side. Senior Chingsong, my senior brother values his family very much. Chiang Mai is already a part of our Luo Chen sect. I promise that he won't let Chiang Mai down. Mu Yu walked over from the end of the path with complicated feelings. Mu Yu. The Chingsong Taoist gradually calmed down when he saw Mu Yu. He slowly let go of Cheng Yan's collar and said, Mu Yu, I won't say anything because of you. But I don't care what he thinks. Everything will be decided by Chiang Mai. If Chiang Mai wants to see him, I won't stop her. But for now, it's best if he doesn't go see my daughter. The Chingsong Taoist took one last look at Cheng Yang before leaving the mountain and heading back to his room. Thank you. Cheng Yang forced out a smile. Senior brother, do we have to talk about this? Mu Yu walked to a large rock on the mountain and sat down. Chiang Mai sat on top of the mountain and stared blankly into the distance. She was happy that Cheng Yang had returned, but she didn't have the courage to face him. She clearly wanted to hug that young man tightly, but she was afraid that she would never be able to. Her heart was filled with contradictions. Big sister Chiang Mai, can I sit down? Tien Ran walked over and asked. Chiang Mai raised her head and saw Tien Ran. She wiped her tears and nodded. Big sister Chiang Mai, can I hug you? Xiao Shuai turned back into a little beast and happily jumped around. Chiang Mai stretched out her hand and hugged Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai had always been liked by girls. This was his innate ability. When they were in the 50-mile garden in the south, Xiao Shuai rubbed himself against the bosom of all the girls in the falling dust sect. Big sister Chiang Mai's bosom is so warm. Xiao Shuai said. Chiang Mai stretched out her finger and stroked Xiao Shuai. Tien Ran stretched out her hand and flicked Xiao Shuai's head and said, You say this to everyone you meet. In the entire falling dust sect, you're the only one who's half-hearted. Xiao Shuai pouted his mouth and said, Nonsense, isn't there still Mu Yu? Tien Ran snorted, The two of you have been together for a long time. You're both the same. Chiang Mai smiled. Big sister Chiang Mai, actually Cheng Yang is a very responsible senior brother. He has always had you in his heart. It's just that he has to take on his own responsibilities and busy himself with some things. Tien Ran said seriously. Chiang Mai shook her head, He took on the responsibilities of the falling dust sect, but not me. Tien Ran thought for a moment and said, You know my identity, right? I mean, other than the people of the red dust sect. Chiang Mai nodded, He told me before that you are the daughter of a true god. Tien Ran put her elbows on her knees and rested her chin on her hands and said, Do you know how Chengyang got his name? Qing Mai shook her head. My father gave it to him. He said that he hoped that he would be able to keep his promise. Among us siblings, he was the first to follow my father. Maybe he was influenced by my father, but his way of doing things is very similar to my father. Tian Ran said. Qing Mai listened in silence. Ever since she found out about Feng Haochen's true identity, she felt sincere respect for this old man. It's hard to explain things like responsibility. Just like my father, he's never been a very responsible person. Did you know? I stayed in Falling Dust Mountain for a year and didn't reunite with my father. I think he doesn't even know that I'm his daughter. To be honest, as a father, he's quite irresponsible. Tian Ran curled her lips, but then smiled. Chapter 1070. True God, He's very great. Qing Mai said softly. Tian Ran tilted her head and said, other people think he's great, but from the bottom of my heart, I don't like his greatness. However, my mother said that my father has more responsibilities than we can imagine. Not only is he a husband, but he's also the hope of humanity. Chengyang also has a lot of responsibilities. He's a husband, a senior apprentice brother, and a disciple. He's like my father, willing to take responsibility. However, at least he can come back to find you. I don't even know where my father is right now. My mother also hasn't met my father, and I haven't truly acknowledged my father. Tian Ran's tone was a bit gloomy. She had always been a very pure girl, so her thoughts were very straightforward. Sorry, I didn't know you had such a past. Qing Mai said. It's fine. In any case, if you like someone, you'll like some of their characteristics. A responsible person like senior apprentice brother Chengyang wouldn't be half-hearted. He's not like Mu Yu, a womanizer. Tian Ran snorted. Big sister Tian Ran, I'll tell Mu Yu that you said he's a womanizer. Xiao Shuai giggled. Go tell him. I didn't say anything wrong. The one who should be guilty is him. Who told him to go find another girl behind my back? Tian Ran rudely rubbed Xiao Shuai's head. You forgave him? Qing Mai asked curiously. What else can I do? I heard Xiao Shuai secretly tell me that Mu Yu almost went crazy to save me. It's a pity that I didn't get to see him anxious. It would have been very fun. I like to see him anxious for me. Tian Ran giggled. That girl is Qiao Shui, right? Qing Mai had seen Qiao Shui once. Back in the 50-li garden in the south, Qiao Shui had met everyone in order to set up the 9 heavens sealing demon formation. However, Tian Ran wasn't there at that time. Tian Ran nodded, but forget it, Mu Yu likes Qiao Shui mostly because of the gomang in his body and the mysterious underworld in Qiao Shui's body. I knew that Mu Yu must have paid a huge price to save me. It was very likely that he had made some kind of deal with gomang, and it might have been related to his life. He thinks that I don't know anything, but I'm not that stupid. Tian Ran had always been clear about this. When she chose to sacrifice herself to open up a path for Mu Yu to escape, it was because she had caused Mu Yu to fall into this predicament. She had grown up in the Red Dust sect, so she had a simple personality. However, she knew the rules of the cultivation world. She would not believe that someone who burned his own life force would not be able to recover without paying a price. However, she did not ask further because she knew that even if she asked, Mu Yu would definitely not tell her. Then you? Qing Mai asked hesitantly. I can't help it. Who told me to like that stupid guy? I definitely have to think of a way to stop him from doing something stupid. At the very least, Spirit Lord Jin Yuming in Chengyan's body, Rushu, doesn't like any other Spirit Lord Jin Yuming, so it won't affect Chengyang. With senior brother Chengyan's personality, he won't let you down. And I still have a love rival. Tian Ran said helplessly. Qing Mai's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Actually, you should have noticed that everyone in the Falling Dust sect values their family very much. The 4 of them have different opinions and walk different paths, but they have always avoided hurting each other. They are all thinking of ways to save my father. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan even destroyed the Red Dust sect, which I grew up in, to avenge me and Mu Yu. Although I don't really like what they did, I can't blame them. Luo Shong left because he couldn't control the power of Hua Yuming in his body and accidentally injured senior sister Ling Er. He chose to leave so that the same thing wouldn't happen again. As the eldest senior brother, Cheng Yang is very responsible and won't be half-hearted. You don't have to worry about that. Tian Ran smiled. I'm also very responsible. I also value my family very much. I like you guys the most. Love you guys. Xiao Shuai said happily. I know. You're the best. Tian Ran smiled and hugged Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai shamelessly rubbed himself against her. Qing Mai was silent for a long time before nodding. I understand. Thank you, Tian Ran. No need to thank me. We're all family. I'll go call senior brother Cheng Yang over. Xiao Shuai, come with me. Don't be a third party. Tian Ran stood up and ran down the mountain with Xiao Shuai in her arms. No, I want to watch the show. Xiao Shuai shouted in dissatisfaction. What are you looking at? I'll give you something good to eat. Tian Ran hugged Xiao Shuai tightly. Really? Then I want to eat roast goose. Xiao Shuai shouted happily. Soon, Cheng Yang appeared at the top of the mountain in a hurry. His expression was a little guilty, but the way he looked at Qing Mai didn't change. He only had eyes for Qing Mai. Qing Mai, you didn't do anything to let me down, right? Qing Mai asked. Cheng Yang shook his head. I will never do anything to let you down. Qing Mai stood in place and looked at the person she thought about day and night. Finally, she revealed a smile that she hadn't seen in a long time. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Shuai moved to Mu Yu's side and said with a naughty smile, Mu Yu, just now Big Sister Tian Ran said you were a happy big radish. Looks like Big Sister Tian Ran has a problem with you. Mu Yu moved to Tian Ran's side and asked, Xiao Shuai just said I was a happy big radish. What does that mean? Will I make you very happy? Tian Ran thought for a moment. Xiao Shuai is hungry. He likes to eat big radishes the most. Eating big radishes makes him happy. Mu Yu said in surprise, Xiao Shuai, I didn't know you changed your taste. You don't like to eat big radishes. Xiao Shuai rubbed his head and muttered, strange, didn't Tian Ran say that Mu Yu was a happy big radish? Why does it seem like something is wrong? I thought that Mu Yu would be ashamed when he heard about happy big radish. Shouldn't Mu Yu be ashamed? Half-hearted happy big radish, did you say something wrong? Let's go, we won't disturb them. Let's go find Grandpa Village Chief. Mu Yu pulled Tian Ran and flew to the array hall. Master Lu had already arranged a residence for Boyang Daoren and Jiyu Etian. The array hall was extremely large, so it was not a problem for these people to live in it. Shimen Wuji and WN did not come to the array hall. The evil sects had suffered a great loss this time, and the gambling city was no longer safe. They needed to find a new place to settle down the evil sects. After Cheng Yang explained the matter clearly, he also came to the array hall. Mu Yu and Cheng Yang came back this time for the silhouette being. Mu Yu, you mean you want to go to the silhouette being? Zhuge Xiaosheng frowned. The silhouette being was not a good organization. It could be said that this organization was everywhere, just like the Sanchong Palace. However, the silhouette being only took money to do business and would not take the initiative to intervene in anything. Master Lu said next to them, why are you two looking for the people of the silhouette being? Cheng Yang said casually, Shadow Killer Dongji was killed by me. What? The faces of Zhuge Xiaosheng and Master Lu changed drastically. Each of the 24 shadow killers of the silhouette being represented the god of death. The targets they took on were all doomed to die. The shadow killers on the Supreme Immortal list were not so bad, but if they were not on the Supreme Immortal list, it meant that they had terrifying strength and were very difficult to kill. After a long time, Master Lu came back to his senses and said with a wry smile, you two are really powerful. Mu Yu killed Shadow Killer Qing Ming, and you killed Shadow Killer Dongji. I don't know what to say. Mu Yu said, Master Lu, when I killed Shadow Killer Qing Ming, he was only at the spirit severing stage, but Shadow Killer Dongji was at the crossing tribulation stage, and my senior brother has already stepped into the Mahayana stage. Zhuge Xiaosheng and Master Lu looked at each other in dismay, their hearts already shocked to the extreme. Cheng Yang had actually stepped into the Mahayana stage? They looked at Cheng Yang with even more solemn eyes. They thought that Mu Yu was already heaven-defying enough, but they didn't expect that Mu Yu's senior brother was not even human. Zhuge Xiaosheng said with some awe, "Lord Cheng Yang, Sect Master Zhuge is too polite. Just call me Cheng Yang. I also want to thank Sect Master Zhuge for taking care of my wife, father-in-law, and elder Zun these past few days." Cheng Yang said gently. Zhuge Xiaosheng cupped his hands and said, "It's my pleasure. We will not neglect anyone from the falling dust sect." After a pause, Zhuge Xiaosheng continued, "You killed Shadow Killer Dongji, so why are you looking for the silhouette being?" Mr. Old Bu said that the silhouette being must have a powerful Mahayana stage cultivator. We are now facing the third palace. If there is one more enemy, I'm afraid. Cheng Yang said, "Don't worry. The silhouette being and the shadowless clan of Chishure City will not interfere in the war of the third heavens. When I killed Shadow Killer Dongji, I learned one thing from his memory. The ancestors of the shadowless clan and the shadowless clan were not from the third heavens, but came for a secret of the third heavens. They have been looking for a place called the Perfect River and Mountain for thousands of years." Zhuge Xiaosheng said in confusion, "The Perfect River and Mountain? I've never heard of such a place in the third heavens." Cheng Yang nodded. "I've never heard of it either, or this place is very secretive. The Shadowless Clan and the Shadowless Clan have been looking for it for so long but still haven't found it. This place is like a pass that restricts the alien race in the third heavens. As long as there is no accident at this pass, even the White Realm can't completely control and kill all the cultivators in the third heavens." Zhuge Xiaosheng and village chief Old Bu looked at each other. They knew nothing about all this. Even Mu Yu only knew about it from Cheng Yang. The White Realm has never dared to kill people openly in the cultivation world because the powerful power of the Perfect River and Mountain restricts him. "It's a trick set up by my master," Cheng Yang explained. "So you are looking for the silhouette being. Does it mean that the silhouette being already knows the whereabouts of the Perfect River and Mountain?" Village chief Old Bu asked. The current situation was quite complicated. On the surface, the White Realm controlled the cultivation world, but behind the scenes, he was still so restrained. "So this was the reason." Cheng Yang nodded. "I broke into a stronghold of the silhouette being last time, but I don't know where the silhouette being's nest is, so I need you to inquire about the silhouette being. The more detailed, the better." Zhuge Xiaosheng said solemnly, "Don't worry, we will try our best to complete this matter." Mu Yu looked at Cheng Yang and said, "Do you insist on doing this by yourself?" Cheng Yang couldn't stay in the Array faction. He still had a lot of things to do. Looking for Luo Shong and Xiong Nan was his next plan. Cheng Yang smiled and said, "I have already stepped into the Grand Ascension stage. I know what to do. You know how to contact me next time. Don't worry. The most important thing for you now is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Next time when you face a Grand Ascension stage cultivator, it won't be so difficult." Cheng Yang didn't want Mu Yu to follow him because if Mu Yu didn't kill Gomang, he couldn't reach the Grand Ascension stage. He could only rely on himself. Then be careful. Chapter 1071. Mu Yu sat cross-legged in the middle of the Array Hall. Chaos yin and yang revolved around him, flowing and multiplying endlessly. The falling dust cultivation method was constantly practicing in his heart. In his eyes, there was only the shadow sword left. It was powerful and mysterious, demonstrating the sword momentum of the heavenly sword 9 guides. In the past 10 days, he had cultivated with the help of the spiritual power of life and death chi. His cultivation had been promoted to the 7th heaven of the crossing tribulation realm. However, if he continued to rely on devouring spiritual power to improve his cultivation, the effect would be minimal. If he wanted to improve again, he had to devour masters of the crossing tribulation realm who were stronger than him. Those who were weaker than him could no longer improve him. At that time, he had refined a lot of spiritual power at the gate of hell. Mu Yu also gave all of it to Tian Ran and Zhuge Xiaosheng. The improvement of their strength was very important to Mu Yu. As for the remaining spiritual power of the combination realm, He gave it to Master Lu, who often went out to inquire about the situation. With the help of Mu Yu, Master Lu was now at the sixth heaven of the combination realm. As a powerful array master, a sixth heaven of the combination realm could be regarded as a top master in the cultivation world. However, if he encountered a crossing tribulation realm master, he would still be helpless. When Master Lu was in the array sect, he had always taken good care of Mu Yu, so Mu Yu also took special care of Master Lu. He didn't want anything to happen to him. As for Jiangyu, he knew what he had to do. His cultivation method was mainly to sacrifice corpses. He would often leave the array sect to kill the remnants of the Gate of Hell and Stargate and bring their corpses back to cultivate. Jiyu Etian walked the path of body cultivation, so there was no need for him to use spiritual power. His family also began to cultivate with the help of Mu Yu. Now, the improvement of everyone's strength was very important. Xiao Shuai often played happily with the chaotic yin and yang when Mu Yu was cultivating. He would not disturb Mu Yu. When Mu Yu practiced the falling dust cultivation method, he could be as calm as water. Sometimes, Xiao Shuai's casual words would make Mu Yu have a deeper understanding of the Sword Dao. Now that you have reached the seventh heaven of the crossing tribulation realm, even if your talent is high, it is impossible to reach the Darching stage through meditation after 15 days. You should find another way. Xiao Shuai jumped on Mu Yu's shoulder and said with a smile. You're right. Mu Yu agreed with Xiao Shuai's words. Although he was a genius who had no barriers in cultivation, even a genius needed time. As long as he was given a few more months, he would definitely be able to reach the ninth heaven of the crossing tribulation realm. As for whether he could reach the Darching stage, it was hard to say. But with his ninth heaven of the crossing tribulation realm cultivation, he would definitely be able to fight against a palace envoy. Unfortunately, time was always tight for him. He had only stepped into the cultivation world for 10 years, and in 10 years, he had surpassed many people and reached a height that many people could not reach in their lifetime. He was already a terrifying genius, but for the powerful third heaven, this was far from enough, because they would not give Mu Yu enough time to grow. Let's go. Mu Yu, let's go play with Big Black and Big White. Xiao Shuai suggested. Big Black and Big White. Mu Yu pondered for a moment. Last time, Shimen Wuji and WN told him how to control the power of the primal yin and yang, so he gradually understood how powerful the primal yin and yang was. He also knew how to display the full power of the primal yin and yang. Big Black and Big White were Deadwood Daddy's primal yin and yang. When the two types of primal yin and yang were combined, the power produced was very powerful. Back then, in the opening cauldron of the Dan Cauldron sect, Mu Yu relied on the special effect of the two types of primal yin and yang to increase his speed. This time, if he went to the Dan Cauldron sect again, he would definitely be able to use Shimen Wuji and WN Wan's experience to make the primal yin and yang produce a more beneficial cultivation effect. Okay, let's go to the Dan Cauldron sect and see what the Dan Cauldron sect has become. Mu Yu stood up and made a decision. He left the array hall and wanted to call Tianran together. However, Tianran had also been cultivating with all her might. Because she knew that her father was still alive, she cultivated very hard. She wanted to increase her cultivation as soon as possible so that she could resist the third layer palace and save her father. Mu Yu didn't disturb Tianran. After informing Zhuge Xiaoxing and village chief Old Bu that he was going to the Dan Cauldron sect, he left the array sect. Because he was in a hurry, Mu Yu didn't stop midway and went straight to the Dan Cauldron sect. Even if Xiao Shuai shamelessly begged to go to the city to buy food, he was rejected by Mu Yu. Mu Yu, you've changed. You weren't like this before, Xiao Shuai angrily said. Then what kind of person was I before? Mu Yu casually asked. You used to eat anything delicious with me. Now that you've changed your mind, I'm very sad. Xiao Shuai on Mu Yu's shoulder pulled Mu Yu's ear. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you just ask village chief grandpa to make 2 big roast geese before you came out? Mu Yu snappily said. That was already half an hour ago. I've already digested it. Xiao Shuai said pitifully while rubbing his stomach. Endure it. Do you have the heart to let me starve? I have the heart. Wow, my heart is broken. Along the way, Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai chatted casually. Finally, they happened to pass by a city. Mu Yu reluctantly agreed to go to the city. The streets of the city were bustling with pedestrians, but many of the pedestrians seemed to be in danger. Now that the prestige of the 8 gates had collapsed like the Sanchong Palace, the Stargate of the Red Dust Sect and the Gate of Hell had been destroyed one after another, the people of the other 5 sects had no deterrent force. Not to mention, the Sanchong Palace's despicable act of wanting to destroy the gambling city was spreading in the cultivation world. Many people began to realize that the Sanchong Palace was planning some kind of conspiracy and the 8 gates were accomplices. They were unwilling to listen to their orders. There's someone selling Tang Hulu over there. Wow, I'm so happy. Xiao Shuai, who had transformed into his human form, skipped over to an old man selling Tang Hulu. The old man selling Tang Hulu was a mortal. He was shouting with all his might. When he saw the lively and cute Xiao Shuai, he was also happy. He smiled and said, "Little kid, do you want to buy Tang Hulu?" Yes. Xiao Shuai excitedly scanned the Tang Hulu straw rack. It was densely packed with countless Tang Hulu sticks. There were at least 70 to 80 sticks. "Little kid, how many sticks do you want to buy?" The old man asked with a smile. "How many sticks?" Xiao Shuai tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he stretched out a finger. "Okay, 1 stick is 3 copper coins." The old man plucked a stick of Tang Hulu and handed it to Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai shook his head. I want to buy your Tang Hulu tree." "Buy a Tang Hulu tree?" The old man was stunned. This was the first time he had heard someone describe a Tang Hulu straw rack as a tree. "It means I want to buy all of it." Xiao Shuai's saliva was already dripping from the side of his mouth. When the old man heard that he wanted to buy all of it, he looked at Mu Yu and understood that he had met a rich man. He was so happy that his wrinkles relaxed. He hurriedly said, "Buy all of it. If you buy all of it, you have to. Let me count how many Tang Hulu sticks I made today." "Wait a moment." Mu Yu helplessly handed over 100 spirit stones to the old man selling Tang Hulu. The old man was flattered and hurriedly said, "Sir, there's no need for so many spirit stones. 1 spirit stone is enough to buy all of my Tang Hulu sticks. Also, I have to look for you." "Oh my God, I can't afford to look for you." The old man rummaged through his pockets in distress. There were only pieces of silver and copper coins in his pockets. Those were the currency of mortals. When mortals collected spirit stones, they could go to the bank and exchange them for silver. Spirit stones were useless to them. 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for a lot of silver. Mu Yu looked at the dark-faced old man and said, "You can have it all. Change the rest of the money into silver and find a safe place to hide." Now that Mu Yu was the leader of the Formation Talisman sect, there was no need to be stingy. He thought of the turmoil in the cultivation world. In fact, the ones who were injured were the mortals who had no cultivation. He didn't care much about the lives of cultivators. He just felt that mortals shouldn't be killed at will. Really? The old man was overjoyed. Looking at the pile of white spirit stones in front of him, he was also very excited. After getting Mu Yu's affirmation, he hurriedly picked up a bag and put the spirit stones in it. He said happily, "That's great. After deducting half of the tax, there's enough left." "Deducting half of the tax? So much? Who do you have to pay the tax to?" Mu Yu asked in surprise. The old man looked around vigilantly. After making sure that no one saw him, he explained, "We mortals can go to the bank to exchange spirit stones. Originally, 1 spirit stone was worth 100 silver. But recently, the 5 sects have started to unite and formed the 5 Mountains Alliance. I heard that they are going to set new rules for the cultivation world. Now, anyone who disobeys them will be killed. Even mortals like us who are lucky enough to get spirit stones from you have to hand over half of it." "The 8 sects are going to set new rules?" Mu Yu asked calmly. "Are they going to use force to control the cultivation world? How would mortals like us know about these things? Anyway, Yuman is doing whatever he wants." We can only obey and don't dare to ask. Now that you've given me 100 spirit stones, I have to go to the extreme immortal pavilion to exchange them. The old man was quite open-minded. As a mortal, he was as insignificant as an ant in front of human and cultivators. He accepted his fate. After the old man finished speaking, he dragged the bag of spirit stones to the extreme immortal pavilion not far away. The Sanchong Palace is finally not going to use human to beat around the bush. They're going to use force. What is he going to do this time? Is he going to rely on the Five Mountains Alliance to build a Sanchong Empire? Is Bai Jie going to be the emperor? Xiao Shuai walked on the street proudly. He was hugging a candied fruit tree in his right hand and a stick of candied fruit in his left hand. Mu Yu said indifferently, "I'm just afraid that his empire won't be stable." They continued to walk forward. Then, they saw the old man who was selling candied fruit being stopped at the entrance of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion by an arrogant young man in yellow from the Jindan period. The old man looked a little distressed. He took 5 copper coins from the young man in yellow and started to walk back. "What's wrong, old man?" Mu Yu asked the old man who was selling candied fruit. "Sir, it's you." The old man sighed and said, "The Immortal Master just said that the Five Mountains Alliance's rules have been set. Mortals can only exchange 100 spirit stones for 5 copper coins." Chapter 1072. In the past, if a mortal could obtain a single spirit stone, they would be able to exchange it for a lot of silver taels. They would be able to survive for at least half a year without a problem. But now, Mu Yu had given the old man 100 spirit stones, and only exchanged them for 5 copper coins. The Five Mountain Alliance is too much. How dare they rob so blatantly? Xiao Shuai said with righteous indignation. "Sigh, there's nothing we can do. We don't dare to talk back to an immortal master." The old man took the copper coin and shook his head. He wanted to leave, but Mu Yu said, "Old man, don't go yet. Wait here." Mu Yu quickly walked towards the yellow-robed young man standing at the entrance of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. At this time, the yellow-robed young man was smugly putting the 100 spirit stones he had robbed from the candid hawthorn old man into his own pocket. "You mortals, what's the point of having spirit stones? It's already good enough to exchange them for a copper coin." The young man in yellow was called Zhongba. He was the guard of the pavilion and was responsible for the exchange of money between mortals and immortal masters. Mortals were not allowed to enter the pavilion. They were in a shop next to the pavilion that specialized in exchanging spirit stones. Originally, the person in charge of exchanging money in each city was a mortal. This was a hard rule. Moreover, this person had to be personally appointed by the city lord. This was because only mortals would treat the matter of immortal masters seriously and would not embezzle spirit stones. However, now that 3 of the 8 sects had been destroyed, the remaining sects began to form the Five Mountains Alliance. They planned to reshuffle the cards in the cultivation world. Therefore, the city lords of the cities had to listen to the commands of the Five Mountains Alliance. Many rules had to be rewritten in order to firmly control the cultivation world. Zhongba was the grandson of a tribulation-passing stage elder of the Xianling sect. His talent was not good, but he had a good grandfather. Therefore, he forcibly took over this position. During this period of time, he had secretly earned countless spirit stones by exploiting mortals. There was no need to mention how proud he was. "Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, you're right. Mortals are just animals to us. Giving them a copper coin is already lenient." A thin and shrewd man next to him said with a flattering expression. "You're right. Why do I feel that your words are so pleasing to the ears? Haha. Don't worry, when I have the chance in the future, I will talk to my grandfather and let you enter the inner sect from our Xianling sect's outer sect." Zhongba smiled proudly. The Xianling sect's disciples were also divided into outer sect and inner sect. Inner sect disciples had higher status than outer sect disciples in terms of cultivation resources and cultivation techniques. Therefore, many outer sect disciples tried their best to enter the inner sect. The thin and shrewd man was called Liu Ji. He was also in the Jindan period, and his cultivation was even higher than Zhongba's. Although Zhong Bai's cultivation talent was terrible, he had a tribulation-passing stage grandpa, so Liu Ji wanted to curry favor with Zhong Bai. When Liu Ji heard that he could enter the inner sect, he was overjoyed. Overwhelmed by the favor, he knelt on the ground and said, "This lowly one thanks senior brother Zhong for his kindness. This lowly one will definitely be at senior brother Zhong's beck and call in the future. Get up. My grandfather is in the extreme immortal pavilion right now. I'll find a time to talk to him." Zhong Bai was used to people's flattery since he was young. Many people wanted to curry favor with his grandfather through him. Liu Ji could be said to be the most eloquent among the flatterers, so he was highly regarded by him. Mu Yu walked in and asked indifferently, "You just took 100 spirit stones from a mortal?" Zhong Bai frowned and impatiently scolded, "Who are you?" "I am the owner of those 100 spirit stones." Mu Yu slowly said. Zhong Bai laughed. His cultivation was low, so he couldn't see through Mu Yu's cultivation. Plus, he had a grandpa to back him up, so he wasn't afraid of anything. He coldly said, "Now that those 100 spirit stones are mine, what can you do to me?" "Exchange the spirit stones for silver," Mu Yu said. Zhong Bai acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He said with a mocking expression, "Brat, where did you come from? Do you know who I am? Even if you are a beast, it's none of my business." Mu Yu calmly said, "You dare to talk to me like that? You're courting death." Zhong Bai angrily shouted. Although his talent was very poor, his grandpa loved him very much. Usually, even the elders at the body synthesis stage would be very polite to him. Now, he was actually being looked down upon by an unknown young man. How could the proud and arrogant him tolerate this? Liu Ji saw that his opportunity to show off had come. He quickly stood up and shouted, "Brat, are you courting death? You even dare to talk back to the grandson of our Xianling sect's wolf-slayer Taoist? You better kowtow to our senior brother Zhong and admit your mistake. Otherwise, you won't have a foothold in the cultivation world in the future." Wolf-slayer Taoist was the Taoist name of Zhong Bai's grandpa. His cultivation was at the second heaven of the crossing tribulation stage. This strength was indeed considered a top almighty in the cultivation world for ordinary people. Usually, as long as Zhong Bai announced his grandpa's name, there would be many people who would be shocked. They would then start to smile at Zhong Bai. Unfortunately, not everyone would be shocked by this name. Little Shuai said in surprise, "Cockroach Taoist. Why would someone have a Taoist name as Cockroach? Does your Xianling sect also have Mouse Taoist?" Zhong Bai and Liu Ji were so angry that their faces turned red. Zhong Bai said angrily, "You dare to insult my grandpa? You're courting death." Mu Yu didn't seem to have any cultivation at all. Originally, when he came to the city, he hid his cultivation in order to not attract attention. At his level, it was very easy to hide his aura. Liu Ji and Zhong Bai mistakenly thought that Mu Yu was just a person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They immediately wanted to teach Mu Yu a lesson. "Senior brother, I'll take care of this kind of person." Without waiting for Zhong Bai to make a move, Liu Ji had already rushed towards Mu Yu. As long as he performed well in front of Zhong Bai, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the inner sect of the Xianling sect. Let me. I like to bully the strong the most." Little Shuai gnawed on the last hawthorn in his hand and then revealed an innocent smile. Then, the bamboo stick in his hand had already pierced out. Liu Ji still wanted to take down Mu Yu in one move, but he didn't expect Little Shuai's bamboo stick to pierce through his palm. A huge force sent him flying and his hands were nailed to the wall. That bamboo stick was covered with a strange spiritual power, making him unable to break free even with his Jindan period strength. You're courting death." Zhong Bai looked in shock and anger at Liu Ji, who was nailed to the wall with both hands dripping with blood. He knew in his heart that Liu Ji's cultivation was far higher than his, but he did not expect that Liu Ji would be defeated by a thin bamboo stick in just one move. "This guy, I'll kill him. I don't want to be annoyed just looking at him." Little Shuai took out another hawthorn and chewed it. Zhong Bai pretended to be fierce and shouted, "You dare to kill me? Are you courting death? You should know that my grandpa is a tribulation passing stage elder of the Xianling sect. If I lose a single strand of hair, you will be torn into pieces and my entire family will be executed. He is now in the extreme immortal pavilion next door. It's not too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy, is that so? Mu Yu's mouth curved into a strange smile. Little Shuai chewed on the hawthorn and a hawthorn seed jumped out of his mouth. With a whistling sound, it went straight for Zhong Bie's throat. The people of the 8 gates were lackeys of the Sanchong Palace. To Mu Yu and the others, death was nothing to be regretted. However, when the hawthorn seed hit Zhong Bie's body lit up with a yellow light and blocked the hawthorn seed. This guy was indeed the grandson of a tribulation passing stage elder. He had a treasure given to him by his grandpa to protect his life. No wonder he could be so arrogant and despotic. You want to kill me with just your strength. Don't you know that my grandpa is the wolf slayer Taoist? Zhong Bie sneered. Oh, you actually have some skills? Little Shuai's mouth squirmed and spat out another hawthorn seed. This time, with a bang, Zhong Bie's protective barrier directly shattered. Zhong Bie's face suddenly changed. I already said that cockroaches are meant to be killed. You might as well call your grandpa here too. Little Shuai said with a lisp. Then let's see if you have the ability. Zhong Bie had already crushed a jade pendant in his hand. In just a breath's time, the aura of a tribulation passing stage expert had already enveloped the entire shop. Then, a majestic voice rolled out like thunder. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Accompanied by the loud voice, a gloomy old man had already appeared beside Zhong Bie. He stood arrogantly with his hands behind his back and coldly sized up Mu Yu. This person was the Grand Elder of the Xianling sect, the Wolf Slayer Taoist. Grandpa. When Zhong Bie saw the Wolf Slayer Taoist, it was as if he had found his savior. He immediately straightened his back and stared at Mu Yu and Little Shuai as if he was looking at a dead person. He said arrogantly, Grandpa, it's them. They actually threatened to kill me. This is unforgivable. The Wolf Slayer Taoist touched Zhong Bie's head with pity. He doted on this grandson that he had held in his later years. Although his cultivation was not high, he had already thought of how to raise his grandson's cultivation. When he looked at Mu Yu, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Since the two of you dared to touch my grandson, I just happened to obtain a secret technique. It just so happens that I'll use the two of you as an experiment and extract your cultivation for my grandson. Grandpa, what secret technique? Zhong Bie asked in surprise. The Wolf Slayer Taoist smiled and said, This is a soul technique bestowed by the master of the third palace. As long as you cultivate according to the method and absorb the soul essence of these people, you can increase your cultivation. This way, in the future, when Grandpa is not around, you can protect yourself. Zhong Bie was extremely excited and said, Grandpa, then hurry up and kill them. I want to cultivate the secret technique of the third palace. The Wolf Slayer Taoist sneered and said, The two of you came to court death. You can't blame others. Court death? No, we're here to find trouble. Little Shuai said casually. Guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Wolf Slayer Taoist smiled contemptuously and then asked Zhong Bie, you decide how the two of them should die. Do you want to destroy their cultivation or directly cut off their limbs? As long as you want to, you can kill them however you want. The secret technique only needs their souls. Their bodies don't matter. Recently, there have been reckless people questioning the dignity of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion and the Five Mountains Alliance everywhere. We have already killed a lot of people. We need some people to make an example out of them and let everyone understand the consequences of violating the new rules that we have established today. The Wolf Slayer Taoist looked at Mu Yu coldly. The reason why he did not immediately take action was that the 8 sects and the Third Palace had lost their prestige. Many self-cultivators who came out of the gambling city no longer blindly worked for them. At this time, the remaining 5 sects of the 8 sects wanted to unite and set new rules for the cultivation world. They needed to use iron and blood to deter self-cultivators. Chapter 1073. Then chop off their limbs and hang their corpses on top of the city gate. Zhongba raised his head and looked at Mu Yu and Little Shuai mockingly. He had already sentenced Mu Yu and Little Shuai to death. I'll listen to you. Wolf-slaying Daoist nodded. Then, his figure flashed as he charged towards Mu Yu. In his eyes, killing Mu Yu and Little Shuai was a piece of cake. However, Mu Yu only looked at Wolf-slaying Daoist indifferently and stretched out a hand. Swish. Daoist Wolf-slayer's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Yu's speed had reached the limit, and his throat had been grabbed by Mu Yu in an instant. He didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. You want to kill me? Mu Yu grabbed Wolf-slaying Daoist's neck and lifted him up. You, how could you? Wolf-slaying Daoist felt as though a powerful spiritual energy had surged into his body. With his throat grabbed, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even summon his spiritual energy. His face flushed red and he almost couldn't breathe. How could this be? Zhongba was already scared silly. In his memory, his powerful and omnipotent grandfather was still discussing with him how to kill Mu Yu. However, he didn't expect that in just one exchange, his grandfather would be lifted up like a stray dog. How could this be? Zhongba couldn't wrap his head around it. His grandfather was a cultivator at the second heaven of the tribulation stage. He was one of the top cultivators in the sect. Everyone tried to curry favor with him because of his grandfather. However, that valiant grandfather couldn't even last half a move in the hands of a young man. It was unbelievable. You, who exactly are you? Wolf-slaying Daoist asked in horror. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. The divine soul wood in Mu Yu's hand flowed out. He realized that Wolf-slaying Daoist wasn't controlled by the divine soul array. This meant that Wolf-slaying Daoist had taken the initiative to obey the orders of the threefold palace. A person like you deserves to die. Although Mu Yu wanted to kill the Wolf-slaying Daoist, he still chose to use the spirit array to control him, as he needed to know the current movements of the Five Mountains Alliance. Greetings, Master. Daoist Wolf-slayer knelt respectfully before Mu Yu. Grandpa, you. Zhongba was stunned when he saw his godlike backer kneel down. He staggered 2 steps and sat on the ground. Who was the one who wanted to die just now? Little Shuai looked at Zhongba with interest. Zhongba's face was as white as a sheet of paper. His arrogance was gone, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. He was so scared that his pants were wet. Mu Yu didn't care about Zhongba. Instead, he asked Wolf-slaying Daoist, tell me about the situation of your 5 sects and what plans the people of the threefold palace have. Wolf-slaying Daoist replied, we, the Five Mountains Alliance, are under the orders of the threefold palace to reorganize the order of the entire cultivation world. We will use force to make everyone in the cultivation world obedient and prevent any rumors that are unfavorable to the threefold palace from spreading. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Mu Yu said coldly, the war between human and the cultivators can't continue. Are you planning to be shameless? Nowadays, the threefold palace's notoriety had spread far and wide, and the reputation of the 8 gates had also plummeted. Because the 8 gates had lost 3 of their sects, and one of them was related to the Yumeng Devil clan, the self-cultivators all understood how powerful the Yumeng Devil clan was, and were unwilling to be used by the threefold palace. Therefore, in order to protect their dark rule, the threefold palace began a violent reorganization. Although the 8 sects' vitality was greatly damaged, as long as there was a tribulation passing stage cultivator from the 8 sects, many people wouldn't be able to resist. Even if they didn't want to be used, they wouldn't dare to gossip. What is the secret technique of the threefold palace that you mentioned? Mu Yu continued to ask. Wolf-slaying Daoist took out a white stone and handed it to Mu Yu. He said, this is called a soul stone. As long as you kill someone, the soul stone will gather the soul of the person you killed into this stone. The soul stone will become stronger. If a cultivator fuses with the soul stone, they can rely on the soul stone to increase their cultivation. I am planning to help my grandson fuse the soul stone into his body. The soul stone was only half the size of a palm. It emitted a sacred white light that made people feel reverence. Why did the threefold palace make this soul stone again? Little Shuai hugged the hawthorn tree and asked in confusion. Mu Yu took the soul stone. A cold aura came from the soul stone. It was like a piece of thousand-year-old ice, making people's souls shiver involuntarily. He carefully studied the soul stone. His expression changed slightly. He said, "What a vicious method. What's wrong?" Little Shuai took the soul stone curiously. He felt it and was surprised. Little Shuai returned the soul stone to Mu Yu with some disgust. He said, "This soul stone is indeed the same as the maggots of the threefold palace that we encountered. It can turn the soul into soul power and make oneself stronger. However, the soul technique is used by the threefold palace. It is not something that cultivators can cultivate. In the beginning, the cultivation of people who fuse with the soul stone will advance by leaps and bounds. Once their cultivation reaches the body integration stage, the soul of the person who fuses with the soul stone will become a part of the soul stone and be swallowed by the soul stone. The soul stone will become even stronger. At this time, the threefold palace will recover these soul stones and the soul stone will become the source of power for the threefold palace." Mu Yu nodded. That is indeed the case. Nowadays, the cultivators would not casually start a war with human. The threefold palace's source of soul power was restricted. They did not want to reveal their true colors yet, so they created the soul stone. In order to become stronger, the cultivators who fused with the soul stone would kill people and collect souls. When the time was right, the threefold palace would kill the cultivators who fused with the soul stone and turn them into the source of soul power. The threefold palace's plan was like sowing seeds in the cultivators. They wanted the cultivators to continuously kill people to grow stronger. When the time was right, these cultivators who fused with the soul stone would be like ripe fruits that could be picked and eaten. All of this was completely unknown to the self-cultivators. If it weren't for Mu Yu and Little Shuai who had dealt with the people of the Sanchong countless times, they wouldn't have discovered the conspiracy hidden in the soul stone. "This kind of thing should be destroyed," Little Shuai said. Mu Yu asked, "Then how many people have you killed?" Wolf-slaying Daoist replied, "After I came to Eternal City, I have already killed at least 300 people who did not follow the rules of the threefold palace. After they were killed, their corpses were displayed at the city gate. They were condensed in the air using a special method and eaten by birds. Their souls have been collected in the soul stone. After I kill 500 of them, I will give them to my grandson to use." There were still some restrictions on the soul stone. Because Zhongbia's cultivation was too low, the requirements for the soul stone were higher. Wolf-slaying Daoist had put in a lot of effort for his ignorant and incompetent grandson. Unfortunately, even wolf-slaying Daoist himself did not know that once Zhongbia fused with the soul stone, Zhongbia would definitely die in the future. Mu Yu continued to ask, "What are the identities of the people who were killed?" Wolf-slaying Daoist replied, "Right now, we are specifically killing cultivators with high cultivation and reputation in the cultivation world. Most of them are people who oppose the threefold palace. There are also some sect elders who do not know what is good for them. As for those sect leaders who did not listen to us, I have also killed 23 of them. Right now, those sects are like a group of dragons without a leader and do not dare to resist anymore. Killing a sect's big shot is a great deterrent to others. Also, when those people from the Array faction were spreading rumors, they were captured by us and directly killed." Mu Yu was filled with anger. Many Array faction's Array masters were ordered to go to the cultivation world to gather information and carry out missions. Who would have thought that they would also get into trouble? He coldly said, "How many Array faction's Array masters have you killed?" "I have killed 5 Array faction's Little Luo. However, in the morning, we captured 2 Xiantian Array masters who were spying nearby. We are preparing to execute them at the city gate at noon to let the entire city know the consequences of going against the threefold palace." Wolf-slaying Daoist said. Mu Yu's expression slightly changed. There were less than 20 Xiantian Array masters in the Array faction. 2 of them were actually captured. He had been in seclusion for the past 10 days or so. Usually, when the people of the Array faction went out to gather information, it was village chief Old Bu and Zhuge Xiaosheng who were in charge. He did not ask much, But he did not expect to accidentally encounter this matter. What are the names of those two Xiantian array masters? Mu Yu asked in a deep voice. One is called Lu Dei, and the other is called Sichu Yangtian. I heard that the two of them are important figures in the array faction. Killing them will have a great deterrent effect. Mu Yu coldly said, how are they now? Wolf-slaying Daoist felt the pressure from Mu Yu's body and fell to the ground with a pale face. He said, they should have already been escorted to the city gate. Mu Yu's heart was already furious to the extreme. If he hadn't inadvertently come here, then Master Lu and Master Sichu would have died in the Yellow Springs. Mu Yu coldly glanced at Zhong Bie and said, I'm here to take back those 100 spirit stones. Crash. A large pile of white spirit stones fell to the ground. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Sir, these are all spirit stones. I beg you to spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Zhong Bie hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Mu Yu waved his hand and put away his 100 spirit stones. Then, he said, I only take my own things. You are not of much use to me. Mu Yu stared at Zhong Bie with a face full of killing intent. Then, with a thought, he allowed Wolf-slaying Daoist to regain his consciousness. The moment Wolf-slaying Daoist regained his consciousness, he immediately roared, Who are you? Mu Yu sneered and said, I let you regain your consciousness to let you understand that you will have to pay the price for killing so many of my array faction's disciples sooner or later. A gust of wind swept past. Swish. Zhong Bie was still kowtowing, but when he straightened his body, his head had already rolled on the ground and rolled in front of Wolf-slaying Daoist. Wolf-slaying Daoist looked at his grandson's head with his own eyes. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, You actually dared to kill my grandson. Not only will I kill you, if anything happens to Master Lu and Master Sichu, I guarantee that I will destroy the entire Xianling sect. Chapter 1074. The city gate was already crowded with people. Every day at noon, this place would be very crowded. Ever since the 5 sects united, almost every day, there would be famous big shots being beheaded here, frightening many self-cultivators who were unwilling to accept the situation and wanted to rebel against the threefold palace. Liao Jianshu, the head of the Yanglin temple who was at the spirit-severing stage, the head of the visualization sect who was at the combination stage, the head of the visualization sect who was at the combination stage, the head of the Tianhe Valley who was at the combination stage, most of the people who were killed were prominent figures in the cultivation world. They were famous in the cultivation world when they were young. Although they could not be compared with the younger generation now, they were still famous. The heads and elders of these sects were upright and plain-spoken. After understanding the conspiracy of the Threefold Palace and the Five Mountains Alliance, they chose to call on the cultivators to rebel against the rule of the Threefold Palace. However, they were too weak and could not withstand a single blow from the Five Mountains Alliance. They were directly captured by the wolf-slaying Taoist and killed in front of everyone in the city. The people who were going to be executed today were the 2 innate array masters of the array faction, Lu Dei and Sichu Yangtian. Under Mu Yu's guidance, Lu Dei and Sichu Yangtian had already stepped into the body integration stage. A carnate array master at the body integration stage was extremely intimidating in the entire cultivation world. The strength of an innate array master was originally more tyrannical than other cultivators. An innate array master of the combination stage could be said to be the top existence in the combination stage. Some time ago, due to the invasion of the Yumeng Devil clan, the status of array masters was comparable to that of the Danding sect's alchemists. The 19 Xiantian array masters of the array sect were famous in the cultivation world, so Lu Dei and Sichu Yangtian were naturally known by many people. However, these 2 big shots were actually captured by the Five Mountains Alliance and were going to be executed in public. This matter shocked everyone in the city. Who would dare to challenge the dignity of the Five Mountains Alliance if they dared to kill 2 innate array masters? There were transparent soul power bubbles above the city gate. These bubbles floated in the void, and each bubble contained a mutilated corpse. Some of the corpses had been decapitated, while others had been cut in half at the waist. Their deaths were extremely tragic, and also very impactful. The Five Mountains Alliance killed these self-cultivators who were unwilling to be enslaved and used special means to hang their corpses here as a warning to those who were unwilling to submit. Their corpses were protected so that they wouldn't rot, but they would be pecked by birds. Every person who was killed would have their faces combed back to how they looked when they were alive, so that everyone could see the identity of the person who was executed. Many people below the city gate were scared witless. Now, very few people dared to stand up and say no to the Five Mountains Alliance. They were afraid that they would be the next person to be publicly executed. Master Lu and Master Situ were both drenched in blood as they were tied up in the air. Their faces were haggard and their breaths were weak. There was an executioner on top of the city gate. He was the elder of the Gate of Life and Death. His name was Tai Shoshing, and he was in the first sky of the tribulation stage. He was a cruel man who liked to torture and kill self-cultivators in all kinds of ways. Then, he would refine the bodies of self-cultivators into his own magic weapons. The self-cultivators who were executed at the city gate were all killed by him, so he had a morbid pleasure in killing people. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the body integration stage was on the execution rack. A soul nail was nailed in the middle of his forehead, making him unable to move. Daoist Southern Wei, the leader of the Southern Wei sect, publicly slandered the Sanchong Palace and questioned the decision of the Five Mountains Alliance. "You have committed a capital crime. How should I kill you?" Tai Shoshing stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips. His eyes were filled with excitement. The Daoist Southern Wei had a solemn expression and a short beard. He shouted coldly, "The Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace bullied self-cultivators and killed the common people of the world. Your crimes are unforgivable. People with such vicious intentions will be punished by the heavens." "Vicious intentions? You said we are vicious? Then I want to see what your heart tastes like." Tai Shoshing slowly stretched out his fingers. His fingers were waxy yellow as if they had been soaked in corpse water for 100 years. His fingertips began to grow 2-inch-long yellow nails. The Daoist Southern Wei stared at Tai Shoshing's yellow nails with disgust. However, Tai Shoshing's fingers had already reached the Daoist Southern Wei's chest. His nails slowly pierced into the Daoist Southern Wei's chest as if the Daoist Southern Wei's body was made of paper. "You!" The Daoist Southern Wei suddenly straightened his body and revealed a pained expression. Crack! The Daoist Southern Wei's heart had already been dug out. It was still beating in Tai Shoshing's hand. The Daoist Southern Wei's eyes were wide open as a hole appeared in his chest. However, he did not die immediately. There was a corpse aura in the hole that kept him alive. "Without your heart, my corpse aura can keep you alive for another 15 minutes. Don't worry, you will see how I kill you." You should know that people who oppose the Five Mountains Alliance will not have a good ending. Tai Shoshing raised Daoist Nan Wei's heart to his mouth and swallowed it in front of everyone's eyes. All the onlookers could not help but feel a chill run down their spines as their stomachs churned. The Life and Death sect's Tai Shoshing was truly cruel. He actually ate someone's heart. The Daoist Southern Wei watched with his own eyes as his heart was swallowed by Tai Shoshing. Who would have thought that Tai Shoshing would eat someone's heart in front of so many self-cultivators like a wild beast? "You're so cruel." The Daoist Southern Wei trembled as he spoke. "This is just the appetizer." Tai Shoshing coldly glanced at the onlookers. He did this to let all the self-cultivators know what would happen to those who did not listen to the Five Mountains Alliance and the Triple Palace. Swoosh! The Daoist Southern Wei's 2 arms were forcefully torn off by Tai Shoshing, followed by his left leg and right leg. The Daoist Southern Wei gritted his teeth and groaned, but he still did not give in. He knew his fate from the beginning, but some people were unyielding and did not want to live under the rule of the dark. "Don't worry, I'll only skin your entire body. I won't damage your face. If your face is scratched, who will recognize you? Your face is going to be put on display to let everyone know who went against us and what happened to them." Tai Shoshing's fingernails began to scratch the Daoist Southern Wei's skin. No matter how unyielding the Daoist Southern Wei was, he finally let out a blood-curdling scream. The heart-wrenching scream reverberated in the sky above the city, making the onlookers feel thirsty. Fresh blood spilled from the sky and onto the ground, as well as the onlookers. Everyone was shocked when they saw the execution. As a member of the Life and Death sect, Tai Shoshing enjoyed refining corpses and killing people. However, it did not mean that every self-cultivator was as cruel as him. The entire process lasted for a quarter of an hour. During this time, Tai Shoshing ensured that the Daoist Southern Wei was still conscious and experiencing all the pain. In the end, he could not even make a sound. Remember not to go against us in your next life. Die obediently. With a wave of his hand, Tai Shoshing chopped off the Daoist Southern Wei's head with his knife-like fingernails. The soul stone in his hand also emitted a ray of light and collected the Daoist Southern Wei's soul. The Daoist Southern Wei's eyes almost popped out. After being tortured for so long, death was a relief for him. Soon, two self-cultivators rushed over and began to tidy up the Daoist Southern Wei's messy hair and clean the bloodstains on his face. In order to serve as a warning to other self-cultivators, the Five Mountains Alliance would clean up the faces of the victims. Even the wounds would be mended. Even the messy hair would be combed to maintain the appearance of the victims when they were alive. They would use their appearance to warn other self-cultivators who had rebelled against the Five Mountains Alliance and what would happen to them. It was a very powerful deterrent. The onlookers were already frightened by Tai Shoshing. This kind of scene happened every day for the past few days. Every day, people would be killed by Tai Shoshing's cruel methods. Originally, there were some people who did not want to follow the rules set by the Five Mountain Alliance. However, now that everyone understood the consequences of throwing an egg at a rock, they did not dare to speak out even if they knew the dirty scheme of the Threefold Palace. It's a pity that we still couldn't save the leader of the Southern Wei sect. Master Lu sighed slightly. Looking at the Daoist Southern Wei whose head had been chopped off and whose face was twisted in pain, his eyes dimmed. Sichu Yangtian smiled bitterly and said, "You're still feeling sorry for others. We'll soon become the next Daoist Southern Wei and become one of these corpses." Master Lu did not seem to be afraid of death at all. He smiled and said, "A real man is indomitable. Why should I be afraid of dying for the sake of righteousness? I only hate that I can't see the day our sect master destroys the Threefold Palace with my own eyes. These people who have been beheaded are all cultivators with a conscience and backbone. They are unwilling to submit to the Threefold Palace and the Five Mountain Alliance. We have nothing to be afraid of." Sichu Yangtian also smiled and said, "After fighting with you for a lifetime, I didn't expect you to say such righteous word." Master Lu glanced at Sichu Yangtian and then looked at the other people who had been beheaded. He smiled bitterly and said, "These righteous men's hair has been combed meticulously and their faces have been washed clean. Although their bodies have been pecked by birds, only their heads are intact and can be identified. After we die, I think the sect master and sect master can still recognize us by our heads and collect our corpses. This is already a blessing in disguise." Sichu Yangtian also laughed in the face of death. "It seems that the Five Mountain Alliance has inadvertently done a good thing. I really hope I can live to see the destruction of the Five Mountain Alliance and the Threefold Palace." Master Lu glanced at the pale and bewildered cultivators below and then looked at the sky. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that we didn't send the information back to the sect master. We still haven't done a good job in this matter. This information is very important to Mu Yu. If we're a step late, it's very likely that, alas, we're useless." When it came to the issue of information, Sichu Yangtian was also somewhat unwilling. "I hope Mu Yu can find out about this matter. We really didn't do our duty. We didn't complete the task that we should complete and even paid with our lives." Chapter 1075. Master Lu thought of his young and promising sect master who respected his master and Dao, and also sighed with emotion. "Mu Yu, this child has extraordinary potential. When I first saw him, I treated him as a servant. I'm ashamed to think about it. How could I have thought that he would come to this point? I really hope to see Mu Yu lead our formation sect to a new height and restore the glory of the formation glyph sect. He will avenge us." Let's wait for the people of Five Mountains Alliance to tell us the news on the road to the underworld. Tai Shoshing had just dismembered the southern Wei Daoist and swallowed his heart in front of everyone, which shocked the surrounding self-cultivators. Then who should I kill next? Tai Shoshing slowly walked over to Lu Xianxia and Sichu Yangtian with a mocking expression on his stiff face. Then, he grabbed Lu Xianxia, who was covered in wounds, and said, "I'll kill you first." Master Lu spat on Tai Shoshing and said contemptuously, "We'll meet on the road to the underworld soon." Tai Shoshing revealed his yellow teeth and laughed. "You're wrong. The King of Hell will not take in the people of the Life and Death sect because the three palaces are the underworld. We won't die." Master Lu replied disdainfully, "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Tai Shoshing looked at Lu Xian from head to toe, his withered fingers moving on Lu Xian's body as he smiled miserably and said, "It's not that easy for you to die. Let me think about how to kill you. First, I'll dig out your eyes, peel off your skin, and remove your spine. What do you think?" Master Lu spat again. Tai Shoshing's killing methods were really cruel, but he still said fearlessly, "Just kill me. If I beg for mercy, I lose. You have backbone, you have backbone. I like people like you who have a backbone. However, no one who falls into my hands won't scream. I'll keep their tongues and let them curse and scream. That sound is extremely beautiful." Tai Shoshing stretched out his long yellow fingernails and scratched Master Lu's neck, leaving a dark red mark on his neck. Master Lu's expression did not change as he looked coldly at Tai Shoshing. "I've thought about it. I like to turn people with backbone into spineless people. My Life and Death sect's killing method can only cut a wound and shatter all the bones in a person's body bit by bit. Then, I'd like to see how far you can go." Tai Shoshing suddenly reached out and dug his fingernails into Master Lu's spine. Master Lu clenched his teeth. A wave of pain spread through his entire body, but he didn't cry out. He still said contemptuously, "Someone will avenge us." "Really? Then you won't be able to see it," Tai Shoshing said darkly. "Who says he can't see?" An indifferent voice resounded over the city gate tower. This familiar voice startled Master Lu, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Tai Shoshing's expression changed. He sensed danger approaching, and he was just about to withdraw his hand when he noticed that his arm had been destroyed. "You don't deserve to die for hurting my people." Mu Yu raised his hand, and Tai Shoshing, who was originally arrogant, flew heavily to the ground, creating a huge crater. "Who is this person?" "I don't know." "Oh my God." Tai Shoshing, who is in the tribulation stage, was defeated in one move? "I never knew there was such a powerful person. Does he want to go against the Five Mountains Alliance? It's best to kill Tai Shoshing. This person from the Life and Death sect is too vicious." The moment the surrounding self-cultivators saw Mu Yu appear, they were already discussing animatedly. They were all amazed by the green-robed man in the air. They didn't expect that someone would dare to stand out and go against the Five Mountains Alliance in the face of their swift and decisive methods. However, Mu Yu had always used the 100 Faces illusion array when he traveled in the cultivation world. Only those who had his permission could see his true face through the 100 Faces illusion array. The people present did not know Mu Yu's identity. However, the two people in the air knew. Mu Yu. Master Lu weakly smiled. His worrisome sect master had actually rushed over at this time. His heart was also filled with excitement. "Master Lu, Master Sichu, I'm sorry to have made you suffer." Mu Yu saved the two of them guiltily. Xiao Shuai fixed the hawthorn tree in the air and hurriedly flew over to help them heal their injuries. "We're fine. I thought you were still in seclusion." When Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian came out this time, Mu Yu was still cultivating and was unaware of many things. Sichu Yangtian also heaved a sigh of relief. "Mu Yu, I didn't expect you to appear in this place. We just happened to pass by. Don't worry, these people will pay the corresponding price." Mu Yu's Mu Ling had condensed a powerful vitality that surrounded Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian's bodies, helping them heal their wounds quickly. Xiao Shuai chewed the hawthorn while healing them. He said incoherently, "I told you that finding food here was the right choice. You didn't believe me." Mu Yu stood up slowly. Looking at the corpses that had been cruelly killed, he was also furious. These people were not willing to live under the lies of the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace. They wanted to resist, but they were killed by Tai Shoshing. Even their corpses were not complete. It was intolerable. Tai Shoshing, right? Mu Yu grabbed the air and caught Tai Shoshing in front of him like a dead dog. Who are you? How dare you go against the Five Mountains Alliance? Tai Shoshing roared angrily. Although his cultivation was only at the first level of the tribulation stage, as a member of the Life and Death sect, his physical quality was extremely strong. However, he was still vulnerable in front of Mu Yu. Five Mountains Alliance. What's the big deal? Mu Yu waved his hand coldly. Tai Shoshing screamed. There was a big hole in his dantian. His tribulation stage cultivation was completely destroyed. How dare you? How dare you? Tai Shoshing was terrified. He had not expected Mu Yu to be so ruthless. You have killed so many people. It's time for you to pay the price. As soon as Mu Yu released his grip, Tai Shoshing crashed into the crowd like a dead dog. His voice rang out in everyone's ears. I have already crippled this man's cultivation. If any of you want to vent your anger on him, feel free to do so. The surrounding self-cultivators were shocked to see the half-dead Tai Shoshing lying on the ground. There was no fluctuation of cultivation on his body. They had not expected Tai Shoshing, who was at the tribulation stage, to be destroyed so easily. He had been enjoying the pleasure of killing people at first, but in the blink of an eye, he had become an ordinary person who could be slaughtered. This guy killed so many people using all kinds of cruel methods. It's time for him to pay the price. I really want to chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. He killed so many good people. What a bastard. No, there is still wolf-slaying Taoist here. If he pursues the matter, we are doomed. Yeah. Wolf-slaying Taoist is even more powerful than Tai Shoshing, who kills people like flies. Everyone surrounded him, but no one dared to attack him. Although Tai Shoshing had committed all kinds of evil and killed many self-cultivators, many people despised him. However, the situation was still unclear. There was still wolf-slaying Taoist, who was at the second firmament of the tribulation stage, in this city. He was not to be underestimated. If wolf-slaying Taoist found out, they would not be able to bear his anger. At that moment, someone shouted, Daoist wolf-slaying is here. The crowd immediately quieted down. Wolf-slaying Taoist was more powerful than Tai Shoshing. They could not bear his anger. Daoist wolf-slayer's figure also appeared in the void and walked to the opposite side of Mu Yu. Is wolf-slaying Taoist going to attack this young man? Wolf-slaying Taoist is the Grand Elder of Xianling sect. He is very powerful. If he attacks, I'm afraid this young man won't be able to handle it. Yeah, we'd better leave quickly. I'm afraid there is going to be a huge battle here. If they fight, wolf-slaying Taoist won't show mercy. The surrounding self-cultivators were afraid of wolf-slaying Taoist's cultivation level. Wolf-slaying Taoist's reputation was comparable to Tai Shoshing's. The people they killed were all righteous people who disobeyed the rules of Five Mountains Alliance. Wolf-slaying Taoist, kill him, tear him into pieces. How dare he challenge the dignity of Five Mountains Alliance? Tai Shoshing, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, roared furiously. His voice was extremely shrill, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Mu Yu. Wolf-slaying Taoist glanced at Tai Shoshing indifferently. Wolf-slaying Taoist is moving. Is he going to attack this person? I don't know who will win this battle. Everyone looked nervously at wolf-slaying Taoist, who was in the air. Just as everyone thought that wolf-slaying Taoist was going to attack Mu Yu, no one expected him to kneel down in front of Mu Yu. Everyone was stunned. Wolf-slaying Taoist, who was in the tribulation transcendence stage, actually knelt down. Master, wolf-slaying Taoist had already been controlled by Mu Yu's divine soul array again. He had no self-consciousness. You people from Five Mountains Alliance have killed so many self-cultivators who still had a conscience. You want to control self-cultivators by killing them? Destroy your own cultivation. Mu Yu said indifferently. Yes. Wolf-slaying Taoist immediately activated his cultivation technique. His face flushed red, and he grabbed his dantian with one hand. Wolf-slaying Taoist's body was like a kite with a broken string in the air. He fell heavily into the crowd and landed beside Tai Shosheng. He had lost his cultivation and was completely a cripple. Tai Shosheng was stunned. He had hoped that Wolf-slaying Taoist would avenge him, but he had not expected Wolf-slaying Taoist to destroy himself and end up like him. Chapter 1076. Mu Yu glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at him quietly. He removed the 100 Faces illusory formation indifferently and revealed his true appearance in front of everyone. Then, he said, the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace want to control the Sanchong Palace and make everyone follow their rules. Then, I will destroy this rule. No one in the cultivation world is qualified to monopolize a place. Everyone should have their own freedom. Mu Yu's words were sonorous and powerful. The moment he revealed his face, some sharp-eyed cultivators had already recognized him. The appearance of the true God's disciple had long been widely spread in the cultivation world. Mu Yu's reputation was even more well-known. It's actually Mu Yu, the true God's disciple. It's really him. I should have known. Who else would dare to go against the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace except for Mu Yu? Everyone was discussing intensely. Many people even looked at Mu Yu in awe. The Five Mountains Alliance had killed all the cultivators who did not agree with their rules for their own selfish reasons. They had already incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. If anyone said anything disrespectful, they would be killed. Those senior sect masters with status were even killed and displayed at the city gate. The Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace had already lost the hearts of the people. However, because the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace were extremely powerful, many people did not dare to speak out. Now that Mu Yu had appeared and killed 2 elders of the Five Mountains Alliance who were in the crossing calamity stage, everyone was satisfied and saw hope. Perhaps the true God's disciple could once again create a miracle and lead everyone to overthrow the evil rule of the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace. Indeed, the true God is our hope. Yes, we were deceived by the Sanchong Palace and the 8 gates in the past and doubted the true God. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. Now, we only hope that the true God's disciple can destroy the Sanchong Palace and the Five Mountains Alliance and return the cultivation world to its former glory. Many people looked at Mu Yu with hope. The name Mu Yu had always been a legendary name in the cultivation world. Many cultivators took delight in talking about him. Even when they were trying to kill Mu Yu's reputation was still not to be underestimated. Now that Mu Yu had appeared in this city, it undoubtedly brought hope to everyone. With a true God's disciple here, we don't have to worry about anything. Let's kill Tai Shosheng and the wolf-slaying Taoist. Yes, kill them. Many of the onlookers had seen their seniors and masters brutally killed and hung in the air, so they hated Tai Shosheng and the wolf-slaying Taoist to the core. Now that a true God's disciple was here, they immediately had the courage to take revenge. They all rushed up to kill Tai Shosheng and the wolf-slaying Taoist. Tai Shosheng and wolf-slaying Taoist had lost all their cultivation. Facing so many self-cultivators who were filled with hatred, they had no way to protect themselves. They were torn into pieces by those self-cultivators who were filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, not even a trace of them was left. Mu Ling had already appeared below them and devoured their souls, not giving them any chance of resurrection. Many people in the Five Mountains Alliance were scared out of their wits. Even Tai Shosheng and the wolf-slaying Taoist, who were in the crossing calamity stage, had been killed. What could the remaining people do? Immediately, many people could not wait to escape from this city. However, how could they escape? None of the people of the Five Mountains Alliance can escape. Mu Yu shouted coldly. Those who tried to escape were killed on the spot and their souls were wiped out. Kill the people of the Five Mountains Alliance. Master Lu had just recovered some of his vitality. He was already shouting excitedly in the air, commanding the self-cultivators to kill the people of the Five Mountains Alliance. These people of the Five Mountains Alliance were the disciples of the original 5 sects. They had formed the Five Mountains Alliance. Their clothes had the symbol of the 5 sects, which was very easy to recognize. Kill the people of the Five Mountains Alliance. Kill the people of the Five Mountains Alliance. The entire city was in an uproar. Recently, the Five Mountains Alliance had used cruel means to kill many famous self-cultivators, which aroused the anger of the people. All the self-cultivators shared the same hatred and helped Muyu to find all the people of the Five Mountains Alliance. The disciples of the Five Mountains Alliance were like a group of dragons without a leader. Those with high cultivation were killed by Muyu while those with low cultivation were killed by other self-cultivators. In less than 2 hours, there were no survivors of the Five Mountains Alliance left in the entire city. Muyu, haha, we survived a disaster. Not only did we survive, but we also seized a city. Master Lu said happily. Muyu shook his head helplessly. Master Lu, your injuries have not healed yet. Be careful. It's okay. Killing the people of the Five Mountains Alliance is the most exciting thing. My injuries don't matter. Master Lu said proudly. Yes, the killing methods of the Five Mountains Alliance are too cruel. The rules they set are also very strict. Many cultivation resources have been plundered. The self-cultivators are suffering unspeakably. Everyone has long wanted to resist, but they lack a backbone like Muyu. Sichu Yangtian also revealed a smile. Muyu's identity and talent were well known in the entire self-cultivator world. He had always been a widely discussed genius in the self-cultivator world. His 3 senior brothers' reputation was not as good as Muyu's. Many years ago, the true God protected the self-cultivator world. The Threefold Palace and the 8 Gates jointly slandered the true God. However, the true God's reputation was still not to be underestimated. Now that the conspiracy of the Threefold Palace and the 8 Gates was exposed and the true God was no longer around, the disciples of the true God naturally had incomparably strong prestige. Muyu said, "Now is not the time to completely start the war. Before I reach the great vehicle stage, I have no chance of winning against the Threefold Palace. We can only destroy some of the remaining members of the Five Mountains Alliance. Our real opponent is the Threefold Palace." Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian also understood this point. Master Lu looked at the incomplete corpses in the air and sighed. It's a pity for these people. After learning about the conspiracy of the Five Mountains Alliance, these people were loyal people who refused to surrender. I didn't expect them to end up like this. Alas, if they can survive, they will definitely be a huge force for us in the future. Muyu's mind moved. He had 7 or 8 soul stones in his hand, which were obtained from the people of the Five Mountains Alliance. The souls of these people were trapped in the soul stones. It was another method used by the Threefold Palace to collect souls. Muyu counted the corpses in the air. There were a total of 40 self-cultivators. Wolf Slayer Taoist said that he had killed hundreds of people, but there were not many people whose corpses were worthy of being shown to the public. Most of the corpses shown to the public here were the elders and heads of famous sects. They were all big shots in the self-cultivator world. Those nameless pawns did not have a deterrent effect, so the corpses were generally disposed of. He came to the front of Nan Wei Taoist. This person had just died not long ago, and he did not have time to save him. At this time, Nan Wei Taoist's resolute face was full of pain. His eyes were wide open, which made people feel pity. Life and death in the blink of an eye. Can you save him? Muyu asked in his heart. Gomang said, with your current cultivation, using my domain power will consume a lot of energy. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for 10 minutes. It's a thankless task. When Muyu was in trouble with Tian Ran, the 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling formation was broken. Gomang also escaped at that time. During this period of time, Muyu had encountered many dangers, but Gomang never let Muyu use the life and death in the blink of an eye ability. The main reason was that the life and death in the blink of an eye ability placed a huge burden on Muyu. Without Gomang's consent, Muyu could not use his full strength. The life and death in the blink of an eye domain power was based on the eyes. The left eye's light could revive a dead person, and the right eye's light could kill a person. With Mu Yu's current cultivation, others could dodge his death gaze. It was very difficult to hit them. Whether it was when destroying the gate of hell or when facing the palace envoys, the right eye's death gaze could not hit them. However, the left eye's resurrection ability did not have so many restrictions. Just tell me how many people I can resurrect, Mu Yu said. If he wanted to use this ability, he needed to get Gomang's consent. Because Mu Yu did not choose to erase Gomang's consciousness, Gomang would not refuse Mu Yu in principle. It depends on the situation. You are not familiar with my domain power at all, but it is more than enough to resurrect these people. After resurrecting them, you will probably have a weak period of an hour, Gomang said reluctantly. The domain power that could resurrect people could be called heaven-defying, but the shortcomings were also obvious. Mu Yu's cultivation base had not reached the Darching stage, so using the domain power consumed a lot of spiritual power. Mu Yu was no stranger to this, because he had used the Demon King's domain power several times. However, the spiritual power consumed by the life and death in the blink of an eye was obviously more than the domain power of several Demon Kings. I will be in a weak state for an hour, then I will rest for an hour, Mu Yu said. Lu Xianxia and Situ Yangtian had almost recovered. Their body integration stage cultivation bases were enough to protect him, so 2 hours was not a big deal. Right now, Mu Yu needed to find a safe place to resurrect these people. As Master Lu said, these people who were killed were loyal and righteous people. They were also the heads and elders of many sects, and they were quite prestigious. Since they dared to speak against the Five Mountains Alliance without fear of life and death in this situation, then if he subdued them, he would not be alone when facing the third heavenly layer in the future. Master Lu, let's go. We need to save these people. Mu Yu patted Master Lu on the shoulder. Master Lu was stunned. Save these people? He looked at the corpses around him in confusion. Apart from the heads that were intact, the rest of the corpses had been dismembered and skinned by Tai Shosheng using various cruel methods. Not a single part of the body was intact, just like the southern Wei Daoist who was killed before Master Lu and Situ Yangtian. His entire body was skinned, and even his heart was eaten by Tai Shosheng. Master Lu wondered, can they really be saved? Mu Yu, don't make fun of an old man like me. Although I also want to save them, this matter is really sensational. I have never heard of the ability to save people who have been killed, let alone these people whose heads have been separated and their bodies are covered in wounds. They had died like this. Was there any possibility of survival? Chapter 1077. The members of the Five Mountain Alliance in Eternal City were all slaughtered and everyone felt relieved. However, Mu Yu would not stay in this city for too long. His appearance was enough to let the cultivators see hope. At the very least, they understood that when the Five Mountain Alliance and the Threefold Palace were going to rule in the dark, Mu Yu, the disciple of a true god, was still resisting. That was enough. Mu Yu appeared in front of the old man who was selling hawthorns. She handed a few hundred silver taels to the old man and said, "This is the money I asked for. You should quickly find a safe place to hide. This money is enough for you to spend for a long time." The old man looked at Mu Yu in excitement. He knew about the commotion at the city gate just now. He did not expect that the young man in front of him was a true god's disciple. "Sir, you..." The old man was so excited that he could not speak. However, Mu Yu had already left with little Shuai in the blink of an eye. Master Lu and Situ Yangtian disappeared with him, as well as the 46 incomplete corpses that were hung at the city gate. They appeared in a hidden mountain forest. Master Lu told Mu Yu the information he had gathered with a serious expression. "You're saying that the people of the Threefold Palace found the place where Demon King Heavenly Qian was sealed? Are you sure?" Mu Yu asked in surprise. Demon King Heavenly Qian was one of the 9 immortals of the Threefold Heaven. Like Demon King Desert Eagle, he had not completely broken free from the seal. Demon King Azure Dragon had once said that they would find Demon King Heavenly Qian. Mu Yu originally thought that Demon King Heavenly Qian had broken free from the seal long ago. It turned out that he had not. Yes, This matter is absolutely true. We were accidentally captured by wolf-slaying Daoist because we wanted to confirm the truth of this matter, said Sichu Yangtian. Tell me the details of what happened, Muyu said to Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian as he placed the 46 corpses on the ground. Master Lu said, "We were instructed by Mr. Old Bu to come here and investigate the situation of the Five Mountains Alliance. Originally, when we left the array sect to investigate, we were always very careful. With our array formation skills, we rarely gave ourselves away. However, yesterday morning, we inadvertently learned from a body integration stage elder of the Five Mountains Alliance that the people from the Triple Palace are in this city. According to Master Lu, the people from the Threefold Palace had come here yesterday for the Heavenly Qian Demon King's seal. However, the combination stage elder did not have the right to know the exact location. He was only responsible for receiving the emissary from the Threefold Palace. Tai Shoshing and the wolf-slaying Daoist were in charge of the rest. Because you mentioned Daoist Heavenly Qian to us last time, we knew that this matter was very important to you, so we thought of a way to infiltrate the Extreme Immortal Pavilion and eavesdropped on the conversation between the people of the Third Palace and the wolf-slaying Daoist, Tai Shoshing. Unfortunately, the Threefold Palace placed great importance on this matter, so they did not reveal the exact location of Demon King Heavenly Celestial. They only asked Daoist Wolf Slaying about the terrain around the Mystic Spirit Sect, continued Master Lu. The terrain around the Mystic Spirit Sect? Could it be that the place where Demon King Heavenly Celestial is sealed is near the Mystic Spirit Sect? Asked Muyu in a deep voice. Master Lu nodded. We thought so too at the beginning. However, what I don't understand is that if the place where Demon King Heavenly Celestial is sealed is near the Mystic Spirit Sect, the people from the Threefold Palace should have gone to the Mystic Spirit Sect to ask. Why did they specifically ask Daoist Wolf Slaying Daoist? Master Lu's suspicion was not without reason. The Mystic Spirit Sect also had many tribulation stage experts. Daoist Wolf Slaying Daoist's cultivation was not considered powerful among the tribulation stage experts. If it involved the terrain around the Mystic Spirit Sect, they should have asked a more experienced expert. Daoist Wolf Slaying Daoist also suggested that we should ask the sect master of the Mystic Spirit Sect. However, the person from the Threefold Palace only said that he would consider it before leaving, said Master Lu. Consider it? That's such a sloppy answer. Muyu was still wondering if he had let Daoist Wolf Slaying Daoist die too early. However, judging from Daoist Wolf Slaying Daoist's answer, he probably did not know either. And then, where did that person from the Threefold Palace go? Little Shuai asked curiously. Master Lu said awkwardly, then we were discovered. After that person from the Threefold Palace left, Tai Shoshing suddenly discovered us. We were careless. Muyu said, Master Lu, Master Sichu, when the two of you do things in the future, don't be so reckless. Don't try to take risks. A tribulation stage expert is enough to discover you. Do you understand? Sichu Yangtian shook his head and said, the moment Master Lu heard about the news of Demon King Heavenly Qian, he had to think of a way to sneak in and inquire about it. It's because that's something you mentioned before. Master Lu thinks that this matter is very important to you. He didn't even care about his own life. He's really reckless. If it's important to Muyu, he has to find out even if he has to pay with his life. Don't you know what 9 people of eternal life mean? Besides, I already told you to leave quickly. You insisted on staying and being arrested together, retorted Master Lu. Sichu Yangtian said sarcastically, that's right. I should have let you be killed in front of everyone. I should have let you have your tendons pulled out and your bones skinned. I should have chopped off your head and used it as a stool to sit on. You'll remember this in the Yellow Springs. You've always been one-track minded. Back then, the array sect was almost destroyed in your hands. Have you forgotten? Master Lu said angrily, Sichu Yangtian, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't quarrel with me? Why do you have to bring up those old matters? Do you want to fight? Fighting at this time? Can't you be more mature? You're already so old, yet you're still acting like a rash person, said Sichu Yangtian impatiently. Bastard, who are you calling a rash person? Master Lu rolled up his sleeves angrily. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian had quarreled their entire lives. They were originally fellow disciples of the array sect. They competed and blamed each other. Although Master Lu's array skills were superb, he had always been an upright person. If there was anything he wanted to say, he would say it directly and not beat around the bush. As for Sichu Yangtian, he was more meticulous. Last time, he was the one who discovered Master Lu's abnormality and endured the pain of killing him to stop the Talisman sect's plan. But no matter what, the two of them were loyal to the array sect. Mu Yu also had a headache when he saw them quarrel. Master Lu had a straightforward personality and was straightforward. He also quarreled non-stop with the Pill Cauldron sect's master alchemist. This restless old man was not afraid of anything and would quarrel with anyone he disliked. But even if the two of them quarreled, Master Lu had inadvertently become a traitor of the array faction. When he was about to be punished according to the sect rules, it was Sichu Yangtian who helped plead for leniency. Sichu Yangtian couldn't abandon Master Lu and run away. Mu Yu said seriously, "Master Lu, nothing is more important than your life. The array sect doesn't have enough talent to begin with. If something happens to you, it will be a huge loss. How will the array sect rise to become the array talisman sect in the future?" Master Lu said indignantly, "But news of Demon King Heavenly Qian is definitely more important than my life. Demon King Heavenly Qian won't die, but you will. If Demon King Heavenly Qian really fell into the hands of a third heaven cultivator, you won't be able to stop them even if you give up your life. It's a good thing that nothing happened to you this time. If you died somewhere and your corpse couldn't be found, I wouldn't even be able to blink if I wanted to." Mu Yu said helplessly. "What blink?" Master Lu asked in confusion. Little Shuai laughed loudly. "Just blink like this." As he spoke, he even blinked his cute big eyes and demonstrated to Master Lu. Mu Yu could not help but laugh. "It's the blink of an eye between life and death, not the blink of an eye. My domain ability. I just said that I can resurrect with this ability." Master Lu said in surprise, "Domain ability? Mu Yu, you have already stepped into the Great Ascension stage? I want to. It's not that easy. That's Gomang's ability, remember? The Spirit Lord Yu Meng in my body." Mu Yu explained. Master Lu came to a realization. He knew that Spirit Lord Yu Meng was sealed in Mu Yu's body, but he did not know about Mu Yu's ability. In fact, the 5 Spirit Lord Yu Meng's domain ability was very powerful, but there were very few people in the cultivation world who knew about the 5 Spirit Lord Yu Meng's abilities. Not to mention Master Lu, even Mu Yu did not know what the other 4 Spirit Lord Yu Meng's domain ability was. But can that ability really resurrect people? Lu Xianxia asked doubtfully. The ability to resurrect people was truly terrifying. A person with such an ability would definitely have countless people fawning over them in the cultivation world. It was a pity that Mu Yu could not freely use this ability in the past. "Just watch and you'll know." Mu Yu stood up and gathered the 46 corpses together. He took a deep breath. Gomang had already used the domain ability on him. His eyes suddenly lit up with a breathtaking light. Suddenly, the entire forest was filled with a powerful oppression, causing Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian's expressions to change. This was the cultivation base of the Great Ascension stage. Both of them looked at Mu Yu in horror. At this time, Mu Yu's left eye was filled with vitality, and his right eye was filled with a lifeless black light. His 2 eyes were at 2 extremes. When he looked into Mu Yu's eyes, he actually had a feeling that his life and death was not in his control. Today, Mu Yu's ability to use life and death in the blink of an eye was much stronger than before. He had only used it twice in total. The first time was when he lost control in the Moyun mountain range, and the second time was when he saved Tian Ran. During those 2 times, Gomang had taken the initiative, and Mu Yu's cultivation base was not as high as it was now. But this time, it was different. When he used the domain ability, there was a qualitative leap. The white light in his left eye suddenly shot out, forming an endless beam of light that fell on the body of the Daoist Nan Wei in front of him. After Daoist Nan Wei's incomplete corpse was illuminated by the white light that contained endless vitality, it suddenly began to mutate. Under the illumination of the white light, the severed limbs on his body slowly combined together, and the torn wounds also began to heal. This is, Master Lu looked at the corpse of the Daoist Nan Wei in shock. The incomplete corpse of the Daoist Nan Wei was actually reassembled. Not only that, even the skin that had been peeled off grew back under the endless white light. What shocked him the most was that the heart that had been swallowed by Tai Shosheng actually began to grow back. Chapter 1078. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian were both shocked. A few breaths ago, Daoist Nan Wei's body was still in pieces, but now, except for the painful expression on his face, his body had recovered to its original state, as if the gods were helping him. What kind of ability was this? It was so powerful. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian looked at each other. As array masters, they had seen many things in the cultivation world, but they had never seen such a heaven-defying scene. It was really unbelievable. But what shocked them was that the soul stone in Mu Yu's hand suddenly shot out an illusory white shadow and directly entered Daoist Nan Wei's body, Daoist Nan Wei suddenly took a deep breath. His widened eyes began to return to normal, and his heart began to beat again. He immediately sat up and looked around in bewilderment. Then, he saw Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian, who had strange expressions on their faces. "What's wrong with me? Is this the underworld?" Daoist Nan Wei asked. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian's mouths were wide open. They never thought that Daoist Nan Wei would come back to life and speak after being killed to such an extent. However, Daoist Nan Wei's gaze was quickly attracted by Mu Yu. He saw the miserable dismembered corpses around him and couldn't help but frown. Then, he found that the endless white light in Mu Yu's left eye had moved away from him and shone on the others. 1 or 2, 3. In just a quarter of an hour, the dead bodies gradually recovered their vitality. Their broken limbs grew back and their souls returned to their bodies. Yanglin Temple's severed soul stage Master Liao Jianshu, Guanxin Sect's body integration stage Master Guanxin Sect, Tianhe Daoist, Tianhe River Valley's body integration stage Master. These famous figures in the cultivation world were now resurrected one by one. Their faces were as shocked as Daoist Nan Wei's. When they saw Mu Yu use a special ability to resurrect them, everyone's faces were full of disbelief. Resurrecting people is really difficult. Mu Yu finally resurrected the 46th person. Only then did he slowly withdraw his domain ability. The spiritual energy in his body had been exhausted. He immediately sat down cross-legged and quickly began to recover the lost spiritual energy. What the hell is going on? Everyone looked at Mu Yu in horror, waiting for Mu Yu to give an explanation. However, when Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian saw Mu Yu sitting cross-legged to rest, they immediately stood beside Mu Yu, not allowing anyone to get close. After Daoist Nan Wei confirmed that he had really revived, and since he was the first to revive, he told everyone what he had seen. "We were resurrected by him. He actually has the ability to revive others." Even though these 46 people were well known in the cultivation world and had seen many things, they were still shocked when they personally experienced this. After being captured by Tai Shosheng, they had been tortured and killed. They had thought that they were completely dead. They did not expect to see the light of day again. How could they not be shocked? "He is the disciple of the true God, Mu Yu. He saved you," Master Lu said in a deep voice. "That's right, it's Mu Yu. I was lucky enough to see him once. Mu Yu actually has the ability to resurrect people. The disciple of the true God. Did he obtain all the inheritance of the true God?" Almost everyone present had heard the name Mu Yu. Many people had also seen Mu Yu's portrait. Now that Mu Yu did not use the 100 Faces illusion array, many people immediately recognized him. Everyone was excited. Everyone here was not afraid of death. They did not want to live under the dark rule of the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace. They had chosen to resist secretly but had been captured. They were different from other cultivators. They hoped that the cultivation world could have a bright future instead of being oppressed by the Sanchong Palace and the Five Mountains Alliance. They were regarded as thorns by the Five Mountains Alliance because they were unwilling to submit. They also hoped that someone could lead them to fight against the Sanchong Palace. Mu Yu had this ability, so he was undoubtedly the best candidate. The disciple of the true God may really be able to restore order in the cultivation world. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Mu Yu slowly recovered his spiritual power. After running the dustfall cultivation method, he had recovered a lot. When he opened his eyes, he found that the 46 people in the forest were standing in front of him with solemn faces and looking at him. He's awake. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then, the 46 people uniformly knelt down in front of Mu Yu and said, "Thank you, Lord Mu Yu, for saving our lives." Mu Yu did not expect these people to have such a reaction. He looked at Master Lu in confusion. Master Lu came over and whispered, "I have just explained the situation to them. They already know that you resurrected them. Now, they are full of admiration for you. Get up." "You're welcome," Mu Yu said quickly. He disliked all kinds of secular etiquette. The people here were all famous people of the older generation. They were as sensible as the old city lord He Jinglong. They were unwilling to do anything improper. Mu Yu admired these people the most. "Thank you, Lord." The 46 people immediately stood up and looked at the Daoist Nan Wei, who had the highest cultivation, as if they had already agreed on something. The Daoist Nan Wei took a step forward and bowed, "Lord Mu Yu, your cultivation is monstrous and famous. Now that the cultivation world is ruled by the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace, the world is full of complaints. We boldly ask you to lead us to form a force that can fight against the Five Mountains Alliance and return the cultivation world to its former glory." Form a force? Mu Yu was surprised. He did not expect these people to have such an idea after being resurrected by him. Little Shuai said excitedly, "Yes, I was the one who suggested this. We can form a group to fight the Sanchong Palace." Mu Yu looked at Little Shuai, who wanted to see the world in chaos, with a headache. "Yes, Lord Mu Yu. The Sanchong Palace has deceived us for so long and treated our lives like grass. They even killed all those who did not submit to them. Their methods were cruel. This kind of Sanchong Palace does not conform to the will of the people. Lord Mu Yu, you are the disciple of a true God and have fought against the people of the Sanchong Palace. None of us are willing to be enslaved by the Sanchong Palace. As long as you say the word, we will definitely follow Lord Mu Yu and fight against the Sanchong Palace." Sky River Daoist from Sky River Valley stood up and said sincerely, "The matter of establishing a force." Mu Yu fell into deep thought. Now, the cultivation world could only rely on the people from the Array faction and the Pill Cauldron sect. However, the people from these two sects were far from enough. There were still a small number of people in the cultivation world who were not afraid of death. If these people could unite, they would be a huge force to fight against the Sanchong Palace. "Lord Mu Yu, please lead us to overthrow the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace." "Lord Mu Yu, please lead us to overthrow the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace." "Lord Mu Yu, please lead us to overthrow the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace." The 46 people thought that Mu Yu did not agree, so they knelt down again and said sincerely. They all hoped that the cultivation world could return to its former harmony and not that all the cultivation resources were controlled by the Five Mountains Alliance. Other cultivators could only be oppressed everywhere. Mu Yu waved his hand and a majestic spiritual energy poured out and helped everyone up. He turned to ask Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian, "What do you two think?" "Mu Yu, they're all waiting for a capable person to appear. You're already the supreme sect master of our formation Glyph Gate. It's not a big deal to be the leader of an alliance against the Threefold Palace. I think this is a good idea," Lu Xianxia said with a smile. Sichu Yangtian also said with certainty, "These people have a certain amount of appeal in the cultivation world. With their help, it will be more convenient for us to do things. We won't have to fight alone. There are still some people with lofty ideals in the cultivation world. Since we want to fight against the Sanchong Palace, we will be on the same side as them." "That's right. I think the sect master will also let you accept this matter. Now that you are our hope, don't disappoint these people. If you don't know how to lead them, you can let Mr. Old Bu take command." I am very much in favor of that. You don't have to do everything personally. You are a believer. The most important thing is that everyone knows what they are doing. Master Lu was very enthusiastic about this matter. Xiao Shuai interrupted again. You are the leader of the Alliance's strength and I am the leader of the Alliance's appearance. Our combination is invincible. Mu Yu smiled helplessly and then nodded. He said to the others, overthrowing the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace is indeed what I want to do next. You are all people with pride and want to live a clear life. I admire this. You are all seniors who are older than me. If we want to form a force to fight against the Five Mountains Alliance and the Sanchong Palace, I will not be alone. We will need everyone to work together. Then Lord Mu Yu, you mean? Daoist Nan Wei asked eagerly. I can lead everyone to fight against the Sanchong Palace. Mu Yu nodded. Everyone was overjoyed. Daoist Nan Wei continued to ask, then Lord Mu Yu, since the people from the 5 sects have formed the Five Mountains Alliance, we will naturally need a name to fight against them. Lord Mu Yu, what name do you think we should give? Name? I haven't really thought about this. Mu Yu had been running around the cultivation world. He and Xiao Shuai were more like vagrants. They had never thought of forming a force or a name. Let's call it Xiao Shuai Alliance. Oh no, let's call it Da Shuai Alliance. Domineering. Xiao Shuai suggested while eating hawthorn. Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shuai with a headache. Are you serious? Anyway, I think it's pretty good. Xiao Shuai spat out a hawthorn seed as if nothing had happened. He was usually the most straightforward when it came to naming things. Something like Legend of the Brave and Invincible Little Shuai Formation, which was simple, narcissistic, and crude. Mu Yu shook his head and said, I destroyed the Sanchong Palace mainly to find my master. Therefore, I think it's better to name this force Sword Shadow. With the reputation of Sword Shadow Chen Feng, it will have more appeal. Sword Shadow? Good. Master Lu agreed. Sichu Yangtian also nodded in agreement. Mu Yu said loudly, we want to restore the cultivation world that true God Sword Shadow Chen Feng once protected. The Sanchong Palace framed my master, so we will use the name Sword Shadow to declare war on the Sanchong Palace. Sword Shadow. Chapter 1079. The 2 words Sword Shadow were extremely appealing. Everyone present believed in the true God, so when Sword Shadow came out, everyone was excited. It was as if they had built a relationship with the true God, and their sense of honor was bursting. Sword Shadow. Sword Shadow. Everyone began to shout, their voices powerful and resonant. Mu Yu nodded slightly and motioned for everyone to quiet down. Then he said, all of you go back and find a way to gather those who don't want to be ruled by the threefold palace. Use your reputation to secretly form a force. Don't make it public. You are already dead. If you are discovered by the threefold palace, I'm afraid you will be hurt again, so you must be careful. Yes, leader. These 46 people were all famous leaders and elders in the cultivation world. Their rallying power could not be underestimated. With their ability, they could gather a group of like-minded self-cultivators. And these self-cultivators who were unwilling to submit to the threefold palace were the ones Mu Yu wanted to protect. Next, Mu Yu discussed the detailed contact method with them again and personally made 46 tokens with formations engraved on them. When the time was right, they would use the formations on the tokens to send orders to the formation school and wait for orders. Mu Yu's reputation was extremely high, and everyone was willing to listen to his orders. They were also convinced by Mu Yu's powerful resurrection ability. For the same goal, everyone was in high spirits. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian communicated with everyone, and everyone officially got to know the 2 innate formation masters. Mu Yu put them in charge of the 46 people. After returning to the formation school, everything would be handed over to village chief Old Bu and Zhuge Xiaosheng to make a unified decision. This was something that couldn't be helped. Mu Yu had a lot of things to do now, so he couldn't handle some things in person. However, village chief Old Bu and Zhuge Xiaosheng were in charge, so Mu Yu was very relieved. After sending off the 46 people, Master Lu's face was full of smiles as he said, Mu Yu, you're really amazing. You directly won over these 46 people. You have to know that the rallying power of these 46 people can't be underestimated. They are now counting on you to lead us out of the sea of suffering. Sichu Yangtian also nodded and said, whether it's your appeal or the appeal of a true god, it's like a ray of light in the darkness for those people. I think Mr. Old Bu and the sect leader will know how to rely on these people to develop Shadow Sword to the point that the Threefold Palace is afraid of. Mu Yu said, I'll have to trouble you two in the future. You two are their contacts. Keep in touch with them at all times. If they encounter any obstacles, find a way to solve them. Yes, this subordinate is willing to die 10,000 deaths. Sichu Yangtian said solemnly. Master Lu, on the other hand, was fearless. He smiled and said, Mu Yu, you have the ability to resurrect us. In the future, the two of us don't have to worry about anything. It doesn't matter if we are caught and cut into pieces. We just have to grit our teeth and bear with it. At worst, you can blink your eyes again and turn back. Mu Yu felt helpless about Master Lu's blind optimism. He shook his head and said, Master Lu, my life and death can happen in the blink of an eye. Everyone only has one chance, and there are many restrictions. You have to remember this. Master Lu asked in confusion, what do you mean? Little Shuai interrupted, it means that you only have 2 lives. Once you use them up, you will be truly dead. Master Lu said happily, if I have 2 lives, I'm willing to sell one if necessary. Many people don't have this opportunity yet. Mu Yu said seriously, Master Lu, you have to cherish your life. The reason why these people can be resurrected is because their souls still exist. Once the Threefold Palace detects my ability, they will definitely take away the soul after killing someone. If your soul is obtained by the people of the Threefold Palace after your death, I won't be able to resurrect you. Do you understand? Master Lu's smile suddenly froze. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I thought your resurrection domain was omnipotent. Mu Yu stood up and said majestically, Master Lu, as the sect master, I order you to follow Sichu Yangtian's advice when you go out to do things in the future. You are not allowed to take dangerous actions without permission. You have to put your own life first at all times. Do you understand? Master Lu was immediately unhappy. How could he agree to listen to Sichu Yangtian's words? He immediately said, Mu Yu, but, Sichu Yangtian shouted from the side, how dare you contradict the sect master? Master Lu realized that he had been reckless. His face turned red and he quickly said respectfully, I will obey the sect master's orders. Remember, you have to put your life first at all times. I can't just happen to save you so many times. If you die, there will be nothing left. It will also seriously damage the strength of our formation sect and destabilize the morale of our troops. Only by living well can you make up for the mistakes you made in the formation sect. What I want is a living person who can work for me, not a reckless dead man, Mu Yu said seriously. Master Lu lowered his head and was so ashamed that even his ears turned red. He quickly said, yes, sect master. Mu Yu nodded slightly and helped Master Lu up. He had no choice but to do so. Master Lu had been feeling guilty since he had almost caused the destruction of the formation sect. Although no one blamed him, he had always felt guilty, so he always wanted to do something to make up for his mistakes. At that time, Mu Yu was almost implicated by Master Lu. However, Mu Yu chose to forgive him and let him avoid being punished according to the rules of the formation sect. He also used pills to help him reach the stage of the combination realm. Master Lu felt guilty, so he was willing to do anything for Mu Yu, even if he had to pay with his life. Mu Yu had been learning formations from Master Lu. Even if he became the sect master, he still treated Master Lu as an elder. Naturally, he didn't want Master Lu to lose his life in order to make up for his crimes. Usually, he just treated the title of sect master as a decoration and didn't like others to use their identity to suppress others. However, in the case of Master Lu, he still had to show the dignity of a sect master. Master Lu stood up and asked submissively with a solemn face, Sect master, do you have any other orders? Lu Dei will do his best to complete them for you. Mu Yu patted his forehead and said, Master Lu, that's enough. We're all on the same side. Do things according to the rules. Usually, just call me Mu Yu. I'm not used to being called sect master. Master Lu laughed. He knew Mu Yu's character. As the sect master of the formation sect, he would treat himself as a junior in front of the seniors of the formation sect. He would humbly ask for advice without any airs. This was also the reason why Master Lu was willing to do anything for Mu Yu. A sect master with great talent, but was easygoing, polite, and a little childish had obtained Master Lu's approval. With such a sect master, Master Lu was willing to support him as an elder and help Mu Yu establish his own faction. This was because Mu Yu's growth, to Master Lu, who had once guided Mu Yu in formations, was like a junior he had taught who had made a name for himself. As an elder, he also felt a sense of accomplishment. Mu Yu, then should we go to the Xianling sect next and inquire about the whereabouts of the heavenly Qian Demon King? Master Lu asked. Mu Yu thought for a moment and said, no need. The two of you go back first and tell Grandpa Village Chief and Sect Master about Sword Shadow. Let them discuss further on how to proceed. I'll go to the vicinity of the Xianling sect alone. But you're alone. Master Lu hesitated. Am I not a person? Little Shuai kicked Master Lu. Master Lu quickly touched Little Shuai's head and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, little guy. It was a slip of the tongue. Sichu Yangtian glared at Master Lu. Mu Yu's cultivation base is basically unmatched under the Darching stage. We haven't even reached the tribulation stage. What can we do there? If something happens, we'll become a burden. We just have to do our own things. Mu Yu said, it's more convenient for me and Little Shuai to act together. Now that Sword Shadow has just been confirmed, the two of you go back and tell Grandpa Village Chief and Sect Master the news. Then, follow their instructions and gradually develop Sword Shadow. The conspiracy of the Sanchong Palace has been exposed. The people of the cultivation world also know the truth of the matter. At this time, those who dare to stand up are those we will save. As for those who don't dare to stand up, there's nothing we can do. Okay. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian nodded. When they left, they had already begun to quarrel again. Sichu Yangtian said somewhat proudly, remember Mu Yu's words. In the future, you have to listen to me when you do things. Don't court death again. Bastard, Mu Yu only said to listen to you when it's important. Don't expect me to listen to you when it comes to other things. Master Lu's voice was very annoyed. It was obviously not easy for him to listen to Sichu Yangtian's words. Mu Yu didn't care about the two of them. He left the woods with Little Shuai and headed in the direction of the Xianling sect. The Xianling sect wasn't too far away from the Danding sect. Mu Yu had never been to the Xianling sect before. But now that he was going to deal with the Sanchong Palace, Mu Yu knew a lot about the Xianling sect. Naturally, he knew where the Xianling sect was. The Xianling sect was a normal sect. There were many masters at the crossing calamity stage, but they were not outstanding. The highest cultivation was the sect master of the Xianling sect, Master Ling Yi, who was at the fifth heaven of the crossing calamity stage. He had a high prestige in the cultivation world, but he hadn't walked around in the cultivation world for many years. Mu Yu didn't have much interaction with the people of the Xianling sect. He only met a cultivator at the combination stage of the Xianling sect once in Dongsho City. The Xianling sect was in a mountain range surrounded by rolling mountains. It was surrounded by a large formation. It was very difficult for ordinary people to sneak in. According to Zhuge Xiaoxing's information, the Xianling sect's mountain guarding formation used to be maintained by their formation sect. But now, the mountain guarding formation had been changed and was personally designed by the people of the Sanchong Palace. Therefore, it was now impossible to enter the Xianling sect quietly. Mu Yu had already landed about 100 miles away from the Xianling sect. As soon as he entered this area, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 1080. Can you feel it? Mu Yu asked softly. Xiao Shuai nodded. There's some abnormality in the spiritual energy here. It's as if the spiritual energy was suddenly gathered by something and became very rich. Mu Yu also felt that something was wrong. Normally, it was impossible for the Xianling sect to have such rich spiritual energy. This was recorded in the information collected by the Array faction. Could it be that there's a spiritual Qi here? Mu Yu pondered. There were many spiritual Qis in the third heaven. The spiritual Qi was a place that could produce spiritual energy. When they were in the second heaven, Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai relied on the spiritual Qi in the Luo Chen mountain to return. Later, a spiritual Qi appeared in the Eight-Grass village, which attracted the covetous eyes of the demon race. Spiritual Qis were very useful for cultivation. There's a spiritual Qi. That's great. Let's take it. Xiao Shuai said excitedly. When he was still an egg, he took over a spiritual Qi and used his naked body to block the spiritual Qi every day. Mu Yu didn't come for the spiritual Qi. Instead, he was thinking about what he could do with the spiritual Qi. He remembered that when they were in the second heaven, Phantom Qing Yu used the spiritual Qi to trap the White Ape Demon King. It seemed that the heavenly Qian Demon King's seal was really here. However, after thinking about it, it didn't seem right. At that time, the spiritual Qi in the second heaven was extracting spiritual energy. However, the spiritual Qi here was obviously erupting spiritual energy. It was impossible for the seal to erupt a spiritual Qi. What happened in the Xianling sect? Did this spiritual Qi just appear? Mu Yu brought Xiao Shuai and blended into the trees, heading in the direction of the Xianling sect. Along the way, there were many disciples wearing the Xianling sect's clothes passing by. These people were in groups of 5 and had serious expressions, as if they were on guard against something. Naturally, they couldn't find Mu Yu's trace. When Mu Yu wanted to continue forward, a white soul power boundary blocked him. It seems that something did happen in the Xianling sect. Mu Yu didn't try to break through the soul power barrier. There was a threefold palaces barrier here, and it was heavily guarded. If he accidentally triggered it, it would alert the people in the threefold palace. Before the situation was clear, it was best not to alert the enemy. Let's go capture a few people and interrogate them. Little Shuai had already taken down all the hawthorns and placed them in his heaven and earth sleeve. At this moment, he was eating them one by one. Mu Yu stopped in front of a locust tree. At this time, 3 male youths and 2 female disciples came over. They were discussing something. Senior brother, what's the matter that requires so many people? What does the Lord of the Threefold Palace want us to be on guard against? They won't even let us have a good rest. A slender woman looked a little dissatisfied. One of the youths, who looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, said, "Junior Sister Yarrow, don't complain. Whatever orders the lords of the Threefold Palace have, we'll just follow them. How would we know what happened here?" Another youth with a sallow complexion said softly, "I heard from Master last night that there was a special seal near our Xianling sect. It seems to be related to the heavenly Qian Demon King. I didn't expect the heavenly Qian Demon King's seal to be here in our Xianling sect." "Sure, lower your voice. The lords of the Threefold Palace strictly forbade us to discuss the heavenly Qian Demon King's secret. We just have to do our own things and not let anyone near Mount Shennan." Another red-clothed woman glared at the youth who spoke. After this group of people walked over, Mu Yu frowned slightly. Was the heavenly Qian Demon King's seal really here? He patrolled around and had a rough understanding of the terrain around the Xianling sect that was sealed, but he didn't know what was inside. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yu still decided to think of a way to enter the Xianling sect through this layer of soul spell barrier. The soul technique enchantment barrier extended deep into the ground, encircling an area with a radius of 500 miles. Even if Mu Yu could use the trees to penetrate deep into the ground, he would not be able to easily break through. He had to find another way. Just when Mu Yu was considering whether or not to use the black and white spirit energy to melt a hole in the soul force barrier, the entire Xianling sect's boundary suddenly exploded with an earth-shattering roar. The ground began to tremble violently, and even terrifying cracks began to appear. All the Xianling sect disciples were alarmed and leaped into the air in bewilderment. All of them looked at the soul spell barrier in horror. The soul spell barrier that was suffused with a sacred white light was trembling unknowingly, as if it was heavily damaged. In the middle of the soul spell barrier, there was a huge fist imprint. It was this fist imprint that caused the roar. The fist imprint was 100 meters long. It propped up the entire soul spell barrier and deformed the soul spell barrier. Clear cracks spread out from the center of the fist imprint. Bang! The second fist imprint came crashing down. This time, it came from the other side. When the fist imprint landed, it set off a roar. A terrifying aura spread out from the cracks, causing the Xianling sect disciples to tremble in fear. That was the aura of a great ascension stage expert. What's going on? Mu Yu hid among the Xianling sect disciples and stared at the two incomparably huge fist imprints. He didn't understand what was going on. The aura of a great ascension stage expert could only make Mu Yu associate it with someone from the third palace. However, it was reasonable to say that the people from the third palace could easily enter and exit this soul spell barrier. Why would they need to use such a destructive fist imprint? However, Mu Yu's expression quickly changed because at this time, there were actually 4 great ascension stage auras coming out from the cracks of the soul spell barrier. There were 4 great ascension stage experts in this soul spell barrier. At this time, if Mu Yu blindly went in, it would be very unwise. He couldn't risk his life. Boom! The soul spell barrier trembled again. A great ascension stage fist imprint shot out from the cracks and scattered into the sky. Suddenly, a cloud above the soul spell barrier was directly blown away. Not only that, when the fist imprint shot out, it actually tore 2 out-of-body stage Xianling sect disciples who were too close to it into pieces. Quickly retreat! An elder of the Xianling sect shouted, making the patrolling disciples move away from this area. They were also bewildered and didn't understand what was going on inside the soul spell barrier. But in any case, the people from the third palace were doing something inside. They absolutely couldn't disturb them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 piercing sounds came from the sky. 2 crossing calamity stage experts appeared in the crowd. One of them was wearing a purple robe and a golden crown. He had an extraordinary temperament. He was the Xianling sect's sect master, Ling Yi. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His cultivation was at the crossing calamity stage 3rd layer. He was the Xianling sect's elder, Daoist Qiuzi. As soon as these 2 people appeared, all the Xianling sect disciples immediately bowed and saluted. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Xianling sect disciples, listen to my orders. Ling Yi shouted majestically. Disciple is here. The patrolling disciples of the Xianling sect responded. Everyone, retreat 500 miles away. Be on full alert. Without my order, don't approach this place. Ling Yi waved his hand. Yes. All the Xianling sect disciples knew that the situation in front of them was far from what they could intervene. Not to mention them, perhaps even Ling Yi and Daoist Qiuzi didn't have the ability to intervene in the situation in front of them. After waiting for everyone to retreat, Ling Yi, who was the sect master, dispersed his majestic aura. He respectfully stood beside Daoist Qiuzi and said, Master, do you have any other orders? Daoist Qiuzi faintly glanced at Ling Yi and said, That's good. We just need to wait for the third palace's master to finish his task. Yes. Ling Yi's eyes seemed a little confused. Mu Yu looked at Ling Yi in surprise. He found that Ling Yi was actually under the control of the divine soul formation, but Daoist Qiuzi, whose cultivation was lower than Ling Yi's, wasn't controlled by the divine soul formation. I'm afraid the Xianling sect's sect master didn't want to cooperate, so he was controlled. This Daoist Qiuzi should have taken the initiative to join the third palace. Little Shui said. It seems like that's the case. It seems like not everyone in the 8 sects is willing to listen to the third palace's orders. Mu Yu looked at the controlled guru Ling Yi, and some thoughts flashed through his mind. Just like how the Pill Cauldron sect refused to submit to the third layer palace's Daoist Yun Dan, and how Shi Deng Tian wanted to seize power, Guru Ling Yi, as the sect master, must have refused to cooperate with the third layer palace. At this moment, another terrifying fist wind blasted on the soul spell barrier. The fist wind blasted out from the crack. Mixed with the power of the domain, The entire space seemed to become incomparably gloomy. This fist wind went straight toward Ling Yi and Daoist Cho Zi. The fist wind with the power of the domain made Daoist Cho Zi, who was in the third heavenly layer, suddenly change his face. "Block it for me," Daoist Cho Zi shouted. The fist wind of a Darching Realm Master was far from what he could block. Ling Yi received Daoist Cho Zi's order and directly blocked in front of Daoist Cho Zi. A horsetail whisk appeared from his hand, outlining the image of the three pure Daoist in front of him. Bang! Venerable Spirit Leaf suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The fist wind in the crack was not something he could withstand with his fifth layer cultivation base. He was immediately sent flying. As for Daoist Cho Zi, because of Venerable Spirit Leaf's protection, he was unharmed. Damn, what a powerful force. Fortunately, there is a puppet to block it for me. Daoist Cho Zi just glanced at the injured Ling Yi with a sneer and turned his attention to the soul spell barrier. He didn't care about Ling Yi, who was injured by the fist wind of a Darching Realm Master. Ling Yi's aura was weak, standing in the same place, gasping for breath. His face was still very respectful, and he didn't even think about treating his injuries. "Excuse me, what happened to your Xianling sect?" Mu Yu's gentle voice sounded from behind Daoist Cho Zi. Daoist Cho Zi was shocked. He turned his head and saw Mu Yu. He shouted in anger, "Who are you? How dare you break into our Xianling sect? I'm here to ask for directions." Mu Yu said lightly. Daoist Cho Zi shouted angrily, "Ling Yi, capture this guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth for me." "Yes, Master." Ling Yi raised the horsetail whisk in his hand again and waved it at Mu Yu. The aura of a crossing Tribulation Realm Master swept out, but it was not worth mentioning in front of Mu Yu. "Just tell me the truth honestly." Chapter 1081. Daoist Cho Zi's eyes slackened, while esteemed Ling Yi was still struggling. Mu Yu pondered for a moment, then said to Daoist Cho Zi, "Let esteemed Ling Yi calm down." "Yes, Ling Yi, calm down," Daoist Cho Zi said respectfully. Esteemed Ling Yi immediately stopped struggling. Obviously, as the sect master of Xianling's sect, esteemed Ling Yi had to listen to the orders of his junior brother, Daoist Cho Zi. And when Daoist Cho Zi was controlled by Mu Yu, he could control esteemed Ling Yi through Daoist Cho Zi. This is a strange control process. Little Shuai muttered. Mu Yu also felt that this control process was very strange, but he quickly got the information he wanted from Daoist Cho Zi. Including the Wolf Slayer Daoist who was killed, there were a total of 6 crossing tribulation experts in Xianling's sect. Esteemed Ling Yi and Wang Jiyu Daoist didn't agree to help the Threefold Palace, so the two of them were controlled. As the sect master, esteemed Ling Yi was like a puppet, completely under Daoist Cho Zi's command, dealing with all matters in Xianling's sect. As early as 5 days ago, 3 great Ascension Stage experts came from the Threefold Palace and sealed off this area. Even Daoist Cho Zi and esteemed Ling Yi didn't know the reason. The spiritual energy began to become abundant only today. Among the 3 great Ascension Stage experts, one was called Hall Captain, one was called Hun Wuxiang, and the last was Hun Zhenyu. Among them, Hun Zhenyu was the strongest. Strange, Master Lu said that the people from the Threefold Palace went to Wolf Slayer Daoist yesterday to understand the situation, but the people from the Threefold Palace clearly came 5 days ago. What's going on? Little Shuai was puzzled. Mu Yu frowned and said, "I'm afraid that the people who came to find Wolf Slayer Daoist yesterday weren't from the Threefold Palace." "Then who could it be? We'll know when we see." Mu Yu had already controlled Daoist Cho Zi. Next, he only needed to erase his memory. The rest would be for Daoist Cho Zi to remain normal. Mu Yu needed Daoist Cho Zi to be a spy in the Xianling sect. After the establishment of the Shadow Sword sect, he would need more helpers. Daoist Cho Zi could control Daoist Ling Yi. He was undoubtedly an excellent chess piece. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the Soul Technique barrier, and the cracks were becoming more and more shocking. Monstrous fist winds were constantly blasting out from the cracks, and when one of them swept over, Mu Yu was suddenly startled, because he remembered the source of this terrifying attack. White ape. It's old monkey. Why is he in the spirit in the barrier? Chozes was a familiar. White. Lingyi was white s. He was. Long cho. It's Cho Yayu, white burst. When he, Yai had, and Mu Yu was Mu. Mu was he. His Mu Ling s, his, Cho Yu us Wai Yoyong, he Huala. Another punch blasted out from the soul spell enchantment. The originally precarious soul spell enchantment was suddenly torn apart. At the same time, several shadows rushed out from the fragments of the soul spell. The burly and majestic body of the White Ape Demon King appeared in everyone's field of vision like a mighty god of war. He stood in the air and became the focal point of a domain. White Ape Demon King was accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in black. His aura was very weak, and it seemed that he was only at the out-of-body stage. However, his whole body exuded an invisible aura of disdain. Even if he was not as powerful as White Ape Demon King, he had his own domineering aura. Although Mu Yu had never seen this black-clothed man before, he could vaguely guess who this fellow was. He was probably one of the 9 people of eternal life, Demon King Tian, who had just broken free from his seal. The threefold palace had indeed put in a lot of effort to capture the heavenly celestial Demon King. They had mobilized 3 great ascension stage cultivators, and Mu Yu knew one of them. It was the hall captain whose arm had been chopped off by Chengyang in the gambling city. Until now, the hall captain had yet to reattach his arm. The person from the 3rd palace who was facing the White Ape Demon King had the strongest aura. He was not inferior to the White Ape Demon King. His body was suffused with a holy white light, squeezing the entire void. The power of the domain violently shot out in all directions, as if to tear the entire sky into pieces. This person was the leader of the Threefold Palace's operation this time. His name was Hun Jiayue. Bastard from the Threefold Palace, you're pretty good. You actually dared to ambush me. The White Ape Demon King looked resentful. There was a scar on his chest, and there was a faint white light in the scar. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Haha, White Ape Demon King, I'll see how long you can last after being hit by our soul technique. Hun Jiayue sneered. The heavenly celestial Demon King said in a deep voice, White Ape, you've been hit by soul binding. You must force this soul power out of you as soon as possible. Don't worry about me, leave this place quickly. What nonsense are you spouting? If we let you fall into their hands, we'll still have to save you in the future. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. I don't believe that these 3 bastards can defy the heavens, the White Ape Demon King said with a murderous look. Haha, White Ape Demon King, if you were at your peak, we wouldn't dare to find trouble with you. But now, you're nothing in front of the 3 people outside. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings, Hun Jiayue shouted. The White Ape Demon King roared, and his body instantly grew. In just a moment, he had grown to 100 meters long. His entire body was covered with dense white hair, and he was furious. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The roar was like a muffled thunder that shook the mountains within a radius of several thousand miles. It was deafening. Many Shenling sect disciples who were not strong enough heard this roar and instantly died. The White Ape Demon King's roar was extraordinarily terrifying. Die for me. The White Ape Demon King's domain ability instantly covered his huge fist. He punched out, causing the entire sky to tremble. A sharp explosion with unparalleled power blasted towards the 3 people from the Threefold Palace. This punch seemed to have gathered the power of heaven and earth, causing the entire sky to roar violently. Hun Jiayue and the other 2 people's faces changed. They never thought that the severely injured White Ape Demon King would still be able to burst out with such a terrifying punch. No one knew how much power was contained in the White Ape Demon King's 100-meter-long body. However, all 3 of them knew that this punch was simply unstoppable and unstoppable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 silhouettes quickly scattered in all directions. They turned into white lights and dodged the fist that could destroy the heaven and earth. The fist of the white ape demon king smashed into the ground. Suddenly, the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The rumbling sound was like thunder, and the entire earth shook. Catcher! Catcher! A huge crack spread out, seemingly tearing the entire earth apart. It even destroyed the mountains in the Xianling sect's area. The white ape demon king's punch missed, but at this time, the three domain powers converged in different directions and fell towards the white ape demon king. Soul Technique Luo Yin, 4 Directions Soul Curse. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Thousand Lanterns Demonic Seal. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Sky Conquering Tyrant Roar. The three domain powers overlapped, and a white myriad soul-dissolving incantation took shape in the air. Thousands of demonic lamps occupied the entire void. Then, it was as if someone had torn open a 10,000 jong long hole in the void. Powerful and majestic soul power blasted out from the hole in the sky. The momentum was vast and unstoppable. The white ape demon king roared, but he couldn't dodge. Because he was injured, his reaction was slow. At the same time, he had to protect the weak heavenly Qian demon king who had just broken free from the seal. He was hit by the three domain powers all at once. His huge body was like a mountain that was blasted deep into the ground. The terrifying explosion resounded through the sky again, and the ground trembled again. Smoke and dust billowed endlessly. 3 great vehicle stage cultivators joined forces. If it was anyone else, they would have been blasted into nothingness under such terrifying power. However, the deep pit in the ground suddenly exploded with thousands of dust. The white ape demon king's body reappeared in front of them. After withstanding the domain powers of 3 great vehicle stage cultivators, the white ape demon king still didn't fall. Bastard! I can't believe I was beaten so badly by you 3 little maggots. The white ape demon king's eyes seemed to be burning with anger. At this time, his white fur was stained with blood and there were deep wounds on his back. It was a ghastly sight. As for heavenly Qian demon king, he was already in Han Jiue's hands. White ape demon king, you are indeed powerful. Even if we had a few more great vehicle stage cultivators at your peak, we wouldn't be able to defeat you. However, this is the end. You have been struck by the soul-binding art and are no longer our match. In order to prevent you from causing trouble for us in the future, we will extract your soul and control you. Han Jiue firmly restrained the heavenly Qian demon king as his voice was extremely cold. Despicable. The white ape demon king glared at the heavenly Qian demon king who had fallen into Han Jiue's hands. He raised his huge fist and smashed his chest. With a furious roar, he threw another punch at Han Jiue. He wanted to save the heavenly Qian demon king, however, the 3 domain abilities once again blasted out, blasting the already powerless white ape demon king away. Bam! 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 The white ape demon king's body shot through the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge ravine that was 10,000 meters long. Hall Captain, capture the white ape demon king, Han Jiue said coldly. Yes. The hall captain, who only had one arm, took a step forward and swayed in the void, grabbing at the white ape demon king. At this moment, the white ape demon king was shocked and had no room to resist. The Soul Tribe's various tricks were enough to make the hot-tempered white ape demon king succumb. Obediently surrender, the hall captain laughed maniacally. However, at this moment, a sword chi that was 10,000 meters long rose from the ground and instantly pierced through the entire sky. It was as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. The sword chi in the sky turned into a vortex that was filled with powerful sword intent. It slashed down at the hall captain. It's the sky sword. The palace guard frowned. The sword intent in the sky had come out of nowhere and was brimming with killing intent. He recognized the origin of the sword with a single glance. When he recalled how his arm had been severed by the celestial sword, his face became ferocious. You dare to cause trouble in front of me when you are at the tribulation stage? Chapter 1082. Whoosh. The grand and majestic sword chi was grabbed by the palace lieutenant and crushed. It was as though the sword chi was intangible. Just as he was about to sneer and capture the person holding the heavenly sword, his expression changed. The white ape demon king had disappeared, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Damn it! The palace lieutenant roared angrily as he looked into the distance. There were two auras fleeing into the distance. The two of you, chase after them. The tribulation stage heavenly sword must be Mu Yu. Han Jiayue roared as he looked coldly at the captured demon king Heavenly Qian. The mission would be completed as long as they captured demon king Heavenly Qian. After all, the white ape demon king was a second firmament immortal. It would not be a problem even if he escaped. However, if the white ape demon king was with Mu Yu, the other two would have to capture Mu Yu. A stream of light flashed through the air at an extremely fast speed. Brat, let go of me. Heavenly Qian is still in their hands. The white ape demon king said angrily. Shut up, old hairy monkey. You won't even say anything if you lose yourself in this state. You can't save him. Mu Yu roared impatiently. Earlier, when the soul spell barrier was broken, he had Daoist Chou Ziyi and Master Ling Yi take cover while he retreated without making a sound. What a joke. One great ascension stage guy was hard enough, let alone three. He did not have the ability to force his way out and compete with them. If the one being attacked was not the white ape demon king, he would not even bother to take the lead and let him fend for himself. Little bastard, are you looking down on me? The white ape demon king angrily wanted to push Mu Yu away, but the moment he moved, the wounds all over his body began to ache. The soul spell in his body made him unable to muster any strength. Mu Yu snorted. If I look up to you, you don't need me to save you. You're pissing me off. You little bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? The white ape demon king almost wanted to slap Mu Yu, but when he raised his hand, he grimaced in pain, which aggravated his wound. He realized that if he continued to slap Mu Yu, he would be even more unlucky. Finally, he put down his hand angrily. Little Shuai stood on top of the white ape demon king's head and swung his big tail to help him heal. He asked puzzledly, Big Monkey, why can't you even deal with 3 maggots of the Darching stage? I'm so disappointed. I thought you would crush a little kid to death with a single punch. It's all because of their deceit. They had anticipated that we, the Yarrow clan, would come here and set up an ambush in advance. I fell for their ploy. Damn it. Next time, I'll definitely kill a little kid with 1 punch, the white ape demon king said angrily. There was no need to doubt the formidable strength of the white ape demon king. However, the people of the third layer palace were crafty and crafty. Even a person like Xie Bulao could fall into the white domain's trap, let alone the white ape demon king. Mu Yu flashed out of the Xianling sect's territory and rushed towards the woods. If he were to run in the woods, he would be able to run faster. Now that there was a great ascension stage cultivator chasing after him, he must hurry. What's going on? You guys said that you were going to look for the whereabouts of the heavenly celestial demon king. Why are you here alone? Mu Yu asked. The white ape demon king became even more annoyed when he thought of this. The people of the third layer palace are also looking for the whereabouts of the heavenly celestial demon king. We don't know where the heavenly celestial demon king is sealed, so everyone split up to look for him. It's all your fault, you bastard. You just had to cause trouble for me. The white ape demon king scolded Mu Yu without any explanation. He complained about him in all sorts of ways. Mu Yu was baffled by the scolding. Are you retarded? You were the one who was plotted against. Why are you scolding me? If you had asked Xiong Nan to return Gerfalcon's heart earlier, I wouldn't have to wait until now to know where the heavenly celestial demon king is sealed. The white ape demon king snorted angrily. What do the two have to do with each other? Mu Yu asked, puzzled. Nonsense. Of course it has to do with each other. Gerfalcon knows where the heavenly celestial demon king is sealed. When he was with the heavenly celestial demon king, your bastard master sealed the heavenly celestial demon king first, then sealed Gerfalcon, the white ape demon king said angrily. If you scold my master again, I'll throw you down and let those 3 maggots bite you to death. Mu Yu warned him. But then again, he didn't know about this. When Xiong Nan took Gerfalcon's heart, he only woke up once. At the time, Gerfalcon didn't say anything. Then, he went back to sleep. How do you know all this? Aren't you supposed to be guarding Gerfalcon's sealed location? Mu Yu's toes tapped on a banyan tree. The banyan tree behind them had begun to grow rapidly, covering their shadows. The white ape demon king snorted. Gerfalcon woke up. Mu Yu was shocked. Gerfalcon woke up. Doesn't that mean Xiong Nan returned the heart to you? The white ape demon king gritted his teeth. He returned my ass. Gerfalcon woke up, but he still doesn't have a heart. Ouch. Little guy, do you want to die? How can he wake up without a heart? Xiao Shui rudely pinched the white ape demon king's wound with his little claws, helping him force the soul power out of the wound. The soul power prevented the white ape demon king's wound from healing. It also made the white ape demon king feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. If it were anyone else, they would have been immobilized by this soul technique. But the white ape demon king was still able to endure it. Mu Yu said, it must be because Xiong Nan injected spirit power into Gerfalcon's heart. As long as Gerfalcon's heart has spirit power, he can wake up. He doesn't have to be there. The white ape demon king harumphed coldly. That's right. It's that annoying senior brother of yours. But at least he did something right this time. When Hai Dongqing woke up, the first thing he did was to tell me the approximate location of Demon King Heavenly Qian's seal. It took me a long time to find this place. I didn't think that someone would beat me to it. No wonder the white ape demon king had hurriedly sent Mu Yu's family to the Array sect. It was because of this. What about Sand Eagle demon king Hai Dongqing? Aren't you afraid something will happen to him? Mu Yu asked. By the time he woke up, he had already broken free from the seal. You bastard, you actually lied to me and said that the seal had been strengthened. That broken seal broke with a single touch. You're asking for a beating. The white ape demon king was furious. Mu Yu didn't say anything. In fact, he was the one who weakened the seal. He only told the white ape demon king that to ensure Gerfalcon's safety. He didn't want the white ape demon king to be hot-headed and save Gerfalcon before he woke up. If that happened, the situation would be even worse. When he laid down the runes, he needed to weaken the seal first before Hai Dongqing could wake up. Mu Yu asked, what about Gerfalcon? He went back to the demon clan. Without a heart, he will fall into a deep sleep at any time. I don't know what your senior brother is doing, but it's best that he doesn't cause any more trouble for me. Something has already happened to Tian Qian. I have to go back and get reinforcements. Ouch, little bastard, be gentle. The white ape demon king bared his teeth and shouted. His broken ribs were fixed by little Shui. Go back. I'm afraid none of you will be leaving today. Boom. A terrifying aura came from the front. The domain of the great vehicle stage poured out and swallowed the entire forest. The violent tearing force destroyed all the trees and turned the whole forest into ashes. The terrifying soul power rolled toward Mu Yu and the others. Damn it! Mu Yu shouted. Mu Ling had already transformed into a green tree barrier in front of him. Bang! 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 The trees that Mu Ling transformed into were very tough, but the spirit power of the great vehicle stage still shattered them layer by layer. Mu Yu had already flashed out with the white ape demon king and continued to escape in another direction. Damn it, I really want to pinch these maggots to death with my own hands. The white ape demon king said angrily. Pinch my ass. If you weren't so reckless, would you have fallen into their trap? Yesterday, you went to find wolf-slaying Taoist to pretend to be a person from the third palace, right? Mu Yu gritted his teeth and increased his speed to the limit. The mountains and rivers around him had only left a shadow flashing behind him. There was also a sharp explosion in the air, but even so, the speed of the great vehicle stage was still faster than him. At this time, the distance between them had gradually narrowed. So what? I'm so angry. A tiger will be bullied by insects. One day, I will get it back. The white ape demon king clenched his fists. However, Mu Yu's face sank, because in the direction he was escaping in, there was another aura of the great vehicle stage. Another great vehicle stage cultivator had caught up. Mu Yu had no time to talk nonsense with the White Ape Demon King, who had lost his combat effectiveness. His current cultivation base was only at the crossing calamity stage. It was extremely laborious to deal with a darching stage expert, let alone two darching stage experts. Therefore, he did not hesitate to turn around and run in another direction. Unfortunately, the palace captain, who was missing an arm, had summoned a wall of white soul power that was tens of thousands of feet long and covered Mu Yu. Damn it, if it was a normal attack, I would have killed him with a breath. The White Ape Demon King looked at the huge barrier contemptuously. Mu Yu couldn't help but scold, "Are you retarded? Can you not make sarcastic remarks?" The sword chi rose from the ground again, communicating with the whole sky. The sword slashed down, and the brilliant heavenly might mixed with tens of thousands of sword light. The dazzling brilliance was like the anger of the heavens. The endless sword chi instantly swallowed the soul power and made a hole. Mu Yu had already rushed out of the hole with the White Ape Demon King. At the same time, a sharp blade of light whistled from behind Mu Yu, almost brushing the back of his head. If it was a breath later, Mu Yu would have been seriously injured by this great vehicle stage domain light blade. Bang! However, Mu Yu avoided the blade of light, but did not avoid the attack of another person. A sharp white whip was thrown on Mu Yu's back, making him groan. Fortunately, his physical fitness was extremely strong now, and the other party's attack was also very hasty. Mu Yu abruptly suffered a blow, and the blood in his body was tumbling, but he still endured it. "Little bastard, are you hurt? Are you okay?" The White Ape Demon King asked with rare concern. "It's none of your business." Mu Yu's back was burning with pain, as if it was on fire. He felt that his body was almost split in half. The black and white spirit power in his body began to devour and repair his injuries. He took a breath again, and Mu Ling once again rolled out the green shade that covered the sky, blocking the soul power behind him. The power of a darching stage cultivator tore apart the verdant trees, but Mu Yu took this opportunity to pull away from the other party again. The White Ape Demon King said reluctantly, "I don't care about your life or death. If it weren't for the worry that Xiao Shui would be a widow, I would have killed you with a slap. Boy, you still have a little conscience and know how to save me. Why are you blabbering on and on about so much nonsense? Hurry up and help me find a way. Two great vehicle stage powerhouses, I will be caught up sooner or later." Mu Yu said impatiently. Boom. Chapter 1083. After the two of them were sent flying, it was fortunate that the wood spirit had transformed into a tree and caught them in time, pulling them back together. At this time, Mu Yu's injury was also very bad. The White Ape Demon King's wound that had just healed split open again. Xiao Shui also used his small claws to pull the White Ape Demon King's ears so that he would not be thrown away. Let me think. The best way is to wait for me to recover and kill these two bastards with one punch. Ah, little one, my ears are about to be torn off. The White Ape Demon King said angrily. Your whole body is bound by the other party's soul binding. It will take you an hour to get rid of this power with my help. An hour is enough for them to kill you. Xiao Shui still grabbed the White Ape Demon King's ears and did not dare to let go. Who knew what would happen next? What the hell, old hairy monkey, you always fail to do anything right. Mu Yu pulled the White Ape Demon King and dodged another white light. Now it was impossible to count on the White Ape Demon King to deal with these two people from the third palace. He could only think of another way. Although Mu Yu had powerful array techniques and swordsmanship, these cards made him almost invincible in the face of a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. But in the face of a Great Ascension stage expert with a domain ability, he was helpless. Great Ascension stage experts had a domain ability. He was very clear about what this domain meant. This time, it was not like when he was in the gambling city. At the gambling city, at least a few top crossing tribulation stage experts worked together to deal with a Great Ascension stage expert. At this time, he was carrying a crippled White Ape Demon King and facing the pursuit of two Great Ascension stage experts at the same time. It was almost a huge dilemma. Hun Wuxiang and the palace guard had already surrounded Mu Yu. You two still want to fight like cornered beasts? Han Wuxiang sneered. The two domain auras sealed off the area, and white soul power surrounded the two of them. They looked at Mu Yu with eyes full of ridicule. In their eyes, Mu Yu was just a crossing calamity stage cultivator. Now that Mu Yu didn't have the exuberant vitality of the entire city, he was already a turtle in a jar facing the two of them. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. Mu Yu felt his heart sinking. The White Ape Demon King could not be counted on, but Mu Yu still had a trump card, which was his life and death in the blink of an eye. This was the only domain ability that he could use at present, but there were too many restrictions on this domain ability. Not to mention that he needed to consume a lot of spiritual power, because he himself was not a master of the Darching stage. It was impossible to use this domain ability accurately. Unless the opposite person stood in place and stared at him, it was impossible to hit the other party. The life and death in the blink of an eye domain ability was too powerful, causing it to move very slowly. Even a master of the Darching stage could dodge it. Use the White Ape Demon King. He is a master of the Darching stage and knows how to help you use your domain ability. Gomang's voice sounded in Mu Yu's mind. Mu Yu shouted, "Old hairy monkey, do you know how to help me use my domain ability?" The White Ape Demon King was stunned and said, "What domain ability? I can't even raise my hand now, how can I use my domain ability?" "Not using your domain ability, but using my domain ability. I am not a master of the Darching stage, so I don't fully understand the rules of the domain. I can't completely control this ability alone, you need to help me." Mu Yu quickly explained. "What domain do you have?" "Oh yes, Gomang's eyes have a problem with blinking, how can he help you?" The White Ape Demon King had seen Gomang before and knew the identity of Mu Yu's body, so he immediately responded. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this?" Mu Yu felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to come and save this unreliable guy. He was not a master of the Darching stage, so he didn't know how to use his life and death ability correctly. He asked the White Ape Demon King in the blink of an eye, and this guy's mouth popped out such a sentence. The White Ape Demon King muttered a few words, and his eyes lit up. "That's right, you are not a master of the Darching stage, so you are blind when using your domain ability. When you use your domain ability, you can use it on me and use it through my domain. This should reduce the burden of using your domain ability." "Good. Cut the crap, we don't have much chance." Mu Yu held back from scolding the White Ape Demon King's evaluation of him being blind. His whole body's spiritual energy had returned to his eyes. At the same time, his left eye glowed with exuberant vitality, and his right eye flashed with a dark, inky light. The aura of his domain instantly covered the area. The White Ape Demon King put his hand on Mu Yu's back, and Mu Yu's domain ability was immediately guided to the White Ape Demon King. The powerful coercion of the domain was dispersed by the White Ape Demon King, and the spiritual energy was also extracted from the White Ape Demon King's body. This made it easier for Mu Yu to use this domain. On the opposite side, Han Wuxiang and the palace captain discovered that Mu Yu's body was also exuding the aura of the Darching stage. They were shocked, but then they sneered. "I forgot that you have Gomang in your body. What a pity, you, a man of the crossing calamity stage, want to use the domain of the Darching stage in front of us. It's simply showing off in front of an expert. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Thousand Lanterns Demonic Seal. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Heaven-Conquering Tyrant Roar." From the previous fight with Mu Yu, the Threefold Palace already knew that they could not underestimate Mu Yu. Therefore, Han Wuxiang and the palace captain directly used their domain ability, intending to end the battle quickly and not give Mu Yu any chance to resist. White soul beads surrounded the two of them. Suddenly, the soul beads exploded, forming little white soul lamps. Each soul lamp sealed a white soul, making the soul lamps look extremely strange. There were thousands of soul lamps in the air, and each soul lamp had a strong fluctuation of soul power, as if a terrifying force was about to erupt at any time. As for the palace captain who had lost an arm, his soul orb transformed into an indestructible white light that enveloped the entire void. It was as if the void had been covered with a layer of hard armor. At the same time, there were waves of whistling sounds that reverberated in the surroundings. Sound waves rolled in from all directions. Buzz! A chant came from the sky, as if countless ripples were spreading out, and a tyrannical wave swept out with white soul power, covering Mu Yu's surroundings, cutting off Mu Yu's escape route. The soul lamps gradually lit up with white light, and white souls jumped out of the soul lamps, trying to grab Mu Yu. Mu Yu calmly looked at the oncoming sound waves and soul lamps. He did not dare to be careless, because even if he could use the domain of the Great Vehicle Stage, he was still not a real Great Vehicle Stage self-cultivator, not to mention that there were 2 Great Vehicle Stage cultivators in front of him. A black beam of light shot out from Mu Yu's right eye. That black beam of light was incomparably sinister, like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. Nothing could break free from this black beam of light, let alone resist it. It caused the hearts of everyone to palpitate. The black light went straight to the floating souls, shattering the sound waves of the Fuqian Ba Yin, and broke free from the seal of the Fuqian Ba Yin, piercing a hole in the sky, and a destructive aura sputtered violently in all directions. Mu Yu's face turned pale. In order to break the seal of the 2 Great Vehicle Stage cultivators, he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Although the pressure was shared by the White Ape Demon King, it was still extremely strenuous. However, he forced himself to calm down, and the shadow sword light soared into the sky, merging into the sky, and a vortex appeared in the sky, echoing with the sword light. The sword light was biting cold, like a pool of autumn water, causing the whole sky to tremble. Whoosh! Mu Yu's black light shrouded the sword chi, and even the green sword light was turned into a black sword light. The sword light was like the death brilliance of hell, which could destroy everything in the world, causing the surrounding air to explode and boil, and everyone felt that their breathing had stopped for a beat. What the hell is this? The White Ape Demon King was also shocked to see Mu Yu's sword light. At this time, Mu Yu's shadow sword light had merged life and death, and in the blink of an eye, the sword light had changed, as if the heavenly sword had become the Grim Reaper's weapon to harvest life. Whoosh! The black sword light tore a hole in the seal of the Fuqian Ba Yin, and even destroyed dozens of soul lamps. The sword light swept towards Han Wuxiang and the palace captain, and countless cracks appeared in the sky, as if the whole void was about to collapse. How can he be so strong? Han Wuxiang and the palace captain were shocked. Originally, they looked down on Mu Yu, but now Mu Yu's black sword light was enough to pose a threat to them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Han Wuxiang and the palace captain had already retreated, dodging Mu Yu's Grim Reaper's black sword light. The black sword light poured out and slashed the ground, causing the ground to explode. When the sand and trees came into contact with Mu Yu's black sword light, their vitality was directly devoured, and even the essence of the stones was sucked away, turning into a pile of dust. After the black sword light devoured the essence of the trees and sand on the ground, it became stronger and stronger. What a powerful sword light! The heavenly sword, you can actually use the heavenly sword to wield death. Gomang could not help but exclaim. As the owner of life and death in the blink of an eye, Gomang was very familiar with his ability. In the past, when he used it, he would directly devour the essence of all things through his eyes, extracting the vitality that was swept by the black sword light. However, when Mu Yu fused death with the sword light, it reached an extremely strange level. Mu Yu shrouded the death in the blink of an eye in the sword chi, and the burden on his body became much lighter. He was also a little surprised. Originally, he only wanted to control the death in his right eye more accurately, so he wanted to integrate death into the sky sword. He wanted to see if he could use the sky sword to control the power of death in his right eye. The result was unexpected. The sky sword integrated death into the sky sword, and it gave him a feeling of ease. No wonder eldest senior brother said that the heavenly sword is what we rely on. So that's what he meant. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Back then, Chengyang had said that he did not like Rushu's domain ability and that they relied on the heavenly sword. Now, he understood why Chengyang said that. Chapter 1084. Mu Yu held the shadow clone sword in his hand. One of his eyes was black and the other was white. He fired a black sword ray toward Han Wuxiang and the palace captain. With the White Ape Demon King sharing the burden of the pressure from the Great Vehicle Stage, He could control the power of this domain for a short period of time. Boom! All of Han Wuxiang's soul lamps lit up. Countless white souls formed an indestructible shield and blocked Mu Yu's black sword ray. The black sword ray began to devour the white soul's vitality. Countless sound waves blasted toward Mu Yu from all directions. Just as Mu Yu was about to swing his sword again, his heart skipped a beat. Because he had forcefully used life and death, he had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. It was as if the spiritual energy in his body had been sucked dry. He could not use the sword again. Bang! Mu Yu was sent flying. In the end, he was still at a disadvantage. The combination of Han Wuxiang and the palace lieutenant was really powerful. Even with life and death, he could not withstand the attacks of two great vehicle stage experts. It's over. Let's go. The White Ape Demon King also noticed the changes in Mu Yu's body. Although the combination of Death and Heaven's sword was very powerful, Mu Yu still had to face the problem of not having enough cultivation. Being able to push back two great vehicle stage experts was already his limit. It was impossible for him to kill any one of them. Seeing that Han Wuxiang and the palace lieutenant's domain abilities were about to hit him, Mu Yu could only forcefully withdraw the Heaven Sword. He tapped his foot and jumped out again. At the same time, he took out a bunch of pills to recover his spiritual energy. Run north. I've already sent a signal to Luan Feng. If I'm not wrong, she should be on her way. The White Ape Demon King quickly said. You guessed. Mu Yu's spiritual energy was depleted. It was good enough that he could use Mu Ling's cover to escape with all his might. Unfortunately, he had to bring along an unreliable person with him. He had to guess. Anyway, I was the one who told her to send Hai Dongqing back. She knows where Hai Dongqing is sealed. So, she should be heading north, White Ape Demon King said. Mu Yu quickly pondered for a moment before he headed east. The barrier that Mu Ling had formed behind him had already shattered inch by inch. Han Wuxiang and the hall captain were getting closer and closer. Kid, do you have no sense of direction? The north side is over there. The White Ape Demon King cursed. You asked Luan Feng to send Hai Dongqing back. How could she get here so easily? The Danding sect is nearby. As long as we enter the Danding sect, we will be absolutely safe. Mu Yu said calmly. With Mu Yu's current crazy escape speed, as long as he persisted for half a quarter of an hour, after reaching the Pill Cauldron sect, the power of the opening cauldron would be enough to resist the pursuit of these two Darching stage masters. If he went north to look for the Luan Feng, Mu Yu wasn't sure if the Luan Feng would coincidentally come to meet them. Danding sect. The Danding sect isn't a good place. It's too much of a bastard. White Ape Demon King remembered that when he first broke free from the seal, he relied on Mu Yu's teleportation jade pendant to escape from the Danding sect. At that time, he hadn't fully recovered his strength and was besieged by a group of people. His impression of the Danding sect was very bad. Little Commander was puzzled and asked, Old Hairy Monkey, why didn't Demon King Tian Qian's cultivation reach the Darching stage after breaking free from the seal? I remember that the Sea Demon King fought with the Ghost Realm child. Shouldn't you be brave and invincible after escaping from the Danding sect? White Ape Demon King snorted and said, Of course I was brave and invincible when I escaped from the Danding sect. However, Tian Qian was the same as me. His inner core was damaged in the fight just now. He couldn't recover in time, so he couldn't exert the strength of a Darching stage master. When it rains, it pours. If that wasn't the case, even if White Ape Demon King was plotted against, Tian Qian would at least have the strength to fight against a Darching stage level 3 palace master. In front of them was a towering mountain peak that pierced straight into the clouds. However, Mu Yu directly broke through the void with White Ape Demon King. With a boom, a huge hole was created in the mountain range that was a few thousand meters in diameter. The entire mountain began to rumble. The hall captain and Han Wuxiang, who were chasing from behind, were even more straightforward. Their terrifying soul power cut through the air and instantly raised the entire mountain range to the ground. They were getting closer and closer. They had locked onto Mu Yu and White Ape Demon King's aura. It was very difficult to lose them. Old Hairy Monkey, Lend me some blood. Mu Yu calmly superimposed formation patterns in his hands quickly. The formation patterns merged into the void and the entire void shook violently as if a ripple of water had swept past. He grabbed White Ape Demon King's wound and rudely pulled out a pool of blood from White Ape Demon King's wound. At the same time, scarlet blood appeared in his hands. Stinky bastard, the little guy almost pulled my ear off, and you're still rubbing salt on my wound. Don't you know that it takes 100 days for an old man to recover from a serious injury? White Ape Demon King scolded angrily. He was very annoyed that a lot of blood had been taken. Shut up. The formation patterns in Mu Yu's hands quickly transformed. Under the effect of the formation patterns, the blood quickly condensed into the shadows of the other two White Ape Demon Kings and himself. They were exactly the same as their aura. This is the only way. Mu Yu's hand once again appeared with the poison that he had concocted from Deadwood Daddy. Since his cultivation had been promoted to the tribulation stage, he had basically rarely used poison. However, there were many poisons that were very useful, such as the flowing light that he had liked to use the most in the past. Whoosh! The flowing light was covered by the 8 trigrams formation patterns and instantly dispersed behind them. The places where they passed by were directly detonated by the powerful formation patterns. The whole world seemed to be covered by a dazzling white light, as if the sun had exploded and swallowed everything. The flowing light was a kind of blinding poison. When it exploded, it was enough to produce a powerful light and poisonous fog. The stronger the spiritual power, the more powerful the effect. However, for a cultivator with a high cultivation level, during a battle, they did not rely on their eyes to see their opponents. They locked on to their opponent's aura more. You actually dare to use such a petty trick to make a fool of yourself? The palace captain sneered. Although he could not see Mu Yu for a while, he still knew the specific location of Mu Yu and the White Ape Demon King. Normally, it was impossible for them to escape. However, just as the palace captain and Han Wuxiang were about to catch Mu Yu and the White Ape Demon King, both of them suddenly frowned at the same time. This was because, in their perception, there were 2 Mu Yu and 2 White Ape Demon Kings. Moreover, they had split into 2 and fled in different directions. What's going on? The palace captain and Han Wuxiang stopped. Because the flowing light limited their vision, they did not notice which one was the real one. However, the aura of the 2 Mu Yu and the 2 White Ape Demon Kings was very real. Split up and chase. The palace guard made a prompt decision. They would not let these 2 people escape so easily. Mu Yu did not expect the flowing light to blind the 2 great vehicle stage cultivators. That was unrealistic. However, in the shocking light emitted by the flowing light just now, he used the formation technique to seal his and the White Ape Demon King's aura and blood into an illusory array. Then, 2 of him appeared and scattered in different directions, trapping the 2 great vehicle stage cultivators. They actually split up. Kid, you look like you're asking for a beating. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Come. Hurry up and squeeze more blood from my wound. Make more and run in different directions. When the White Ape Demon King saw that it was only the one-armed palace captain, he immediately volunteered to sacrifice more blood to make an illusory array. Old hairy monkey, are you retarded? If I can make more blood, why would I only make one? The speed of the illusory array over there will soon slow down. In a moment, they will catch up. By then, we will know which one is the real one. We need to get rid of this one. Mu Yu ran for a distance again. Then, he stepped on the void with the tip of his foot. Ripples spread out, and the power of the domain covered his body again. You want to fight him head-on? The White Ape Demon King asked in surprise. Stop talking nonsense and help me. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, he will catch up with us sooner or later. Mu Yu's eyes were shrouded in black and white light. The shadow clone sword appeared again. Good fellow, I like your bad temper. The White Ape Demon King quickly helped Mu Yu to draw away the power of the domain, helping Mu Yu to better control the power of the domain. The palace captain sneered. What? You don't have the strength to run anymore? I don't need to run after killing you. The light in Mu Yu's eyes became more and more vigorous. He had gradually recovered a bit of spiritual power. At this time, he could use the power of the domain on his sky sword in the blink of an eye. Although it was difficult, he had to fight. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. Arrogant. With your little spiritual power, even if you have a strange black sword, so what? You are too naive. The palace captain sneered. White soul power rolled out again, intimidating Mu Yu. However, this time, Mu Yu's eyes did not shoot out black death aura. On the contrary, his left eye surged with white light. The white light shrouded the shadow clone sword. The shadow clone sword rose from the ground. The sword intent in the sky was shrouded by the white light, and the whole shadow clone sword seemed to become stronger. The left eye symbolized exuberant vitality. Whoosh! The sword light in the sky slashed down with endless sword chi. This time, wherever the sword chi went, everything seemed to become thriving. The leaves swept by the sword chi grew into towering trees, and the sand transformed into a huge mountain. Everything was growing crazily. The sword intent in the sky began to evolve into the purest sword. It was simple but incomparably mysterious. 9 heavenly sword guides, 9 returned to 1. The sword chi slashed down, shattering the void and arriving in the blink of an eye. The palace captain's face changed. This sword was even more strange than the sword chi from before. However, his soul bead had already exploded, and countless ripples appeared in the sky. The ripples seemed to have countless souls chanting. Sound waves quickly spread out from the ripples, and suddenly, a bottomless hole appeared in the mountain range in front of him. At this time, Mu Yu's white sky sword slashed down again. "Don't look down on me," the palace captain roared. White sound waves gathered in the sky, blocking in front of him and facing the sky sword. After the sound waves met the white sword chi, they became stronger and stronger. It was as if they were devouring Mu Yu's sword chi. Mu Yu's white sword chi also began to weaken. Haha. You are not a great ascension stage cultivator. Obediently accept your death. Chapter 1085. The White Ape Demon King exclaimed, "Kid, let go quickly. His sound waves will tear your soul into pieces." However, Mu Yu clenched his teeth and gripped the heaven sword tightly. The white light of the heaven sword gradually dimmed, but he seemed to be waiting for something. Just as the terrifying sound waves were about to engulf Mu Yu, the palace captain's smile suddenly froze. After the sound waves reached a peak, they began to crack, as if their vitality had been squandered away and they were in a miserable state. Crack, crack. The sound wave completely turned into dust, and the palace captain's domain also reached its end, and began to collapse. But at this time, Mu Yu's heavenly sword still had a bit of vitality left, and slashed the palace captain's left arm, leaving a wound. "You can actually hurt me?" The palace guard was furious. He shot out a palm and crushed the heavenly sword into pieces. At the same time, he also sent Mu Yu flying. "You're still alive," the White Ape Demon King said regretfully. Mu Yu stared at the palace captain. The shadow sword in his hand had completely lost its vitality. It no longer had the endless momentum from before. The palace captain looked at Mu Yu with hatred. He never thought that a great vehicle stage cultivator like himself would be injured by Mu Yu. Although it was only a small wound, it was enough to humiliate him. Mu Yu gasped for breath. The spiritual energy in his body had been exhausted to the extreme. At this time, another great vehicle stage aura was approaching from afar and was rapidly approaching. Han Wuxiang, who had been lured away by him, had obviously realized that he was chasing after the wrong target and was now chasing after him again. The situation was getting more and more critical. "It's done. Let's go." Mu Yu tapped the air with the tip of his foot and turned to leave without hesitation. The White Ape Demon King was stunned and said, "It's done? He only had a wound." "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing Mu Yu turn to leave, the palace captain sneered. "Do you really think your heaven sword is so powerful?" However, before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed. His eyes became incomparably shocked. He looked at the wound on his arm as if he was staring at a terrifying beast. He immediately turned pale with fright. Damn it, what did you do? There was only a small wound on the palace captain's arm, which was caused by the heaven sword. However, it was this small wound that began to emit a sword aura full of vitality. It surged into the palace captain's hand. It was as if his entire body was boiling. The soul power in his body began to go out of control, and his skin began to swell. It was as if someone had blown a breath of air into the palace captain's body, making him completely lose control. What is this? Even the white ape demon king was a little surprised, let alone the palace lieutenant. He looked at the palace lieutenant, who was gradually swelling up with astonishment. He opened his mouth wide and suddenly exclaimed, "He's going to self-destruct. Is he stupid?" The aura that was constantly rising seemed to be the palace captain who was about to self-destruct. "What are you doing, palace captain?" Han Wuxiang had just caught up to the palace captain. He saw the palace captain's body begin to swell, and his aura became chaotic and violent. He cried out in alarm and wanted to stop the palace captain. The palace captain's mouth was wide open, and his face was incomparably hideous. It was as if he was suffering immense pain. His entire body had turned into a round ball. His soul power was flowing non-stop, and his skin was cracking. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't even speak. Not good. Han Wuxiang was shocked. He turned to leave. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out with the palace captain as the center. A huge shockwave poured out in torrents, and the entire void seemed to have been torn apart. The sound was deafening, and the violent sound caused the ground within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles to shake. All the demonic beasts were destroyed, and not a single one of them was left alive. Moreover, a bottomless pit was blasted open in the ground. The power of a great ascension stage cultivator's self-destruction was beyond imagination. Mu Yu tried his best to hide far away before the palace captain self-destructed. Even so, such a huge tearing force still sent him and the white ape demon king flying. They smashed into the ground like a cannonball, and the entire landscape had been smashed open by their bodies. Cough cough. Mu Yu was smashed tens of thousands of meters deep into the ground. He was completely powerless. The white ape demon king was also thrown to an unknown place. At this time, little Shuai was doing his best to help Mu Yu block the mountain with his spiritual power, creating a small gap around Mu Yu. "I don't have any strength left." Mu Yu opened his eyes slightly. No matter how strong his body was, there were many fractures. He didn't even have the strength to move. The spiritual power in his body had been squandered away. At this time, he was almost relying on his last trace of consciousness to stay awake. The power of a great ascension stage cultivator's self-destruction is too great. This kind of sword technique really can't be used casually. Little Shuai firmly grabbed Mu Yu and strenuously protected Mu Yu as they dug underground and quickly rushed out of the ground. "Oh no, your injuries are too serious." Little Shuai anxiously looked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's arms and legs were cracked, his sternum was caved in, and his whole body was dripping with blood, like a man made of blood. Just now, Mu Yu had attached the life force of the blink of life and death to the heavenly sword wound. When the palace captain absorbed the life force of the heavenly sword wound, a small wound was cut open by the heavenly sword. Although the wound was very small, the power of his left eye had already entered the palace captain's body, causing the soul power in the palace captain's body to begin to become more active. When the activity reached the peak, even the palace captain could no longer control his own soul power. This caused him to involuntarily explode and turn into ashes. This kind of terrifying sword technique combined with the blink of life and death domain was far more powerful than a simple blink of life and death domain. Even the white ape demon king and the other two great ascension stage cultivators had underestimated this power. However, the power of a great ascension stage cultivator's self-destruction was too terrifying. Mu Yu himself was unable to escape the range of the self-destruction and was already seriously injured. Little Shuai began to help Mu Yu connect all the bones in his body. However, at this time, the terrifying power of the domain had already poured into Mu Yu's body again. Han Wuxiang. Mu Yu, you are really not simple. Han Wuxiang's figure appeared above Mu Yu. His aura had completely locked onto Mu Yu, and he looked down at Mu Yu condescendingly. The aura of his body was also slightly chaotic, but he quickly calmed down. As a great ascension stage expert, the self-destruction of the Hall Lieutenant's soul power was extremely terrifying. Even Han Wuxiang had suffered a hidden loss. However, Han Wuxiang himself was also a great ascension stage cultivator. He only suffered minor injuries, but Mu Yu had completely lost his ability to move. Bastard, why didn't this maggot die from the explosion? Little Shuai scolded as he protected Mu Yu behind him and glared at Han Wuxiang. It's impossible to kill me with just this little power. However, I have to say that you have really impressed me. You are not a great ascension stage cultivator, but you can use the great ascension stage's domain power so perfectly. No wonder the people of our Soul Clan have fallen into your hands again and again. Han Wuxiang looked at Mu Yu mockingly. Although the Hall Lieutenant was killed in this operation, Han Wuxiang did not feel sad at all. For Han Wuxiang, as long as he could capture Mu Yu, the death of a Hall Lieutenant was not a big deal. Han Wuxiang turned his head and looked into the distance. Then, with a wave of his hand, a white soul lamp floated out and directly blasted another mountain to the ground. The soul lamp turned into countless tentacles and grabbed the embarrassed white ape demon king from the pile of rocks and smashed him next to Mu Yu. Damned caterpillar, sooner or later, I will kill you. The white ape demon king also seemed to be seriously injured. He was already seriously injured because of the ambush, and at this time, he was swept by the power of the Hall Lieutenant's self-destruction. He was already half dead, but he was a great ascension stage cultivator, so his injuries were not as serious as Mu Yu's. Little bastard, are you okay? The white ape demon king sat up from the ground and asked anxiously. This time, I'm really screwed. Mu Yu sighed. This time, he faced two great ascension stage cultivators alone. Even with the help of the white ape demon king and the blink of life and death, there was no way he could escape successfully. Even if he could kill the Hall Lieutenant, it was because of luck. In order to prevent you from ruining our plan, we have decided to kill you. Han Wuxiang said with a sanctimonious face. The white ape demon king shouted angrily, You dare to kill him? He is one of the immortals. If he dies, you won't live either. Han Wuxiang laughed. Don't worry, white ape demon king. In order to kill Jian Ying and Chen Feng's disciple, we have a foolproof plan. Killing Mu Yu won't make this world collapse. His power will be collected by my soul lamp. The soul lamp floated out of his hand and emitted a holy white light. It was like a lamp that was specially used to guide the gods, making people feel reverence. Whoosh! One soul after another rushed out of the soul lamps and pounced on Mu Yu with bared fangs and brandished claws. How dare you! The white ape demon king was shocked and angry. He jumped forward and blocked in front of Mu Yu. Bang! The white ape demon king was directly caught by the souls and was sent flying. He crashed into the distance. I'll deal with you later. Don't worry. Han Wuxiang sneered. All the souls gathered together again and rushed toward Mu Yu. Xiao Shuai shouted and dragged Mu Yu back. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Han Wuxiang, who was in the Great Ascension stage. In an instant, Xiao Shuai was sent flying with a cry of pain. Mu Yu was caught in Han Wuxiang's hand. Han Wuxiang stared at Mu Yu and sneered, As long as I kill you, I'll have a great merit. Don't worry, your senior brother will come to find you soon. Mu Yu looked at Han Wuxiang weakly and sighed in his heart, I didn't expect an accident to happen this time. It's a pity that I couldn't accomplish what I wanted to do. Mu Yu was never afraid of death. He was already prepared to die. He just wanted to finish what he needed to do before he died, such as reviving his father and saving his master. The soul lamp shot out and rushed into Mu Yu's chest. A heart-wrenching pain immediately swept through his body. He felt like his soul was being bitten by thousands of ants and his consciousness was blurred. It was an unbearable pain, and his soul even began to crack. Just when he thought he was about to die, a mighty aura swept over from afar. This aura was vast and majestic, like a ray of sunlight, and immediately dispelled the pain in Mu Yu's body. At the same time, the chaos yin and yang in his body began to rotate and integrate into his soul. Under the effect of the black and white yin and yang, his shattered soul began to gradually repair itself. "How dare you touch my son?" His furious voice was like a thunderclap. An ancient aura rolled out and blasted Han Wuxiang away. Chapter 1086. That familiar voice made Mu Yu quiver. Even the pain in his body seemed to have disappeared at once. His mind was completely filled with that deep voice. "Dad!" Mu Yu opened his eyes in a daze and looked towards the source of the voice. It was a familiar figure. Although it was very illusory, it still looked so solid. It was like a mountain standing behind Mu Yu, making him feel a sense of security that he had never felt before. It was Deadwood Daddy. Buzz. A majestic aura swept out and rolled up Mu Yu, who was in the air, to Ku Mu's side. Ku Mu pursed his lips and his eyes were filled with an anxious look. However, his anxiety was mixed with endless anger. "You're hurt." Deadwood was still a soul, but his eyes were burning. It was as if there was a volcano hidden in them that was going to erupt and burn anyone who hurt his son. Mu Yu looked at the familiar face in disbelief. It felt like a lifetime had passed. He had been working hard for so many years to resurrect this person in front of him and had never given up. He persevered even after experiencing disappointment again and again. At the moment when Han Wuxiang tried to kill him, his mind was filled with endless regret. He regretted that he had not been able to do it. However, he never expected that his father, who always scolded him, would appear here and save him at the critical moment. "Dad!" Mu Yu was speechless. His heart was roaring wildly. He clearly felt that he had a lot to say to this person in front of him. He wanted to tell him how guilty he was and what he had experienced all these years. However, at this moment, Mu Yu could not say anything. "I'll kill whoever hurt you." Deadwood's eyes flashed with anger. Chaotic yin and yang surrounded his body. The powerful power of the great vehicle stage poured out and sealed the entire void, blocking all of Han Wuxiang's escape routes. Domain ability, no way to survive. The entire void seemed to be shrouded by all kinds of gloomy poisonous fog. This poisonous fog was extremely terrifying and pervasive. It was as if even spiritual energy could be corroded by the poisonous fog, turning into a highly toxic substance. Nothing could survive in this area. "Withered tree evergreen. You're still alive." Han Wuxiang, who had just stabilized himself, was also shocked. The cultivators might only know that Deadwood Evergreen was a stuttering poison user, but as a member of the Third Palace, Han Wuxiang was very familiar with Deadwood Evergreen. This was a person that even the master of the Third Palace, Bai Jie, had to be wary of. Whoosh! The sky-blotting poisonous fog quickly enveloped Soul Faceless. Soul Faceless roared furiously and his body shone with a white light. Tens of millions of soul lamps spread out to form a white barrier in front of him. At the same time, the countless resentful spirits within the soul lamps radiated powerful light to form massive tentacles, which attempted to tear apart the poisonous fog. Domain ability, Seal of 1,000 Lanterns. Wang. The giant hand formed by the soul lamps was extremely powerful. It was like a huge wave rolling over a river, trying to disperse the poisonous mist that blotted out the sky. However, when the giant white hand touched the green poisonous fog, the poisonous fog was not torn apart by the giant hand as expected. On the contrary, the poisonous fog directly adhered to the white tentacle and gradually turned it green. What? Han Wuxiang was both shocked and enraged. After the poisonous mist infected the tentacles broke free from his control and quickly moved toward the soul lamps along the tentacles. In just a breath, more than half of the soul lamps were infected by the green poisonous fog. The resentful spirits within the soul lamps let out shrill cries as if they could not withstand the corrosion of the poisonous fog. Catcher! Catcher! After being corroded by the poisonous fog, all of the soul lamps gradually solidified and finally exploded, turning into clouds of green poisonous fog. The domain of desperation expanded even more. A look of horror appeared on Han Wuxiang's face. They were both in the Great Ascension stage, but his domain ability could not withstand Deadwood's domain of desperation. In Deadwood's domain, the poisonous fog could not be blocked by soul power. It would only be assimilated by the poisonous fog and become a part of Deadwood's domain. When ordinary poisoners cast their poisonous fog, it would be easily blocked by the spiritual energy of a self-cultivator. However, when the poison was cultivated to the extreme, even spiritual energy would not be able to block the poisonous fog in the no-life hopeless situation. You, die. Kumu stretched out his hand with murderous intent and clenched his fist. The area covered by desperation immediately began to shrink, trapping Han Wuxiang within and wrapping him into a ball. Bang! Soulless let out a heart-wrenching howl of agony as the poison spread. Soulless soul force was completely corroded by the poison, and the poison seeped into his body. Soulless' face was twisted into a hideous expression, and his body was reduced to dust. Not even his soul was able to escape. Deadwood turned around, and mysterious runes appeared in his hands again. They wrapped around Mu Yu's body, and black and white chaotic yin and yang flowed out. They intertwined with Mu Yu's chaotic yin and yang and resonated with each other. This is the Pill Cauldron sect's territory. Nothing will happen. Deadwood's eyes were filled with worry. Mu Yu looked at those familiar eyes, and his tensed consciousness finally relaxed. There was only excitement in his eyes, and he did not even think about why Deadwood Daddy would suddenly come back to life. Mu Yu did not care, and his whole body sank into endless darkness. It felt like a dream. It was very long, and the spring scenery was brilliant. The birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. The whole world had become very beautiful. Mu Yu slowly opened his eyes, and familiar inscriptions came into view. They intertwined and emitted a gentle light. There were 4 chaotic yin and yang shadows in the air, and little Shuai's laughter was mixed in. This was the ruins cauldron. Mu Yu struggled to sit up, and as if remembering something, he quickly looked around. You're awake. Deadwood's figure slowly appeared in front of Mu Yu. Although it was illusory, Mu Yu felt that it was incomparably real. Mu Yu felt that Deadwood seemed to be relieved. Yes, I'm awake. Mu Yu looked at Deadwood and suddenly smiled. His smile was still so pure, like a child who did not know anything about the world. He saw the person he could rely on, as if any danger was not worth mentioning. He thought that when he saw that person again, he would be so moved that he would be speechless and cry bitterly. He would hug the other person tightly and call him Deadwood's father. He would tell the other person that he would definitely not anger him in the future. As long as Deadwood could live well, he would definitely listen to his father's words and pour out all the bitterness that he had suffered for many years. However, the moment Mu Yu saw Deadwood, he realized that many of his pretentious thoughts seemed to disappear instantly. He was still the optimistic person, and Deadwood was also the strict Deadwood. Even the greeting was so casual, as if they had parted yesterday and reunited today. Nothing had changed. In front of this person who cared about his face, Mu Yu could not be pretentious. Mu Yu chuckled. He had thought of many things before. He could not wait to tell Deadwood when he resuscitation him. He wanted to tell him what he had been doing all these years and how much he had missed him. However, when the words reached his mouth, he could not help but speak in a familiar tone. The two of them looked at each other, trying to see something in each other's eyes. It was as if they had met again after being separated by time and space. A familiar person, a familiar gaze. Deadwood opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he suppressed it and simply said, "It's good that you're fine." He was not good at saying anything emotional, nor was he good at expressing his feelings. Even if he was worried, he would only say it simply. Mu Yu just sat there and looked at Deadwood. He was very worried that this was a dream. The stubborn old man had returned. This was something he had dreamed of, but he felt that it was very unreal. He wanted to take a few more looks to confirm that this was not a dream. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Deadwood looked away. He seemed to be avoiding something and looked a little uncomfortable. Mu Yu held his chin with his hand and said uncertainly, "I don't know." "Why don't you scold me?" Deadwood frowned. "Why would I scold you? I always feel that if you don't scold me, something is missing. It doesn't feel like you." Mu Yu touched his nose. Deadwood said angrily, "Could it be that in your heart, I'm just a person who likes to scold people?" Mu Yu tilted his head and pondered for a long time. His eyes rolled a few times, and then he nodded. Yes. You. Deadwood looked a little annoyed. After a long silence, Deadwood suddenly asked, then, do the words you said before still count? What words? Moo did not react. You called me, you said. Deadwood wanted to say something but stopped. His voice seemed to lack confidence. Why are you stuttering again? Moo asked curiously. Deadwood glared at Moo angrily. It seemed that he wanted to rush over and slap Moo on the back of his head again. However, he thought of something and forcibly restrained himself. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything, Deadwood said with a gloomy expression. Moo was puzzled. Dad, why do you feel strange? Deadwood suddenly raised his head and looked at Moo. It was as if he had heard something that surprised him. His eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Moo suddenly understood and laughed. Oh, I know you want to ask me if I still recognize you as my dad, right? I don't care about these things. Deadwood could not wait and snorted coldly. He tried his best to pretend that he did not care. It was a classic example of someone who cared about face. No, I care. Before you left last time, you said that what you wanted most was a son. You inexplicably treated me as your son. I also inexplicably agreed. How can you go back on your words? Moo chuckled. A smile appeared at the corner of Deadwood's mouth, but he quickly covered it up. He put on a straight face and snorted. You have a glib tongue. When will you let me worry less? Moo rubbed his head. He found that all the injuries on his body had healed. The spiritual power in his body was even stronger. He was full of energy and very satisfied. Isn't it normal for a father to worry about his son? Moo let out a long breath. In the air, Big Black, Big White, Little Black, and Little White were running around with Little Handsome on their heads. Their playful voices spread throughout the ruins' opening cauldron. Chapter 1087. When did this happen? Moo cocked his head to the side and asked. 3 days ago. Kumu knew what Moo wanted to ask. There was always a tacit understanding between them. How did you do it? Moo asked impatiently. Chaotic yin and yang, they repaired my soul. I only woke up 3 days ago, Kumu replied as he glanced at Da Hei and Da Bai in the air. Moo's eyes widened. Chaotic yin and yang can do that. Then why did I run around in a daze to find a way to help you? That's why you're an idiot, Kumu said bluntly. Moo chuckled as if it had been a long time since he was last scolded by this person. Dad, that's right. That's the feeling. I feel uncomfortable if you don't scold me. Why are you still asking to be scolded like before? Kumu glared at Moo angrily. Moo chuckled. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I get scolded or not. I'm very thick-skinned. It's all because you scolded me in the past. A smile appeared on Kumu's face. However, he then put on a stern expression and said, this matter is related to your chaotic yin and yang. There's a certain connection between the opening cauldron and the formation hall. I didn't know that chaotic yin and yang could do all this until your chaotic yin and yang ran into the opening cauldron and inadvertently had some effect. It was only a while ago that I gradually recovered. Da Hei and Da Bai leaped over and circled around Kumu. Little Hei and Little Bai also circled around Moo. Moo, you're awake. Kumu is panicking. I can see that he's about to jump up and down. He wants nothing more than to resurrect that Hun Faceless and kill him a few more times. He almost used heaven-shrouding blood to save you. He didn't relax for even a moment while you were unconscious. It would float around you like a ghost, floating here and there. After half a cup of tea's time, it would check your breath to see if you were dead or not. Oh right, I forgot that he's a ghost. Xiao Shui did a somersault and stepped around the 4 chaotic yin and yang. Really? Moo asked curiously. It's fake, the dead tree replied without hesitation. Then we'll just pretend that it's real. Moo snickered. Kumu glared at Moo angrily. Why are you still as childish as a child? How old was he? You don't even have the maturity that you should have at this age. When will you grow up? Isn't there a famous saying that I'll always be a child in front of my dad? Mu Yu pretended to be serious. Famous quote. Which famous person said that? Why haven't I heard of it? Deadwood asked. Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't blush at all when he said his name. Anyway, his name had always been wanted in the cultivation world, so he could be considered a celebrity. Kumu glared at Mu Yu again and said slowly, "What happened to you recently? Tell me. Since your accident, I went to the array sect and did some things there. Do you want to hear about it?" I know about those things. I even know about you going to the Demon Island. What I want to know is what happened after you put my soul in the cauldron of ruins. Kumu interrupted Mu Yu. You know about it. Who told you? Mu Yu asked curiously. The dead tree said, the soul anchoring formation maintained my consciousness. Although I can't speak and look like I'm sleeping, I know everything you do. I've always been by your side. I even know when you turn over in your sleep at night. Mu Yu exclaimed, What? You knew what I did by following me? Doesn't that mean that Xiao Shuai and I were? Well, yes, young man, you have good energy. Kumu made a rare joke. Mu Yu's face turned green and he scolded, You old pervert, how dare you peek at my privacy? Don't you know that there are some things that you should avoid? You didn't really watch the whole process, did you? That's very dirty and evil. Mu Yu almost jumped. Who would have thought that Kumu was actually conscious in the soul anchoring formation? Kumu just looked at Mu Yu indifferently and let Mu Yu complain. In the end, Mu Yu sat down again dejectedly. Forget it, I've seen it. I really don't know if I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes or what, but I can be sure that you're jealous of me doing that kind of thing, right? After all, I'm young and aggressive, so I should. Slap. Kumu slapped Mu Yu on the head, and it was a familiar pain. What are you doing? Mu Yu said angrily. Although Kumu was a soul, he could still exert the cultivation of the great vehicle stage, so it was still very painful. Kumu's face was a little dark. Do you really think I'm that kind of lecher? How could I watch that kind of thing? I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously? Mu Yu smiled and quickly waved his hand. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I said that father is wise and powerful, so he shouldn't do such a thing. I'm just complaining about being kept in the dark. You're right. Kumu snorted. After a while, he thought of something and slapped Mu Yu on the back of the head again. Why did you hit me again? Mu Yu asked in pain. That slap just now wasn't enough to vent my anger, Kumu said calmly. 1,000 alpacas galloped through Mu Yu's heart. In the ruins' opening cauldron, there was a soul and a person. It was a familiar scene, as if many things had happened yesterday. So you saw my heroic deeds in the formation sect. 8 steps to heaven, I defeated the sect master of the talisman sect, Chang Tiancheng. How was my performance? SOSO. Out of 10, how many points do you give me? 2 points. What about my battle with Akatsuki? I beat Akatsuki so badly that she had to look for her teeth on the ground. Akatsuki is cunning and has colluded with the gate of hell. She wanted to kill people to restore her cultivation, but I stopped her. 1 point. What about your performance on the Demon Island? I cracked Daoist Master Shen Jiz's demon subduing pagoda and fought back and forth with the Japanese from the gate of hell. Mu Yu gestured with his fists. He was very satisfied with his performance in the demon subduing pagoda. 3 points. What about the 2 mixed blood dragons I killed in the Demon Island? At that time, I hadn't reached the crossing calamity stage yet. Wasn't it a brave man fighting an evil dragon? 2 points. What about helping you save the Danding sect? Your dearest Danding sect was going to perish, and I pulled it back from the edge of destruction. 2 points. No passing points. No. Not even friendship points. No. Family points. No. Since we are so familiar with each other, give me some face. Oh. Mu Yu was defeated. It was too difficult to get this stubborn old man to give him 5 points. He looked around gloomily and asked, Where's your body? I can use life and death now and can resurrect you in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. Then the dead tree said faintly, "I'm destroyed." "What? Destroyed?" Mu Yu was shocked and immediately stood up. His body was destroyed. He stared at the dead tree and asked, "Do you know that you can't be resurrected without a body? Why did you destroy your body? I can bring you back to life." The dead tree snorted and said, "What do you think?" Mu Yu looked at the dead tree's eyes and his chest kept rising and falling. He felt an inexplicable irritation and said in a deep voice, "You know? I was the one who set up the heaven-shrouding blood spell," the dead tree replied coldly. The dead tree was a formation master. He used the heaven-shrouding blood spell to save Mu Yu and understood the significance of this spell technique. "It belongs to whoever owns it," Mu Yu said angrily. If he used the heaven-shrouding blood spell on Deadwood Daddy, he would die. However, Mu Yu never regretted doing this. He didn't think that returning his life to his father was wrong. "I gave it to you," the dead tree emphasized. Mu Yu clenched his fists. "I don't need it." The dead tree looked at Mu Yu and his expression eased. He shook his head and said, "You call me father, so I have to accept this title." Mu Yu said sarcastically, "Then what if I call you a stuttering old man with green hair? You'll take my life back." The dead tree's tone was very calm. "I don't like to take back things that I've given away." The dead tree's calm tone annoyed Mu Yu. Mu Yu had been looking for a way to repair his soul for so many years and then used the heaven-shrouding blood spell to bring his father back to life. However, the dead tree's simple words negated all his efforts over the years. He felt very angry, inexplicably angry. The anger in his chest became more and more intense. He had been trying to revive the person in front of him to make up for his regrets and his past mistakes. For this purpose, he wasn't even afraid of death. However, the dead tree's simple decision made everything go to waste. He destroyed his own body. Mu Yu shouted angrily, "Don't think that giving your life to me is so amazing. What's the point of living for others?" He was always so full of himself, thinking that he could do whatever he wanted. "What are you doing? How great do you think you are? Let me tell you. I don't care what you give me. I don't care." He didn't know why he suddenly became so angry. When he learned that the old man had given his life to him, he had been living in guilt. He felt that his life no longer belonged to him alone. The life flowing in his body was like a heavy mountain, pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. He had been working hard all these years, wanting to do the right thing. He wanted to return things to their rightful owners and cross the hurdle in his heart, even if he couldn't live. However, the stubborn old man was stubborn. The first thing he did when he recovered was to destroy his body. Just like Mu Yu understood the dead tree also understood Mu Yu. They both knew what the other would do. Mu Yu risked his life to revive the dead tree, and the dead tree could risk his life to protect Mu Yu. Therefore, the dead tree destroyed his own body. He was always one step faster than Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu never revealed his plans. He hid it from everyone and made a deal with Gomang, using his own life as a bargaining chip. He did it very carefully and didn't let anyone discover his intentions. However, Mu Yu didn't expect that the dead tree's soul would recover with the help of the Chaos Yin and Yang. The only thing he did wrong was to leave the dead tree's body and soul here. "I gave my life away. Whether you value it or not, I have never regretted it." The dead tree didn't look into Mu Yu's eyes. Instead, he reached out and touched the Chaos Yin and Yang. The Chaos Yin and Yang seemed to calm down because of the ups and downs of their emotions. They were like two docile little beasts, using their heads to nudge their master to comfort him. "You don't regret it, but I do." Mu Yu felt like a volcano was waiting to erupt. He couldn't wait to vent it. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by the power of anger. His figure flashed and he punched the walls of the cauldron. Violent spiritual power poured out of his body and blasted against the cauldron. Buzz! The entire cauldron trembled slightly. A crisp sound echoed in the surroundings for a long time. He closed his eyes and lay on the ground. His chest couldn't calm down. Chapter 1088. I always wanted you to live for yourself once. Mu Yu's voice became very hoarse and his mood was very low. After that punch, he seemed to have personally destroyed all his hopes. Ku Mu was silent for a long time before responding. Everyone has their own way of living. So your way of living is to sacrifice yourself at all times to live for others. You were not willing to take away Marshal Uncle Yundan's position as sect leader and leave the Pill Cauldron sect. You were clearly an alchemy genius, but you learned the poison arts that everyone avoided and made yourself unpopular. You became the owner of the Ruins Cauldron but were not willing to take away the Chaos Yin and Yang. You liked martial art but silently withdrew. You saved my master for her and in the end, you even gave up your own life. What did you get in return for living like this? No one understands you. You have nothing. Nothing. That stubborn and prideful person had always lived for others. He had never lived for himself. He had lived in the misunderstandings of others and even his death was not worth mentioning. No one knew what he had done and no one knew what kind of person he was. Other than Mu Yu, no one understood him. Mu Yu felt that it was not worth it for Ku Mu. He had always wanted Ku Mu to live again, to live for himself and not always accommodate others. What was the meaning of that kind of life? Ku Mu looked at Mu Yu lying on the ground. He moved his lips and his eyes flashed with a satisfied and gratified light. There was no regret or pity. I do not have nothing. I have a son. The person lying on the ground angrily was his son. Mu Yu stilled slightly. His breathing became hurried as if something was choking his throat, making him unable to speak. He had a son. These words were like a giant hand that lifted the mountain that had been suppressed in Mu Yu's heart for a long time. The inexplicable anger in Mu Yu's chest gradually dissipated. It was as if a ray of sunlight shone into his heart and dispelled his haze. The lost strength slowly returned to his body and his shriveled chest swelled up again. Some strange emotions surged in his heart and caused Mu Yu's eyes to become hazy. So what if the world thinks of me? All I care about is my son's judgment. As long as he understands me, that's enough. The dead tree looked at Mu Yu, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was describing a fact. The dead tree's emotions were always so simple that Mu Yu couldn't refute it. Mu Yu lay on the ground and looked at the inscriptions above the Kaishu cauldron. He pretended to focus all his attention on it. He could feel his own heartbeat. It was so real. For the first time, he felt that his life had a new weight. It turned out that life could also flow like this. It flowed through Mu Yu's body in a strange way. Between the two of them, life didn't seem to be just life, but another precious thing. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he was thinking about what life was. What was the point of living? What was the difference between life and death? How did the dead live in this world? Had the living lost their principles and died a long time ago? In the past, he didn't like killing lives. He liked the prosperity of life. However, after leaving the Moyun mountain range, he learned how to kill. He had accumulated countless lives in his hands. He had even buried the entire population of Eastern Sand City with his own hands. When his hands were stained with blood, life became insignificant to him. He could take away those who deserved to die without hesitation. But when it came to his own life, he couldn't let it go. He knew that his life didn't belong to him alone, so he had to return it to that person. The world of cultivation was full of intrigue and deception. Cultivators could kill their fellow apprentices, their masters, and their companions for the sake of some magical equipment. Even if it was family or friendship, they would not hesitate to kill their fellow apprentices for the sake of benefits. He had seen all of this before. For example, the Zhouhua school's disciples, Tang Yang and Li Yuan, had killed each other for the demon spirit of the flame horse beast. Shi Dengtian of the Pill Cauldron sect had used his disciple, Shu Zai, as a tool for revenge and discarded him after using him. In Wuqiu City, Zhong Gan, as a senior brother, had wanted to kill his junior brother, Wen Li, in order to collect soul points in exchange for the soul-shocking sword. The Valley Master of the Golden Wolf Valley had killed his senior brother and master in order to become Tian Zhencheng's disciple. Meng Po had killed her husband for the twins. Killing for benefits was the norm in the cultivation world. But there were still people in the cultivation world who worked hard for their lives. They wanted to make their lives more meaningful. Deacon Zun had risked his life to fight back in order to help the Grey disciples no longer be humiliated. The nameless swordsman, Po Jian, was willing to give up his heart for the woman he loved. Master Lu was willing to use his life to atone for his mistakes. Mu Tianhe had finally put down his dignity for his family. Old Turtle and Boss Lu were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Sea Goblin King. Daoist Yun Dan was unwilling to submit for the sake of righteousness. Master Medicine was willing to endure humiliation in order to protect his disciples. Xian Zhengtang's family was unwilling to betray their benefactor. Old City Lord He Jinglong was generous and sacrificed himself for a righteous cause. Village head Grandpa was willing to protect Mu Yu even though he had no cultivation. Just like Tian Ran, who had sacrificed her life to save him. Just like Deadwood Evergreen, who had always lived for others and had given up his life. Just like Sword Shadow Chen Feng, who had sacrificed his monstrous cultivation and even endless life to protect the world he loved. Mu Yu had never understood what life was. He could feel the flow of life, but he couldn't understand it. When the life in his body became heavy, he couldn't give it up. He couldn't understand. He clearly understood every word and action of this strange old man in front of him, but he just couldn't understand. What was life? What was the purpose of cultivators using their limited lifespan to cultivate? Was it just to become stronger? Or was it to explore the breadth of life? The length of a person's life was about the same, more or less a few decades. But the breadth of a person's life was different. The breadth of some people's lives was as thin as a thread. Their lives were narrow, and nothing could be left behind after they died. Some people's lives could be as wide as the sea. Their lives were vast and mighty, but the things they left behind were like a surging tide. Living a vigorous life for oneself was life. Living for others at all times was also life. Mu Yu looked at the inscriptions above the ruins' opening cauldron. Deadwood looked at him silently. "You're very important to me," Deadwood said reluctantly, breaking the silence. Mu Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Although I'm not a responsible father, no father is willing to let his son lose his life," Deadwood said. "Then what about me? Should I just watch my father live like this?" Mu Yu asked in a low voice. "Your life is more important than mine." Mu Yu said coldly, "Do you look down on yourself that much? You're also a rare genius in the world. Be it formations, alchemy, or poison, you're proficient in everything. If you live, how can Bai Jie act so unscrupulously? Bai Jie is somewhat afraid of me, but he understands me and knows how to deal with me. You're different. He doesn't understand you, so you have the advantage. You have the chi of life and death in you, and you're also someone with eternal life. The heavenly sword and formations, as well as Spirit Lord Yu Meng's domain, you can surprise him," Deadwood said simply. After a while, Deadwood said, "In order to protect the world your master guards, you must live." Mu Yu clenched his fists. "Why do I have to protect this world?" "Because Feng Haochen left this matter to you," Deadwood said. Mu Yu sat up again and gritted his teeth. His thoughts were in a mess. His master wanted to protect the entire third layer of heaven. For everyone in the third layer of heaven, his master was willing to make any sacrifice, cultivation, or life. But Mu Yu didn't want to. Mu Yu never thought of himself as great. He was just a person. Now that he had great power, he was still a person. He didn't destroy his 7 emotions and 6 desires, so he had human emotions. The cultivators were sinister and deceitful. When he came out of Luochen Mountain, he thought he would inherit his master's will to protect the cultivators and become the so-called savior. But when he saw the ugly side of the cultivators, he was tired. He realized that not everyone was worth saving. Especially when the cultivators began to slander Jian Ying and Chen Feng, Mu Yu was furious to the extreme. For this world, his master had made great sacrifices. He had never done anything wrong to the world, but in the end, what did he get? Slander, slander, destroy his statue, and kill his disciple. No matter how sinister and cunning the third layer palace was, It wasn't an excuse for the cultivators to slander Jian Ying and Chen Feng. As long as they had a little brain, they wouldn't suspect a true god just based on a few words. Could it be that the people his master wanted to protect were these stupid, cowardly, ungrateful cultivators? If so, then Mu Yu couldn't do it. He could go through fire and water for the people he cared about. Even if he had to give up his life, it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid of death at all. He could risk his life to protect his family in Clearwater City, his loved ones in Luochen Mountain, the villagers in Flowing Water Village, Xiao Shui and Tian Ran, Elder Zun, Master Lu, Daoist Yundan, Medicine Master, and Zhuge Xiaosheng. He could protect Xian Zhengtang's family and the old city lord who had nothing to do with him. He could protect the fearless Little Dawn and Little Qingfan. He could fight and kill to protect these people. But he would never blindly throw his life away for those selfish and stupid cultivators. I don't want to protect this world. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Dead Tree just looked at Mu Yu. He understood Mu Yu and knew what Mu Yu was thinking. Dead Tree was also clear about the situation in Eastern Sand City. Even if the killing power affected Mu Yu and made him unable to distinguish right from wrong and lose his own judgment, Mu Yu still tried to maintain his last bit of rationality and let the righteous old city lord make the decision for him. If the old city lord wanted to save everyone in the city, he would save them. At that time, Mu Yu, who couldn't control the killing power, could only hope that he didn't do anything wrong. If the people of Eastern Sand City hadn't killed the old city lord and become the last straw, Eastern Sand City wouldn't have been destroyed by Mu Yu with his own hands. Now, Mu Yu suppressed the killing power, but he had seen through the nature of the cultivators. It was very difficult for Mu Yu to put down his prejudice and save everyone. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.